British civil servant. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301. Good Brother Alan. Vivian Leigh's IQ is temporarily offline, but it doesn't mean that everyone has no opinion on the distributed shares. Hedy Lamar's number is higher than others, which is quite sudden. However, everyone present is not an ordinary person, so this doubt is kept in mind. After all, Alan Wilson is everyone's good brother. The air in London is too bad. There is smog every year. It's okay for others, but you will definitely be affected. In fact, I suggest you live in a place with good air. At night, in the bedroom, in the reconstruction of post-war relationships, Alan Wilson could only let Vivian Leigh hang on him like a koala and tilted his head to kiss Vivian Leigh's forehead. There is no need to work so hard. Too much mental pressure is not good for you, and it will age you easily. Vivian also wants to keep her youth as long as possible. Vivian Leigh has tuberculosis, which was caused by inhaling dust during the filming of Gone with the Wind. Normally, it can be completely self-healing, but the current Hollywood is not the later Hollywood, and stars cannot do whatever they want. Today's Hollywood stars are also workers in another sense. In the era of Elizabeth Taylor, Vivian Leigh's story would never be repeated. The high-intensity work caused Vivian Leigh to be under great mental pressure, and her marriage was also unstable because of her mental state. In Vivian Leigh's later years, her unstable mental state made this great British treasure regarded as a crazy woman. Compared with the actresses of the same generation, Vivian Leigh's lifespan was too short, and it shouldn't have been like this. I want to move to another place. Vivian Leigh twisted her body and took the initiative to ask for a kiss. You are really good to me. Everyone has a Scarlett O'Hara in their hearts. Compared with you, I'm just an ordinary colonial official. There are many people like me in the British Empire, but there is only one national treasure. No, there are not many people like you. No one will take a salary of £100 and give others $700,000. Vivian Leigh blocked Alan Wilson's mouth. I once thought I married happiness, but now I know that happiness cannot be compared. Once compared, there will be problems. The current situation has nothing to do with desire. It is completely a heart-to-heart talk. Vivian Leigh listened to Alan Wilson's concern for her mental state and body, and was almost moved to tears. What the man said was true. After leaving London, Vivian Leigh did feel that she was in much better shape than before. The pain in her lungs never came back. Industry is like this. It's the price that must be paid. So many parties hope that their country will become a big farm, but farms are not something that every country can do. Alan Wilson pointed out the serious pollution problem in London. He is not a whistleblower. After all, this is a well-known fact. It's just that, unless there is a big incident, no government will be determined to correct it, unless it can't be covered up. This is a common problem in the world's bureaucratic family. When Chernobyl broke out in the United States, the first reaction of the United States was to cover it up. In the 1950s, Japan caused the Yokkaichi smog incident due to pollution. It took 20 years until 1979 to solve it. The number of people who were sick due to the pollution has reached 800,000. If Chernobyl appeared in Japan, Japan might sweep the earth with Godzilla after 20 years of hard work. You are a civil servant, can't you think of a solution? Vivian Leigh asked after hearing what Alan Wilson said. After all, it is the capital of her country, and of course she hopes that London will get better and better. I'm part of the bureaucracy, what can I do? You are a well-known public figure, you have more ways than me. Alan Wilson stroked the smooth back with one hand, full of helplessness. No matter which country, there is a mentality that family disgrace should not be made public. If the smog is particularly serious in a certain year, you'd better take the opportunity to help the citizens of London solve this problem. Is your will implemented in another occasion? Vivian Leigh smiled foolishly, but I'm willing. Shameless bureaucrats, come and conquer the national treasure of the British Empire. Yes, the Queen of Film. Alan Wilson responded respectfully. He paid too much for the British Empire. People are greedy. Didn't Rockefeller say that 90% is not enough, it must be 100%? Alan Wilson, everyone's good brother, saw the only fish that slipped through the net, Hedy Lamarr, and felt uncomfortable, no matter how he looked at it. He always wanted to find an opportunity to talk about the play to this woman, who is both a star and an inventor, so that Vivien Leigh's girlfriends can go back perfectly. Aspiring to be the man behind the women in Hollywood, this goal Alan Wilson felt was not excessive. Vivien Leigh has the deepest understanding of this. She has been out for more than half a year. Normally, she should miss home, but there is a saying that goes, "I'm so happy here that I don't want to leave." The British treasure doesn't miss home at all. If it weren't for some procedures that she had to go back to her country to handle, she would have almost forgotten London. As the daughter of India and a goddess widely loved by the Indian people, it is normal for Vivien Leigh to want to stay in British India. After touring the east and west coasts, Alan Wilson, who holds the power to formulate itineraries at the governor's office, began to tamper with the itinerary to create a breathing space for himself. After all, everyone lives in the same community, which is indeed not very convenient. There are so many cultural relics in British India, such as the Taj Mahal, Varanasi, and Vidisha. It would be a pity not to leave any footprints after coming here. After all, India also needs a positive image, which is what the United States needs at present. Separating the girlfriends group will also help Alan Wilson concentrate his firepower to defeat each one and lead the British Empire from one victory to another. As a master of keyboard politics, Alan Wilson must have the ability to talk about everything and be patriotic about everything. Regarding Hedy Lamarr's patriotic journey, which is good looking but lacks strength, we can only think of ways to deal with the subject matter. Although he has no research on movies, Alan Wilson is first class in grasping the popularity. Moreover, starting from Hedy Lamarr's personal experience, it is entirely possible to make a spy war movie, adapted from Hedy Lamarr's own personal experience, and play herself. I believe there will be no problem with acting. Take Alan Wilson as an example. Any actor who plays a colonial official cannot be more professional than him. Time passed little by little under the arrangement of loyal imperial civil servants, heading towards 1947. In the end, under the perseverance of Alan Wilson, Hedy Lamarr succumbed to her instinctive needs for 2 months. This is not as easy as it seems. Alan Wilson, who is an expert in keyboard politics, talks about drama and technical patents. His knowledge in all aspects has been greatly enhanced in this reception work. He could even tell fortunes for any Hollywood actor with precise language, and he could be a cult leader in the upper class. After in-depth contact, Alan Wilson discovered that Hedy Lamarr was the most superstitious among them. Such a superstitious person was actually a top student in the girlfriends group. Although Newton was obsessed with alchemy in his later years, Alan Wilson always felt that the so-called end of science was religion, which was nonsense. Hedy Lamarr's frequency hopping patent solved this problem by meeting the musician George Antheil. At first, Lamarr thought Antheil was a gland expert and asked him how to enlarge breasts. The frequency hopping patent started with the topic of breast enlargement, so it was no big deal that Alan Wilson finally achieved his goal by talking about technical patents. Hedy Lamarr, Joan Crawford, Bette Davis, Greta Garbo and Ingrid Bergman, and Vivien Leigh spent Christmas of 1946 in British India. Other festivals can be skipped, but Christmas is of extraordinary significance to the Christian world. Alan Wilson used his power for personal gain and stole several bottles of red wine from the governor's mansion so that these distinguished guests from afar could be treated as if they were at home in New Delhi. His drinking capacity has also improved recently because every bottle he drinks can make his nighttime more abundant so that he doesn't have to work overtime at night while working hard for the future of British India during the day. In the apartment, Alan Wilson was the first to go under the table, and he didn't even go to work the next day. The next day he woke up and moved his shoulders in confusion. He didn't know anything about what happened last night, but he felt sore all over as if he had been beaten, and he didn't sleep well. Why did the big bed always feel crowded when he slept? Vivian, everyone is drunk. Greta Garbo explained with a serious face, and you should also understand that everyone has been in British India for a long time, and some needs are inevitable. But, Vivien Leigh glanced at the suspects and said with a weak momentum, it's too easy for him. Greta Garbo, leaning over and gently stroking her cheek, did not comment. It was easy for him a long time ago, and there was no one who slipped through the net. He slept so deeply that he would have no memory. If we don't tell anyone, no one will know. Greta Garbo's expression did not change from beginning to end, and she still looked indifferent. Don't mention it, it's a secret. The date of the return trip has been set. Except for Vivienne Leigh, who is going back to London, the rest of the people will return to the United States. After all, in more than 2 months, everyone's schedule has been delayed a lot. Alan Wilson, who knew nothing about it, was played around by the police, but he acted as if nothing had happened. He wished these actresses better careers. Oh, by the way, can you leave me an autograph? I want to keep it. After all, you ladies have many fans, and it can be used as a bragging capital in the future. No problem. Greta Garbo agreed happily, and left her own signature first. Mr. Allen should have more than just an autograph to brag about. Chapter 300 into New Year, New Governor. Anyway, being in charge of this reception is an unforgettable experience in my life. Alan Wilson was still moving his body while speaking, and the feeling of being beaten was still there. Oh. Greta Garbo's face showed a slight change, which was very rare. Okay, I will go to the United States after I finish dealing with things in London. Vivienne Leigh interrupted the two people's chatter. Although she could see that Alan Wilson had no memory, she was unwilling to continue. What if she remembered something? Everyone didn't want to waste time on the road, and finally decided to leave after New Year's Day. In the last few days, the time management master thought he had a plan, but he didn't know that he had been fed foot washing water without knowing it. You should thank me. Greta Garbo looked down at Alan Wilson and said something shocking. Why do you say this? Alan Wilson frowned. Is it because he is more angry to thank Greta Garbo? Thank her for giving him the opportunity to bow to fate. When facing Greta Garbo, Alan Wilson has always been very passive, and this time he was also very passive. Who can blame them for being demanding? It was already 1947, the year when British India gained independence. At the New Year's Eve dinner at the governor's mansion, the actresses from the Girlfriends group and the American staff also attended. The friendship between Britain and the United States was undoubtedly revealed at the dinner. If Derek was still in British India, he might have attended this dinner. Sir Baron spoke on behalf of the governor's mansion, wishing all departments to stick to their posts in the new year and continue to work hard for the prosperity and efforts of British India. Then the cocktail party officially began. With the expectation of the new year, the gentlemen of the British Empire toasted each other, listened to classical music, and talked about the harvest of the year. Hollywood actresses also received many invitations, but after refusing, the gentlemen just nodded slightly and did not entangle. What was Alan Wilson doing at this time? He was much busier than these dream lovers in the eyes of the public. The administrative officials and judicial officials who greeted him were more than twice as many as the actresses combined. Is he so popular? Joan Crawford looked in the direction of Alan Wilson and said suspiciously, Europe and America are still different. Greta Garbo also glanced over there and said lightly, Joan, the world is not just America. You need to supplement your understanding of this world. As the Assistant Commissioner of British India, the pioneer of London's investment promotion, the promoter of the Great Construction Plan, the best think tank for administrative and judicial officials, and the best friend of the princes of various states, Alan Wilson deserves such treatment. It's not that this group of bureaucrats, who are either bald or greasy, are more attractive than female stars. The key is that it's time to divide the money. The governor is about to take office. The work of rushing to spend money at the end of the year must be implemented as soon as possible. On January 2nd, a meeting on various expenditures of British India in 1946 was held solemnly at the Governor-General's office of British India. Sir Baron personally presided over this meeting and severely criticized the unprofessionalism shown in the Great Construction Plan and the fight against drought. Mistakes must be corrected and advantages must be carried forward. For this severe criticism, the chief executives of various provinces expressed their approval and said they would definitely correct the mistakes in their work. From now on, we must treat every day as if it were our last and use all our energy to serve British India. Sir Baron said solemnly, we don't have much time left. Are you also a Chinese fan? Alan Wilson's face changed slightly, and he thought for a while and said, "How about we set up a countdown sign at the Delhi gate? On the one hand, it tells the Indians, and on the other hand, it spurs us to work hard. Having this sign actually gives the Indians a psychological hint. I think this psychological hint is very useful. On the eve of the appearance of light, it may prevent the Indians from acting rashly. Of course, if we don't leave, when the time comes, the Indians may explode. That actually makes sense. Why not give it a try?" Burke, the chief executive of the United Provinces, nodded in agreement. "Seeing the time of independence approaching step by step, the Indians may give us less trouble in the last minute. Let's do it." Sir Baron thought for a while and nodded. "Gentlemen, work hard in the coming year." "Yes, sir." All the attendees responded in unison. At the end of the meeting, the benefits of the gentlemen's hard work over the past year had been calculated, and Sir Baron personally presided over the division of the cake as a reward for the gentlemen for their past year. In fact, the share for the gentlemen was not much, with an average of less than £300,000 for each chief executive. It was hard to do anything, including major construction and fighting drought, but they only got this little bit of hard-earned money. The beginning of the new year had a special meaning for the civil servants in British India. A year of hard work paid off, and everyone's face was filled with happy smiles. Sir Edward, who was far away in London, did not forget the important part of the civil servants in British India, and also sent the share that British India deserved in the process of selling iron ore. It is not completely unreasonable to be worthy of the duties of the cabinet secretary and be widely loved. In addition to this incident, the cabinet secretary also brought a piece of news that the new governor of British India was about to take office. On January 3rd and January 4th, Alan Wilson and his colleagues in the governor's house sent off the American team that came to British India to shoot a documentary, and then the next day they sent off the British treasure back home with the same specifications. Alan Wilson himself will also benefit the people of British India with more energy in the new year. On the same day, Alisa in Hyderabad officially received the appointment notice and became the youngest district commissioner in British India. This title originally belonged to Alan Wilson. However, Alisa was a woman, and her appointment was even more sensational. In the external report of the governor's office, it was explained that "I hope that Alisa's female identity can be used to resolve some meaningless confrontations and bring a touch of warmth to the work of British India." If it was Alan Wilson, he should also take a few days off, just because he officially became a commissioner. He should stop pretending to be a bandit and robbing. He has already jumped up in class and should think of some smarter ways to do things. "You are so polite." After locking the gold coins worth $100 in the iron box, Alan Wilson was pleased with Alisa's filial respect. "Dear Commissioner Elisa, how do you feel now?" "Andy seems very unhappy. Because I'm a commissioner." Elisa sighed and said, "Actually, think about it. He did nothing wrong, but his qualifications are indeed not enough. We should put personal feelings aside when we do things." "I can't say anything about your feelings." Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows and shook his head slightly. "You didn't pay me. That's too much." The new year brings new atmosphere in British India. For London, things are still the same, and the problems are still the same. Everything seems to have changed, but nothing has changed yet. At the beginning of the new year, the devastated London was shrouded in thick fog, looking very depressed and gloomy. At 10 Downing Street, the new Prime Minister Attlee, who was a former secretary of the Labour Party and was called a typical mediocre person by Churchill, was waiting for the arrival of an admiral with outstanding style with a gloomy face. He is Louis Francis Albert Victor Nicholas Mountbatten, the great-grandson of Queen Victoria. Mountbatten is 46 years old this year and has long been famous in Britain. He is tall and handsome. Attlee summoned him to serve as the Viceroy of India, that is, the Governor-General of India. The Prime Minister decided to give him this supreme task in India, not to let him rule India, but to let him arrange for Britain to withdraw from India. This is an extremely painful mission. Now, the imperial government is determined to withdraw from India wisely, so as not to be embarrassed by being driven away by force. The once great British Empire is no longer able to continue to rule its colonies today. General Mountbatten had already accepted the appointment and eventually had to take office. This time he came to number 10 Downing Street, but it was just a conversation before leaving. Mountbatten knew very well that this was a mission with no hope of success. He knew that the former Governor General, Field Marshal Wavell, was a talented soldier, but he was exhausted. Could he succeed? Mountbatten was not excited to receive this letter of appointment at the end of the empire. On the contrary, he felt frustrated. This position was not as comfortable as the position of the commander of the Supreme Command of the Allied forces in Southeast Asia that he had left before. I still have to repeat it. General Mountbatten looked at Prime Minister Attlee and said solemnly, what I said before. First, the government must publicly announce that Britain guarantees to stop exercising sovereignty and agree to the exact date of India's independence so that it will be convenient for me to have in-depth negotiations with the Congress Party and the Muslim League. Second, during my tenure, I will enjoy full power and complete freedom without having to ask for instructions and report to London, especially not allowing London to intervene frequently. Okay, but I hope General Mountbatten will not override the cabinet recognized by your majesty. Prime Minister Attlee nodded seriously. The date of British India's independence, I once said in Congress, this will not change. Then I will leave immediately. General Mountbatten sighed heavily. After all, he did not succeed in his struggle. After more than half a year, he had to go back again. Prime Minister Attlee had already agreed to these two excessive demands. So Mountbatten had no choice but to take office. On this day, London officially announced that the Viceroy of British India would officially take office. Chapter 303. The Governor arrives in New Delhi. This means that the Governor General of British India, who had been vacant for several months, is finally going to take office. General Mountbatten's long struggle ultimately came to no avail, but Pamela Mountbatten had already packed her bags and was waiting to set off. The good news about the US Steel Company finally came after the successful merger. This was priceless information in the eyes of the sources. On the one hand, the post-war reconstruction led to a surge in steel demand. On the other hand, this was a milestone for American companies to go deep into British India, which had great symbolic significance. Encouraged by the good news, the stock of the US Steel Company soared, and it seemed to have returned to its peak overnight, almost comparable to the grand occasion when Old Morgan established the US Steel Company. Edwina Ashley also made a fortune from the increase in the stock of the US Steel Company because of this good news. Now she believes that the family's fortune will definitely be very good in the new year. The sequel is that the younger daughter mentioned Alan more and more often. Pamela Mountbatten did not dare to waste her words in front of General Mountbatten, but played the role of a good daughter and tried to reduce her presence. But in front of her mother, she didn't care so much. Moreover, Alan Wilson had not forgotten the Mountbatten family. He leaked the news at a critical moment, giving Edwina Ashley the opportunity to experience the feeling of wealth skyrocketing. Mountbatten, who returned home, didn't say much and directly revealed the news that he was going to take up the post. Pack up your things and get ready to go. Okay. Edwina Ashley, as his wife, nodded. She could clearly see that her husband really didn't want to go. Mountbatten's biggest ideal was to be the Minister of the Sea, just like his father. But in order to make Mountbatten accept the position of Governor General of British India, Prime Minister Delhi proposed to the King of England to confer him the title of Earl Mountbatten of Burma. King George was particularly happy that someone in the royal family could receive this honor based on his own merits. Since Mountbatten had no sons, the King of England also made an unusual decision to allow Mountbatten's daughters to inherit the title so as not to interrupt this honor after Mountbatten's death. After hearing the good news, Mountbatten was happy, but also a little sad. He had a lifelong attachment to the title of Lord Louis inherited from his father, and had an almost superstitious feeling about it, believing that it had brought him a lot of good luck. However, when he received a higher level of honor, he ignored those things, and accepted the title of Earl Mountbatten of Burma without hesitation. Once he accepted it, he had to take up the post, even though General Mountbatten had tried hard to resist and put it into action, but it was useless. In the end, he still had to go to British India. Pamela, aren't you happy? Seeing his unusually quiet little daughter, Mountbatten took the initiative to ask, hasn't my daughter always wanted to return to New Delhi? I have to consider my father's feelings. Alan also advised me to leave British India at that time, and not to be too selfish and mess around with my family. Pamela Mountbatten answered very obediently, although I really want to stay there. Mountbatten, who failed after fighting against fate, was relieved at this time. This might be God's arrangement. This time you can see your sweetheart again. I'm not against the two of you. He is too worldly for his age, but he is surprisingly courageous. Your father is mainly afraid that you will be sad because of something in the future. But this is your choice. I also said that, if I return to British India, I will never interfere in your affairs. A few days after the new year, London was still shrouded in smoke, showing the majesty of the foggy city. The new Governor-General of British India and his family packed their luggage and prepared to go to New Delhi to take up their posts. Although this was not Mountbatten's dream, and he understood the difficulty of this job, since he accepted it, he had to make relevant preparations. At least in the eyes of others, the Mountbatten family was in high spirits when they took up their posts, heading for a powder keg that was about to explode at any time. A little higher, a little bigger, this sign must be updated every day. On the avenue between New Delhi and Delhi, a sign about the countdown to the independence of British India was being erected under the personal care of Alan Wilson. This was not a secret operation. It was done completely openly, and naturally attracted a lot of onlookers from Delhi citizens, who watched this scene and whispered to each other. Even in Delhi, not everyone understood the meaning of these numbers, although Arabic numerals were invented by ancient India. After hearing the explanation of the knowledgeable, but in fact only literate person, everyone cheered and looked at the huge sign with hope. Every day that passed in the future meant that the British were one day closer to leaving. For many people, the current suffering is just the darkness before dawn. Everyone can see the day when India will regain its freedom, but they have to endure it temporarily. Look at those Indians. The average Indian has a very good character. It's okay to get in touch with them individually. Alan Wilson was right in front of the Indian onlookers, holding a telescope in his hand and commenting, but then he changed the subject and said, but as a group, they are completely unreasonable. Maybe they are all waiting for the dawn. Everyone wants to witness that day. The commissioner's secretary Edel shrugged and said, it's not that I can't understand it, but our position is inconsistent with this. We are all people with modern education. The so-called darkness before dawn does not exist. Because of the rotation of day and night, all religions call for the world to be full of truth, goodness, and beauty, but which religion has done it for thousands of years? Alan Wilson put down the telescope and shook his head slightly. If the Indians want to watch, they can continue to watch. It's just a sign. We have to go back. Although the winter in India is short, it is not small. Alan Wilson remembered the news that Thailand encountered a cold wave one year, and dozens of people froze to death. When he checked the temperature, it was 5 degrees above zero. The temperature in New Delhi in January is a little higher than this, but for many Indians who are close to the proletariat, it is not a very friendly temperature. The last thing before the new Governor-General took office was that the Governor-General's office reminded British expatriates in various cities to open up free property trading and allow Indians to buy properties in British communities. Out of prudence, the pilot city started from Kolkata. This was the last chance for Alan Wilson to escape for British expatriates who could cash out and leave British India. Unlike the same period in history, because the fighting between the Congress Party and the Muslim League became more and more intense, the expatriates in British India were urgently evacuated. This certainly saved the lives of the expatriates, but it can also be said that in addition to their lives, the expatriates lost all their wealth in British India. Now Alan Wilson gave these expatriates the right to choose, either to return to Britain with the end of British India, or to continue to live in independent India. The choice is in their hands. At the same time, Alan Wilson is also drafting a press release, using countdown signs and opening up free property trading to prove that India is about to move from one victory to another. In fact, even if he does nothing, I believe that Indians will interpret it this way, but Indian interpretation is not as professional as his executor. Alan Wilson can easily interpret the reasons why India will win 10 times and the British Empire will lose 10 times. It is more comprehensive than the interpretation of Indian newspapers. In the governor's mansion, Sir Baron, the British Indian Commissioner, chatted with Alan Wilson. Our governor is on the way. He actually has many advantages, but the newspapers only pay attention to eye-catching jokes. Right, Alan. Generous, loyal and reliable, he works hard to help others solve their problems. He is kind-hearted, and likes everyone he meets. He is polite, thoughtful, and considerate. He has amazing patience, and is always ready to listen to others' opinions. Sir Baron nodded in approval. The biggest advantage is to hand over complicated government affairs to professionals. I agree very much. Alan Wilson nodded in salute, quoting the words of the cabinet secretary in the telegram. The train is also an independent individual, but the rails can allow it to move along the established route. For Mountbatten, the needs of the British Empire made him aspire to become the first Sea Lord of Britain like his father. The ideal sail is not so smooth, but he remains true to his original intention. The position of Governor-General of British India was somewhat turbulent, but he believed that, as long as he could resolve the issue in a year or so, he could return to his beloved navy. General Mountbatten's family kept changing planes. Since they had already decided to take office, they didn't need to delay by taking a ship. London, Rome, Cairo, Aden, New Delhi. A few days later, the military plane of the new Governor-General of British India landed at the New Delhi airport. The cabin door opened, and Sir Baron came with people from the Governor-General's office to greet and welcome General Mountbatten. Sir Baron carefully prepared the salute and red carpet to maintain the last dignity of the British Empire in British India. Mountbatten himself came down with his wife Edwina Ashley, followed by Pamela Mountbatten dragging a suitcase. Mr. Viceroy, we have been waiting for you to come to New Delhi for a long time. Sir Baron's face was full of sincere smiles. He greeted General Mountbatten, then his wife Edwina Ashley, and finally Pamela Mountbatten. Oh, Pamela, welcome back. Sir Baron, long time no see. I didn't expect that we still have the opportunity to work together. Mountbatten was speechless for a moment, looking helplessly at the other side. It's so heavy. Pamela Mountbatten pouted. Alan Wilson understood, stepped forward from the crowd, and took the suitcase. He replied with a smile, "You call it heavy? You have seen my suitcases. Which one is not heavier than this one?" The two handed over without paying attention to others, which directly broke General Mountbatten's defense. "Boy, tell me clearly, why did my daughter see your suitcase?" The governor's mansion has prepared a dinner to let the respected viceroy and his wife unload their fatigue. Sir Baron spoke in time and made a gesture of invitation, reminding the viceroy not to care about those details. The group number of the second group is 480,232,795. There are only 30 people at present. If you have joined the previous group, don't join again. It seems that there is a question asking what the protagonist's name is. If you answer it correctly, you can enter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304, A Promise Worth 1,000 Pieces. The matter of agreeing to the independence of British India has been in progress since the Labour Party came to power. Originally, Prime Minister Attlee wanted to withdraw some personnel from some institutions to show his sincerity. However, after being persuaded by professionals, in fact, by the Cabinet Secretary Sir Edward, he finally adopted a wait-and-see attitude. Otherwise, British India would have long since lost the so-called 100,000 civil servants. When the hope of gaining independence from British colonial rule was still slim, the two major religious sects in British India, the political forces formed by the Congress Party and the Muslim League, united to fight for independence. But when the British Labour Party government agreed to give India independence, the potential contradictions between the two major religious sects began to become public. This is even more of a reason for the gentlemen of British India not to leave. As the saying goes, wealth and honour are sought in danger. Compared with ordinary expatriates, civil servants did not come to British India from afar to help the backward world. They came here with a purpose, so they naturally could not run away because of the so-called risks. There are some who run away, but most people still hope to stand their last shift. At the first dinner after General Mountbatten arrived at the Governor General's house in British India, well-dressed gentlemen came one after another and talked about the role of the British Empire in maintaining the stability of British India in front of the Viceroy and his wife. If they suddenly left, the Congress and the Muslim League would definitely fight. At that time, the subcontinent would be flooded with blood, which would be a tragedy for both the image of the British Empire and the people of this continent. At present, the population of British India is 160 million, but in fact, the Governor General's house also has a rough statistics that there are more than 250 million Hindus and more than 90 million peace believers. The actual number is definitely higher than this, but the proportion should remain unchanged. The number of peace believers is slightly more than 1/3 of the number of Hindus. This is not a completely unconfrontational ratio. History has proved many times that the number of people is not the standard for judging everything. It can only be said that the party with more people will have some advantages, but this is not decisive. Seeing that one chief executive after another appeared and surrounded the Mountbattens in the middle, on the other side of the hall, Pamela Mountbatten sat directly on the lap of the young and promising Assistant Commissioner of British India and talked to each other. The owner of the thigh took the initiative to invite, and the Vice Prince's daughter agreed. No one can interfere with what we both want. When General Mountbatten noticed the situation here, Alan Wilson and the others had already sat down. This was because Pamela Mountbatten was pushed and left Alan Wilson's thigh out of embarrassment. During this process, she also fiddled with the till of crime and straightened it to save Alan Wilson from making a fool of himself and setting up a tent in public. Let's see what a lady is. In this case, she still considers Alan Wilson. This is the best choice for Mrs. Wilson. What are they talking about with my father? Pamela Mountbatten, whose blush had not yet subsided, changed the subject. Seeing her father and mother surrounded by them, she asked the man beside her. Independence cannot be rushed. The subcontinent needs Britain to stop possible sectarian conflicts. Alan Wilson got up and went back, bringing back 2 glasses of juice. Pamela Mountbatten liked to drink lemon juice. Although it was not the season, the governor's office had such reserves. South India was close to the equator and was not affected. He took a glass of wine himself. He felt that he still needed to exercise his drinking capacity, otherwise he would easily become drunk. Staring at the whiskey in the man's hand, Pamela Mountbatten chuckled and said, "Patricia said that men like to drink to boost their courage. I won't. I'm very brave, even if I don't drink. Don't worry." Seeing Pamela Mountbatten take the lemon juice, Alan Wilson went back to drinking by himself. After not seeing each other for more than half a year, the two still had a lot of topics to talk about. From the Comet airliner to the frequency hopping patent, Alan Wilson told Pamela Mountbatten about the current advantageous projects that the UK might try. The current technical capabilities of the United States may not necessarily surpass those of the UK, but the United States is larger and easier to achieve results. In terms of full confrontation, the UK alone cannot be counted on, but it may be possible to compete in some industries. To compete with the Americans in more industries is beyond the ability of an island country with a population of more than 40 million. Either dominate Europe and let other European countries help, or attain a key colony to make up for the lack of population size. It would be best if both aspects were successful, retaining a colony of great value and status, and leading Europe. Pamela Mountbatten mentioned some details of taking office as the Governor General of British India, saying that Downing Street actually gave General Mountbatten 2 choices. One was to be the Governor General of British India, and the other was to be the Governor General of South Africa. South Africa is much more difficult to deal with than British India. The native whites there have become powerful and will not listen to us soon. It would be better to come to India, where there are at least tens of thousands of troops stationed there, and a complete administrative system to cooperate with. We can also win over the Muslim League to check and balance, and South Africa will have much less room for maneuver. Alan Wilson shrugged, saying that if compared with South Africa, coming to British India was not a wrong decision. "Oh, by the way, I'll take you to Malaya when I have time. I've contacted the civil servants in Hong Kong and raised some animals." Alan Wilson turned to talk about something lighter. At least so far, he has not changed his original intention and is dedicated to serving the empire in the colonies. "The kind of crocodile you are talking about?" A docile crocodile? Pamela Mountbatten curled her lips and said, "You know how to lie. How can a crocodile be docile? You will know when the time comes." Alan Wilson laughed. "There is also a white freshwater dolphin." Alan Wilson actually did a lot of imperialist things. The British Empire has warships in the Yangtze River. What's wrong with transporting some baby dolphins? Don't wait for a few decades, when the baby dolphins are extinct, and then come to ask the Wilson family for help. Maybe he can get the treatment of an old friend by then. Moreover, as a colonist, he intercepted 2 sections of the tributary of Malaya for his own use, one for raising crocodiles and the other for raising baby dolphins. This is also very normal. I, a British gentleman, need a river to raise baby dolphins. What qualifications do the people in the colonies have to say? So far, anyway, he has not died, but it has cost a lot of money. Otherwise, as an animal protector, Alan Wilson needs money to do more meaningful things. British India has such a large population, and Indians don't need money. How did you catch it? Pamela Mountbatten was very curious. Is this the life of the assistant to the British Indian Commissioner? Alan Wilson said modestly, "Maybe I'm lucky. My colleagues in China have worked hard to catch 2 groups, one with 16 and the other with 6. This is the number of survivors. You spent a lot of money, didn't you?" Pamela Mountbatten rolled her eyes at Alan Wilson and taught him, "You are like this. I'm not picky. You run a zoo, an aquarium, and the Emerald House. You still have to work hard for the empire. Then put it back. I'll tell my colleagues over there." Alan Wilson tilted his head and said lightly, "No, I'll keep it after I catch it." Pamela Mountbatten changed her face instantly. "This is also your intention. I can't waste it. It's not good for animals." Alan Wilson slowly turned his head and made a sound of TSK. "It smells good." The day after Mountbatten arrived in British India, he met with General Irwin and senior officers of the British Army in India. The 2 sides were old acquaintances and were familiar with each other. Mountbatten's ability to boost morale is also one of his strengths. He extremely despised the phenomenon that the senior command staff did not contact the frontline officers and soldiers. Therefore, he could put down his royal family's heirs, often went deep into the troops to inspect, visit, and give speeches, meet and talk with officers and soldiers at all levels, so that every subordinate knew him, understood him, and gained strength and confidence from him. As a result, he enjoyed a high prestige among the officers and soldiers. At this time, when the officers and soldiers of the British Army stationed in India could not find the direction for the future, Mountbatten appeared at the right time. In fact, except for being a little more vain than normal and eager for progress, Mountbatten was a very good person. What's wrong with progress? Alan Wilson also pursued progress. What's wrong with standing on a bigger stage to serve the empire? There are many people like him, such as Li Jisheng, who came to New Delhi for the 3rd time and brought greetings from the kings of Sikkim and Bhutan. Not only did he meet him, but he also brought Pamela Mountbatten with him. It would be bad for Alan Wilson not to accept this heavy greeting. People are sincere, and not accepting it would be a lack of face. In the Oriental culture, face is more important than anything else. Alan Wilson also followed the local customs and showed respect. What? Who said that the local area was more influenced by India? He quickly pulled out the anti-British element to spread rumors. With me here, Bhutan and Sikkim will definitely be safe. Alan Wilson patted his chest loudly, as if he was as powerful as a tiger. I trust Assistant Alan very much. At this point, Richardson glanced at Pamela Mountbatten. This is the daughter of the Governor General. I heard that there is a word called daughter of gold. At this time and place, the word daughter of gold is more appropriate than ever before. I believe that, if the 2 kings were here, they would also agree very much. We must maintain peace in the entire subcontinent. Peace cannot be just between the 2 major religions, but regardless of size. This is fair. Alan Wilson felt that he deserved the honor brought by Richardson. Without him, would the United Nations have these 2 countries? This is what Alan Wilson deserved. I'll have to trouble you to take care of the affairs of Nepal, Bhutan, and Sikkim. Alan Wilson was happy and gave Li Jisheng a sweet date. These loyal allies of the British Empire must also be taken care of. Chapter 305. Be close to the people. In fact, in addition to General Mountbatten's own talents, Prime Minister Attlee also hoped that General Mountbatten's royal identity could play a role in front of the monarchs of the major princely states, including but not limited to. However, according to history, this role should not have played the role it should have. Of course, Mountbatten himself also won a personal right from Prime Minister Attlee, that is, he came to British India as a serving naval general, and in theory the Royal Navy should leave him a place. This is because Mountbatten was worried that being the Governor-General of British India would delay his service to the Royal Navy, so Mountbatten, who also had a progressive heart, left a way out for himself to return to the Navy later. The Governor-General will hold an inauguration ceremony soon, and you should stay and participate. Alan Wilson said this, turned his head, and asked Pamela Mountbatten, "Okay, I still need to ask for your opinion. Isn't it easy for you to arrange someone? Do you need to respect my opinion?" Although Pamela Mountbatten said so, the slightly raised corners of her mouth still betrayed her true feelings. "I have always respected women, when it is time to respect them." In front of Richardson, Alan Wilson was still showing off his affection. As for when women should not be respected, Pamela Mountbatten did not need to know at present. It was indeed something that Alan Wilson could arrange for Richardson to attend the Governor-General's inauguration ceremony. He was just an audience anyway, so what was the difficulty? Seeking Pamela Mountbatten's opinion was just to prove a fact that could be seen at a glance in front of Richardson, that this was the daughter of the Governor-General. Although Bhutan and Sikkim were small, they had been passed down for hundreds of years, and there must be accumulation. It just so happened that he, the Assistant Commissioner of British India, was not picky about food, and would not let go of any small benefit. Although he received the money, Alan Wilson had another advantage, that is, he had to do things after receiving the money. So since he received the money, he would do everything he could to protect the existence of these two countries. For this reason, Alan Wilson even stayed with Richardson for dinner. When he was alone, he would go to the Governor-General's mansion to eat, but now it was time, and he returned to the days of cooking by himself. Lee Jishan was very excited about this treatment, and at the same time he admired it. The assistant's cooking skills are very good. "I lived in Hong Kong for a few years," Alan Wilson said, while serving the dishes. "I'm not saying that the food in British India is not good, but most Indians eat with their hands, so I'm not used to it. The most common food that Indians eat the most is rice and flatbread." Why do I say common food? Because other foods are completely unacceptable to him. Just looking at a sticky bowl will make you full. Alan Wilson was quite courteous to Lee Jishing, who left his name in history as a minion of imperialism and interference in internal affairs. He is also an imperialist, but he has a focus, and specializes in hitting hard at places that can be handled. Is there anything wrong with this? He doesn't think he did anything wrong. In fact, most politicians in all countries never seek allies when seeking relations between countries, but look for vassal states. If you do a million good things to your country, as long as you do one thing wrong, you will be scolded as an ungrateful wolf. For a country like India, that has the ability to resist, Alan Wilson did not ask for much, and he was never prepared to tear British India into pieces. He just wanted to balance the details, because he knew deeply that India was an important force to contain the Himalayas. Don't mention that he didn't have the ability. Even if he had the ability, he couldn't tear India apart. If he did, it would either benefit the Soviet Union or a certain big country. It was too difficult for maritime countries to compete for influence with big countries in Eurasia. Continental countries naturally have advantages. You will be responsible for Bhutan, Sikkim and Nepal. In order to ensure the security of these three places, we may find an opportunity to talk to the Congress Party, Alan Wilson said while eating, giving Richardson some power to do things in the north. 2 days later, the British Indian authorities held the inauguration ceremony of the new governor. According to traditional customs, the new governor should wear gorgeous clothes and speak little on such occasions. However, Mountbatten went against convention, dressed simply, and gave a speech to all the British and Indians who came to the ceremony. Although the new governor generally does not speak at the swearing-in ceremony, I'm willing to say a few words to you and the Indian people. I'm not serving as a governor-general in a normal capacity. Our great king has decided to hand over power before the second half of 1948. I believe that every leader of an Indian political party realizes, as I do, that the current situation is grim and our mission is arduous. I hope to consult with you as soon as possible and do everything I can to help you. At the same time, each of us must do our utmost to avoid radical actions that may lead to bloodshed. I have many Indian friends, some of whom I met 25 years ago. My wife and I got engaged at Delhi University at that time. In the past 3 years, I have made a large number of Indian friends, especially in the combat troops, many of whom I'm proud of. Being the successor to Governor Wavell is not an easy task. However, I have no illusions about the difficult task. I only need the goodwill of everyone. Today I'm begging for goodwill from the Indian people. Isn't it a little too weak? Alan Wilson, who was sitting next to Sir Barron, asked, who drafted this speech? It was drafted by the Governor General himself. Sir Barron said with a headache, but fortunately, even the Governor General himself said that the time is set in 1948. As long as we stick to this premise, it will be fine. Of course, we have countless reasons to stick to it, even if we have to use any means. Alan Wilson agreed deeply. Other things can be discussed and negotiated, but this premise cannot be changed. Governor General Mountbatten cannot be allowed to win the favor of the Indians with a one-sided and selfish idea, thereby sacrificing the interests of the British Empire. This is something that Alan Wilson and the entire Governor General's office cannot allow. In this matter, if the Governor General made a mistake, then Alan Wilson had no reason to cover it up. He could only stand with Sir Barron and jointly safeguard the interests of the British Empire. In any case, this speech made the people in the Governor General's office very uncomfortable, as if they owed the Indians. Should we apologize to 90% of the countries in the world? Except for Antarctica, there are battlefields left by the expeditionary forces on every continent. Should we apologize to them one by one and compensate for the losses? After the inauguration ceremony, Alan Wilson was full of complaints and complained to Pamela Mountbatten about his dissatisfaction with her father. Indians were colonized. They deserved it. History progressed in this way. Today's Celts came earlier than us. Do we have to give up even the British mainland? Alan, my father just expressed an attitude at the end of his speech. It doesn't mean anything. It was the first time that Pamela Mountbatten saw Alan Wilson angry, and what my father said made sense. There's nothing wrong in expressing some apologies. Not mentioning it is the greatest kindness to the Indians. Apologize. They don't deserve it. Alan Wilson took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and adjusted his tone. Pamela, I'm not a cruel person, but my historical knowledge tells me that there must be a country that starts the colonial process, but it happens to be Britain. Other countries, no, any country colonizing, can't be more tolerant than us. The so-called peace-loving nonsense, since ancient times is okay to deceive ordinary people, but those who say it don't believe it themselves. Alan Wilson said it from an objective and neutral perspective, not to whitewash the British Empire. If a country starts the colonial process and travels thousands of miles to a colony, is it to focus on poverty alleviation? If not, it must be exploited. What morality can we talk about if we exploit? Indians are victims of British colonialism, and then after independence, they turn around and clean up Bhutan, Sikkim, and Nepal. While complaining about his father-in-law, Mountbatten also began to fulfill the governor's responsibilities and set a series of negotiation goals involving various parties and forces in British India. Mountbatten also planned to meet with representatives of all walks of life, but he soon decided that the real powerful people would be his main targets. For example, the real power in Hinduism and the Congress Party is Nehru, Gandhi and Sardar Patel. The highest decision maker of the Muslim League is only Jinnah. If we don't take them seriously, there is no way to solve the problems here. Nehru is eloquent and eloquent. He was confirmed by Gandhi very early and was promoted in the Congress Party and served as the chairman of the party 3 times. The Mahatma had foreseen that the torch of their struggle would be carried high by Nehru. Nehru also worshipped Gandhi as a god. Although there were occasional conflicts and disagreements, he always followed Gandhi with sincere friendship. As the situation has developed to this day, there have been some subtle changes in the relationship between Nehru and Gandhi, and only the feelings of respect remain. The Governor General is eager to solve the problem. After knowing Governor Mountbatten's plan, Sir Baron called Alan Wilson to ask, "What do you think of the meeting plan formulated by the Governor General?" "Not good. We should start by meeting representatives from all walks of life," Alan Wilson said without thinking. "Otherwise it would be disrespectful to the imperial subjects of British India. We must avoid the change from the British ruling the Indians to the Indians ruling the Indians. This is what Gandhi said himself. Let the Governor General be troubled by the messy affairs first, and our work will be much easier." Sir Baron was very satisfied. Alan Wilson showed with practical actions that he was still our man. No one can say that being close to the people is wrong, right? Alan Wilson thought for a while and said, "We should go the ladies' route." Chapter 306. The False Governor. We must make the Governor General's wife stand on our side. We must make her understand this truth without hiding it. It is not advisable to unilaterally allow British India's independence for one's own selfish desires. Alan Wilson and Sir Baron reached a consensus on this point. Although the civil servants in British India have not lost money by now, why should they leave if they can stay one more day? The gentlemen have not made enough money yet. Besides, Mountbatten's desire to quickly deal with the problems of British India is selfish. The great Prime Minister said that the problems of British India should be solved in 1948. You have accelerated the progress as soon as you arrived in British India. What else is this but selfishness? How to make the lady stand on our side depends mainly on Alan. Only you have an extra layer of bondage, so it is more appropriate to start the persuasion work. Sir Baron thought about it, and the best candidate was the assistant in front of him. Only Alan Wilson was the most suitable person to try to stop the Governor General's very selfish ideas and preserve the interests of the British Empire. With Sir Baron's approval, Alan Wilson left the Governor's mansion. Sir Baron asked the Commissioner's Secretary Edel to prepare a new schedule for the Governor, emphasizing closeness to the people and also focusing on leisure, including but not limited to attending golf, tennis and even cricket ceremonies, and even a vacation schedule in British Ceylon. Edwina Ashley of course lived in the Governor's mansion, and it was very convenient for Alan Wilson to visit. After knocking gently on the door, Edwina Ashley opened the door. When she saw that it was Alan Wilson, she said in a tone that had seen through everything, "I'm here to see Pamela, come in." Governor Mountbatten was of course not there. The Mountbattens who lived in the Governor's mansion, every move could not escape the eyes of loyal and upright civil servants. Pamela Mountbatten came out of the room and said embarrassedly, "Why did you come directly here?" "I came to see you, and by the way, I have something to talk to the lady about," Alan Wilson answered Pamela Mountbatten very honestly. Edwina Ashley was surprised and said with a wry smile, "Aren't you here to see Pamela?" "Yes and no." Alan Wilson sat down and said, "Of course the ultimate goals are not in conflict. I do have some official business and I want to get answers from your wife. I wonder if your wife knows what the Viceroy thinks of British India." Louis said that British India is a powder keg that is about to explode, and he didn't want to come here to be governor. Alan Wilson was not an outsider either, and Edwina Ashley directly told her about Mountbatten's own mental journey and how reluctant he was to come to British India to take office. That's understandable. The governor seems to be very eager to resolve the issue of British India. Alan Wilson frowned and said, "But this is not in the interests of the British Empire. Our work over the past year has conflicted with the governor's idea of quickly resolving British India. There may be many problems in cooperating like this. Is there anything wrong with letting India be independent?" Edwina Ashley was a little surprised, especially when her son-in-law, who she was very optimistic about, said so. "Louis thinks Nehru is not bad. What does Madam think of Nehru?" Alan Wilson's heart moved, and he asked this question very seriously. "Although I came to British India during the war, I didn't meet him. I just came to see my husband. There were still many things to do during the war. I stayed here for a while and then went back." Edwina Ashley told the truth. "But what?" Louis said, "Nehru is still a good person. She did come here when General Mountbatten was the commander-in-chief of the Allied forces in Southeast Asia." This is also what Pamela Mountbatten said when Alan Wilson first met her. But then Edwina Ashley returned to London, so Alan Wilson was very surprised when he returned to London. How could the fact that Edwina Ashley was in London conflict with his memory? "Is Nehru a good person?" Alan Wilson asked suspiciously. If Edwin or Ashley had dangerous thoughts, it would be very detrimental to the civil servants of the entire British India. Louis said so. I'm not familiar with him. Edwin or Ashley was a little surprised. Why did Alan Wilson's voice just now seem so strange? Then he introduced Nehru from Mountbatten's mouth. Mountbatten and Nehru first met in Singapore. He liked him very much at that time. Mountbatten admired Nehru's talent, wit and sophistication. What kind of talent and appearance does a 58-year-old bald old man have? Alan Wilson curled his lips and said, Mr. Ali Jinnah is more charismatic, but the Governor General may not agree. Why? Pamela Mountbatten asked, unconvinced. She still remembered that Alan Wilson criticized her father yesterday. The little girl held a grudge. How do you know that my father will not get along well with Ali Jinnah? Because there are more Hindus than peaceful believers. Ali Jinnah and Nehru are opposing leaders. Nehru wanted to take over a complete British India, but Ali Jinnah would never agree. Alan Wilson said this, and looked at Pamela Mountbatten. Do you think your father will stand on the side of the majority leader, or the minority leader? I believe the Governor General will soon realize that the conflict between the Congress Party and the Muslim League is irreconcilable. Ali Jinnah will never make concessions. I have met with Mr. Jinnah several times and I can be completely sure of this. Alan Wilson said this, and then changed the subject. What is certain is that the Governor General's judgment on British India before he came was very accurate. This is indeed a powder keg that can explode at any time. What the Governor General's office has been doing for the past year is to delay the time of the explosion as much as possible. Alan, do you want me to help you do something? Edwin or Ashley asked after a moment of silence. Madam, we are not helping us do anything. We are doing this for the sake of the British Empire. We are colonists for profit in the final analysis. Not all colonial officials are murderers. Few people cannot sleep if they don't kill someone. It's all for the benefit of the British Empire. Alan Wilson sighed and said, our goal is to protect the stability of British India and continue to provide blood transfusions to the mainland before Prime Minister Attlee's deadline. I'll try my best. Edwin or Ashley hesitated for a moment and shook her head. Louis came here to do his best to get things done. It's understandable that he is a little impatient. It depends on whether to get the British Empire's affairs done well or the Indian affairs done well. Everyone in the governor's office thinks it's the former. Sometimes, for the sake of national interests, we have to do things against our conscience. Alan Wilson said with a grateful smile, Madam, the Empire will thank you. You are absolutely a genuine governor's wife. The governor is also a real governor. Pamela Mountbatten was unwilling to hear this. You are actually creating divisions within the Mountbatten family. You are so bad. We are still loyal to the Empire, but your father may not be. Alan Wilson was halfway through his words when Pamela Mountbatten's hand reached out and gently twisted Alan Wilson's arm. Say it again. I was wrong. Alan Wilson apologized bluntly, glanced at the governor's daughter, and vowed that one day he would make this woman shed tears of happiness, and that day would not be far away. The new schedule was arranged by Ismay, the Secretary General of the Governor's office. Ethel was actually Ismay's subordinate. Just like Alan Wilson was Sir Baron's subordinate. It's just that he rarely saw the Secretary General except during meetings, and the Commissioner and the Secretary General's office were not in the same building. The new schedule was very dense at first glance, almost accurate to every hour, but the people to be met were basically not important, showing a close to the people move. During the period, there were also entertainment activities that General Mountbatten liked very much, such as cocktail parties, golf, tennis, and other sports. And the governor's family's vacation plan, even including a vacation to British Ceylon. Sir Baron and Alan Wilson looked at the plan drawn up by Secretary General Ismay and pondered whether the arrangement was a combination of work and rest. It can't be that there is nothing important, otherwise it seems to lacking in sincerity. Sir Baron stretched out his hand to rub his chin. He always wanted the Governor General to do something. British India is different from the mainland, and some rules can be changed appropriately. Just add the issue of the Rohingyas. Nehru couldn't solve that problem. We can also use the Rohingyas to prove a point. A group of 1 million people is difficult to solve, let alone a problem involving hundreds of millions of people. Alan Wilson proposed to give the new Governor General a head start. Good idea. Sir Beran smiled with satisfaction. The Rohingya issue can be regarded as a preliminary rehearsal for the partition of India and Pakistan. Let's see what the Governor General can do first. If he can solve it, it proves his ability. If he can't solve it, what about it? That's even better. Alan Wilson said what Sir Beran wanted to say but didn't say, and waited for the praise of his boss. Then, this rescheduled schedule was sent to Mountbatten, after he returned to the governor's mansion. Oh, what is the purpose of these civil servants piling up these trivial matters? They thought I didn't know. Governor Mountbatten looked at the rescheduled schedule, and said to his wife very arrogantly, they don't want me to solve the problems of British India, which will make them look very incompetent. Really, Louise? Edwina Ashley, who has been successfully regarded as a leader by the British Indian civil servants, and has become our person, took over the schedule from her husband and commented, there are big things and small things. What's wrong with a tight schedule and a balance between work and rest? The Governor General was just having fun, but the Governor General's wife beside him was the real hero. The fake Governor General came to British India and wanted to selfishly advance the process, while the real Governor General understood the hard work of the British Indian civil servants and knew how to balance work and rest. Chapter 307 The Great Former Prime Minister. Well, that does make sense, but we have to do some real work. When Mountbatten saw that it was his wife who expressed her opinion, he naturally could not reject her in person, so he changed his tone to a softer one. Edwina Ashley raised her eyebrows. A trace of displeasure flashed across her face. In fact, you don't have to bother at all. Since you know it's a powder keg, why can't you get through the last bit of time and then return home? Edwina, I can't agree to this. Your Majesty has entrusted this matter to me, and I will naturally get it done. Even if this matter is indeed very difficult, and from what I know, Nehru is a reasonable person. Mountbatten shook his head and said without changing his original intention, at least we should try our best to protect the rights and interests of all parties as much as possible, and then withdraw. But I heard that the confrontation between the parties is very intense, and it may not be easy to achieve the goal. Edwina Ashley sighed. If it was very easy to do, you wouldn't have to be forced to take office. At this time, Mountbatten still had a naive idea to protect the interests of all parties. At the beginning of his term, he had envisioned a plan. In order to maintain even superficial unity of the subcontinent, India would be divided into three parts: Hindustan, Pakistan and princely states, on the premise that the central agency retained certain powers. Such a naive idea. After hearing what the little spy Pamela Mountbatten said, Alan Wilson was not surprised. After all, the governor was a genius who flew warships and built ice aircraft carriers. So it was normal that the governor did not think that things that were difficult for everyone were difficult. What's wrong? Seeing the man's face changing from gloomy to bright, Pamela Mountbatten was a little worried. She still liked him. Seeing her lover frowning, she immediately felt the same way, and the distance between the two of them became closer. Your father is a good man when he is not having strange ideas, but he is too conceited. Alan Wilson tilted his body and leaned his head on Pamela Mountbatten's shoulder. Under normal circumstances, it should be the other way around, but the opportunity is not to be missed, and he can only seize the opportunity in front of him. Worrying about the country and the people, while showing the man's vulnerability, if it weren't for the constant sniffing of the nose, it would be a beautiful picture. In that case, is it less important to meet Mr. Ali Jinnah than the Congress Party? You know, there are multiple leaders on the Congress Party side, while Ali Jinnah's words are final on the Muslim League side. Since Governor Mountbatten still has naive ideas about British India, someone is needed to bring the governor's ideas back to reality. Ali Jinnah, the leader of the Muslim League, is the best candidate. Stick out your tongue. Before letting Pamela Mountbatten go back, Alan Wilson gave the governor's daughter a tongue kiss reward in a tough tone. He had to accept it, so he let the dizzy Pamela Mountbatten go back. Poor governor's daughter, she was played around in the palm of her hand, and her tongue root was sucked, and she was still enduring it. Since the governor wanted to do something big, it became extremely important to push Ali Jinnah out as a tough attitude, to make the governor return to reality. Of course, this was not enough. Mountbatten was extremely conceited, especially when he thought he was right. We have to find a way. Alan Wilson came to Sir Beran to discuss who could put pressure on Governor Mountbatten. Before the Governor General came to British India, he specifically warned the Prime Minister not to interfere. Judging from the Prime Minister's understanding in all circles, the Prime Minister should keep his promise. Sir Baron shook his head and said, "So we hope that London can calm the Governor General down, which is an extremely difficult thing. We can't just watch the interests of the British Empire suffer. Put all our hopes on Ali Jinnah." Alan Wilson frowned and said, "What if it doesn't work? There is a way. We can find a way to expose the true face of the Congress Party and let the Governor General understand that this is not essentially the business of a certain leader. Since there is no way to exert pressure at the official level, are there any other candidates? This person must have broad majesty, world-renowned reputation, and a distinctive personality. He cannot be a member of the ruling party. He must also have a good personal relationship with the Governor General, be able to talk to him, and have the courage to face difficulties. Stubbornness is not a shortcoming, at least compared to the naive Governor General. It is not a shortcoming at all. I have always been concerned about the situation in British India, unwilling to be lonely, and have always wanted to continue to serve the British Empire." Sir Baron and Alan Wilson were talking to themselves. As they were talking, their faces changed. There was indeed such a person in the British Empire today, who met all the characteristics mentioned above. Almost at the same time, Alan Wilson and Sir Baron looked at each other, and said the same name, Mr. Churchill, the great former Prime Minister. Alan Wilson looked serious, and the title changed from Mr. Churchill to the great former Prime Minister, the defender of the British Empire. Sir Baron frowned, and kept clicking his tongue. He has a wide reputation, and is more famous than the current Prime Minister. He has always taken a tough attitude towards the colonies, protecting the interests of the British Empire, and fighting for it. The key is that he does not belong to the ruling party, so it does not violate the verbal agreement between the government and the governor. Many rainbow farts came out of the two leaders of the British Indian administrative officials. Mr. Churchill became the great former Prime Minister, and firing in the House of Commons became defending the interests of the British Empire. Even the face of the bull terrier looked particularly nostalgic. On the one hand, we arranged for Jinnah to meet with the Governor General to put out the Governor General's naive ideas. On the other hand, we informed Sir Edward of the Governor General's naive ideas, and pointed out that Churchill was the most capable person to stop the Governor General. Sir Baron followed his words and set a complete set of countermeasures. The Governor General wants to invite Gandhi to meet. At this time, the Commissioner Secretary Edel came in to report. Meet Jinnah first, and arrange a meeting between Jinnah and the Governor General. Sir Baron paused and said, "Just say that Jinnah particularly wants to meet with the Governor General, and we have agreed. If you don't meet, the Muslim League will doubt the sincerity of the new Governor General. Mountbatten must obtain Gandhi's support to smoothly implement his plan in an extraordinary period. Gandhi's role cannot be ignored, whether for the Congress Party or for India's independence." Before Mountbatten arrived in India and held his inauguration ceremony, he wrote to Gandhi to invite him to meet, and said that, if he was willing, Mountbatten would send a special plane to take him from Behar to Delhi. Gandhi refused the Governor General's plea, and said that he would take the train to Delhi at that time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sir Baron arranged for Ali Jinnah to meet with him before Gandhi. At the same time, he met with the popular wife of the Governor General, and made a request to inform Sir Edward of the things here in the name of Mrs. Governor General Edwina Ashley. Only a name was needed, and the content of the telegram was naturally drafted by Sir Baron. "You won't harm my husband, will you?" Edwina Ashley asked doubtfully. Although the British Empire did not have the tradition of the lower class rebelling against the upper class, it did not mean that Edwina Ashley had no doubts. "Dear madam, we will not lie to you, and we also know the agreement between the Governor General and the Prime Minister. But we must report the situation here to London truthfully." Sir Baron said solemnly, "We are afraid that the Governor General's rash actions will cause irreversible consequences. At that time, taking all kinds of measures to remedy the situation will only waste time and space. It is a shameful crime for the current British Empire. It's not that serious. We just try to take safe measures as much as possible." Upon hearing about the shameful crime, Alan Wilson immediately started to remedy the situation, saying that it was not as serious as Sir Baron said. This telegram was successfully sent and arrived in London with good wishes from all levels of British India. If it were on the mainland, the affairs officer and the political officer would come up with such a big show, which would definitely be disadvantageous to the affairs officer. But it is different in the colonies. In the final analysis, the administrative relations and personnel arrangements of British India depend on London. Governor Mountbatten cannot drive away any senior administrative official of British India. This must be agreed by Sir Edward. Alan Wilson didn't know whether he had responded to the telegram asking the former Prime Minister to come forward. According to the Time, Churchill should have delivered the Iron Curtain speech this year, urging the Americans to quickly target the Soviet Union and defend the precious qualities of the free world. This is nothing new. As early as the First World War, the propaganda offensive launched by the British Empire portrayed the German Second Empire as a dictatorial, centralized, and unfree challenger. Once Germany controls the world, it will establish a real empire and make every country crawl at the feet of the Germans. Britain has long been proficient in this regard. So far, the most difficult country to deal with in the propaganda war is France. Germany is not really a significant opponent in propaganda. I don't know whether the former Prime Minister who has been defending the British Empire is just talking nonsense or is really willing to do his part. At the same time, the governor's office sent someone to contact Ali Jinnah and informed the leader of the Muslim League that the governor was willing to meet with Ali Jinnah first after taking office. Of course, in terms of external caliber, it must be Ali Jinnah who took the initiative to communicate with the governor, hoping that the leader of the Muslim League can understand. Sir Baron then informed Governor General Mountbatten of the news of Jinnah's meeting. Although this was unexpected, it did not cause Mountbatten's dissatisfaction. As long as they were meeting important figures, it was not important who came first and who came later. As a matter of course, before Ali Jinnah arrived, the current schedule was mainly about getting close to the people, such as meeting representatives of various classes first. Chapter 308 Attlee's Considerations. Alan Wilson had no problem. He could even talk about stocks with the governor's wife and add to the wealth of the Mountbatten family. I have a German friend. We have a very good relationship, Edwina Ashley said in amazement. Her name is Isabel. She is now a female official in Bonn. She also established a tobacco factory. She is really a business genius. Well, when I heard what the lady said, I also wanted to meet her. Alan Wilson could hardly describe his mood at the moment. He actually heard from Edwina Ashley about the sequelae left by his inability to help himself in Germany. But then he was completely angry. Edwina Ashley said that the younger sister of the two sisters was pregnant because of a British occupation force. This made Alan Wilson furious. Fucking shit kept popping out of his mouth. It was a purely instinctive reaction. But there was silence immediately. In fact, there was another possibility. Don't let the clown appear. It was my own misunderstanding. Asking indirectly how old the child was, to see if the criminal occupation forces could be brought to justice. The Assistant Commissioner of British India found that, if calculated by time, he was still in the British occupied zone of Germany at that time, working hard for the British Empire. If we find that occupation force, we should just shoot it. Pamela Mountbatten joined in viciously, just as she had said in Bonn, without changing at all. After a long time, there is indeed chaos in Germany, and maybe we really can't find it. Alan Wilson said that there is no need to be so jealous. After all, he is a citizen of the British Empire, and there is still a chance to correct it. Maybe it was just a temporary mistake. Of course, in his heart, it is better to confirm this matter. He doesn't even know whether Anna's child is a boy or a girl. There is no need to worry about eating, no matter which sister. The body shape is not enough to make the child hungry. He has felt this with his hands. Not only firm but also full. Worrying about not getting the child drunk is more likely than starving. Edwina Ashley also brought a dozen financial talents, but she did not live in the governor's mansion. She was currently responsible for evaluating which industries in the US stock market were more suitable for long-term holding, and which were suitable for short-term operations. In this regard, Alan Wilson's advice was that, if you are not in a hurry, you can hold it for a long time. Power is power and money, and the two are inseparable. It is also important to pay more attention to the movements of the US federal government. At this time, Ali Jinnah rushed to New Delhi. The hopes of the peace believers in the entire subcontinent were concentrated in him because the Muslim League had only one prestigious leader, unlike the Congress Party, which had Gandhi, Nehru and Patel. Once Ali Jinnah fell, the Muslim League would not have the next prestigious person to confront the Congress Party. Jinnah's time was running out. In mid-1946, he was diagnosed with advanced tuberculosis. His bad habit of smoking 50 cigarettes a day aggravated his condition. The doctor estimated that Jinnah only had 1 or 2 years left to live. In this regard, Jinnah's choice was to speed up his work, as if he was racing against death. Prime Minister Attlee in London set a goal of making British India independent in June 1948. This time was not actually the time that Alan Wilson liked. He thought that it would be enough to get through this year completely. If it was later, once Ali Jinnah fell, the Muslim League would lose its backbone, and it would be difficult to split British India. The peace believers were originally a minority. If the only supreme leader fell again, how could they fight against the Congress Party in the future? For the current London political arena, the Conservative Party's life is not good. In the 1945 election, the Labour Party won 47.8% of the votes. It seemed that there was no problem, but in fact, it occupied 393 seats in the 600-member parliament. At present, it is a complete monopoly. During the general election, everyone believed that Churchill would win. His campaign activities were enthusiastic. The Soviet intelligence agency also believed that the Conservative Party would win with an advantage of more than 80 seats, but Churchill failed. The cheering crowd was actually saying goodbye to Churchill. After several years of war, service, sacrifice, bombing, death notices, rationing, and hunger, the people were tired. People were at a loss as they looked at their devastated homes, but Churchill's campaign platform was still to maintain the empire, and he asked people to continue to work hard and point out Britain's obligations and responsibilities. But people were tired. Churchill wanted people to pay more, but people had already paid once after World War I. The time between World War I and World War II was not far away, and voters did not forget the difficult struggle after World War I. Prime Minister Attlee did not need the approval of the Conservative Party to implement any policy, and the government and the opposition were firmly controlled by the Labour Party. The only hidden danger of the Labour Party was that the relationship between the party leader and the deputy leader was not good. Looking at the current British Parliament, there were Labour Party members everywhere. As the leader of the Conservative Party, Churchill was somewhat lost. At the same time, facing the fact that the Soviet Union was gradually gaining a foothold in Eastern Europe, Churchill also hoped that he could do something. He didn't know that in 10 Downing Street, his cabinet secretary during the war, Edward Bridges, was talking about Churchill with the current Prime Minister, Attlee, who he called a mediocre person. According to the report from the governor's office in New Delhi, after taking office, the Governor-General was very eager to solve the problem of British India and showed unprecedented courage. In front of Prime Minister Attlee, Edward Bridges praised this behavior loudly. Governor Mountbatten believes that we can work hard for the tiny possibility of the integrity of British India. It's not as optimistic as you say, is it? Prime Minister Attlee listened to Edward Bridges' words with a look of doubt on his face. This cabinet secretary rarely praised people. What happened today? Why not? The Governor-General has shown his determination to solve the problem. No matter whether the final result is good or bad, he has finally worked hard for it. Edward Bridges continued to praise without changing his original intention. Of course, the criticism that follows may be borne by the entire British Empire. Isn't that something that the current government has to bear? Prime Minister Attlee frowned upon hearing this and asked, "Isn't it very hasty?" "You can also say that it is courageous," Edward Bridges said proudly, "but the problem now is that we have promised Governor Mountbatten before that we must not interfere with his actions in British India, and the local chief executive does not have the right to disagree with the governor. This is very embarrassing, and the situation seems to be in an unsolvable state. Then what should we do? Ask the Americans for help. I heard that the Americans took the initiative to assist Europe. But we think our current situation is okay, so we can talk more about the conditions." Attlee frowned and thought, the Americans have already obtained the best iron, ore with the best geographical location and the best quality in British India. What else do they want? Europe is undoubtedly in rubble now, and the only country whose infrastructure has not been significantly damaged in the war is the United States. It joined the war later than most European countries, and the losses suffered in its homeland were relatively limited. The official gold reserves of the United States, as the solid foundation of its agriculture and industry, are still intact, and its economy is still vibrant. During the war, the US industry supported the war machines of the country and its allies. As a result, the US economy experienced the fastest growth since its founding. The aid plan mentioned by Prime Minister Attlee was actually the later Marshall Plan, except that the main targets of US aid were Greece and Turkey, and other European countries were still in the stage of aid for the restoration of people's livelihood. But it was different for Greece and Turkey. The war in Greece became more and more fierce, especially after Turkey sent troops. The intensity of the war increased, which forced the United States to increase its economic support to the local area. Of course, from another aspect, the United States was also urging Britain to help, but Prime Minister Attlee still left room. Supporting Greece and Turkey should be mainly based on the United States, and Britain should just play a supporting role. In fact, from a personal perspective, there is someone who can give Governor Mountbatten a reminder, and can also abide by the verbal commitment between the government and the governor. Edward Bridges shook his head, indicating that he was not talking about the suspicious ally. Who? Prime Minister Attlee thought for a moment, then understood. Are you talking about that arrogant Winston? Yes. Congressman Churchill has a very good personal relationship with the Governor General. Only he can persuade the Governor General. Edward Bridges nodded. The Indians are also very familiar with him. If the Prime Minister does not mind, he is actually more well known than you. Who made him the Prime Minister during the war? Prime Minister Attlee was not dissatisfied with this. His silence was just thinking about the pros and cons, and whether it would affect future elections. He hesitated and said, even if I agree, it is still unknown whether he will leave, although we all know that he is still very energetic. It's just that he has used it all on the Soviet Union. Then we can communicate with Congressman Churchill. Edward Bridges thought for a while and said, in this way, when British India becomes independent in the future, whether it is praise or slander, he and you will share the responsibility. I suddenly realized that Winston is actually an excellent candidate. Upon hearing what Edward Bridges said, Prime Minister Attlee immediately changed his face. Only he has such prestige and ability. The Prime Minister's judgment is very wise. Edward Bridges acted as if he had suddenly realized something. Congressman Churchill has always advocated a tough stance on British India. If he really comes to experience it, will he still be the same as before? But he will refuse, right? Prime Minister Attlee frowned. He couldn't force Churchill to go to British India. Why not announce the news and see what public opinion is? Edward Bridges suggested, I believe Congressman Churchill will make a judgment that comes completely from his heart. In principle, Edward Bridges should not express his views on party issues, but he is already ready to step down. Chapter 309 Scare Jinnah. Low-level civil servants are not so strict about party issues, but senior civil servants have always strictly avoided appearing at any party gatherings, let alone expressing their views. It's just that Edward Bridges has already found a successor and will help Prime Minister Attlee before leaving office to complete the smooth handover of the head of the civil service. Obviously, Attlee himself accurately received Edward Bridges' goodwill and said, the opposition party is also an important force in British politics, just as important as the smooth handover of civil servants. The great Prime Minister's words are always impressive. Edward Bridges smiled and sincerely complimented the Prime Minister's great decision. What should we do specifically? It's better not to make it sound like I'm begging that egomaniac. The prestigious Winston just wanted to have fun. In Attlee's eyes, Churchill is still that egomaniac. In Churchill's eyes, the current Prime Minister Attlee is still that mediocre person who does nothing. Even if the British choose mediocre people, they won't choose him. Before the drought in the subcontinent, Gandhi wrote to Congressman Churchill. Although it was a little long ago, it can still be used. It is necessary to let the public know about this. Edward Bridges remembered one thing. This letter does exist and is not forged. Gandhi did write to Churchill last year, hoping that Churchill could mediate the increasingly obvious hostility between the Congress Party and the Muslim League. When Prime Minister Attlee heard about this, He understood it in his heart and said sincerely, the public's right to know is too necessary. If Churchill, the backbencher, just chatters in Parliament every day, pointing fingers at the ruling party with the issue of British India, but turns a deaf ear to Gandhi's request, this is a ruined person. Everyone knows that Churchill always claims to safeguard the interests of the British Empire. Now when the interests of the British Empire need to be safeguarded, he hides aside and pretends not to see it. It seems difficult to associate this with the image of pointing fingers in Parliament. Gandhi's letter to Churchill was published in the Daily Telegraph as an exclusive news. The sincere request for help in the letter appeared in front of the citizens of London in this way. Just before Churchill, who learned the news, asked the government to launch a leak investigation, Prime Minister Attlee first rushed to express his position in front of Churchill. On the one hand, he affirmed Churchill's achievements in leading the British Empire during the war, and his international prestige was indeed a valuable asset of the British Empire. He was considering whether to let Congressman Churchill shoulder a more arduous task to completely solve the problem of British India. During this period, Prime Minister Attlee also used this incident as a reason to formally reject the US request for Britain to send more troops to Greece. He said that there is nothing more important than British India in the British Empire now, and the importance of the Near East is such that it is a bridgehead to contain the Soviet Union, and the United States shoulders the responsibility of leading the free world, etc. To be fair, the Labour Party is as dissatisfied with the Soviet Union as the Conservative Party, but the Labour Party hopes that the United States will bear the main firepower, rather than the Conservative Party, which does as much as the United States does. The Labour government believed that the report submitted by Edward Bridges was actually submitted by Alan Wilson. In the short term, the only threat to the colonies of the British Empire could be the more powerful US Navy, not the Soviet Red Navy, which was better than nothing. Europe is of course important to Britain, but this does not mean that colonies are not important. Specific things need to be analyzed specifically. At this time, in New Delhi, the capital of British India, gentlemen were enjoying afternoon tea, and in the governor's office, the Governor-General of British India, Mountbatten, accompanied by his wife, was discussing the future of British India with the leader of the Muslim League, Ali Jinnah. I wonder if our Governor-General is happy about this meeting? Sir Baron held the teacup, his face relaxed, and seemed to have reached a higher level. Although it may not be described correctly, it was probably this feeling. Who knows, but it should not be optimistic. Alan Wilson took a deep breath and turned a big corner. He had met Ali Jinnah before and knew that the leader of the Muslim League was not an easy character to convince. Governor Mountbatten was good at communication and could make friends with many people. He had a very impressive personality. However, this also depended on who he was dealing with. Not everyone would accept this, especially since Ali Jinnah was dying. How could he compromise on the principle? This was indeed the case. Although the talks had not yet ended, Mountbatten had already realized this problem. There had never been anything pleasant in his talks with Jinnah, because Ali Jinnah was unwilling to accept any alternative plan, except to fight for the establishment of an independent Pakistan. Even the tripartite plan for the retention of princely states was also opposed by Ali Jinnah. Because the Pax Romana was a minority compared to the Hindus, both in terms of population and land. There were also princely states in the areas controlled by Pax Romana. In terms of the proportion of land occupied, it was not easier to deal with than the Hindu princely states. If the current basis was weakened in the same proportion, the Hindus had a strong foundation and could withstand it, while Pakistan would be weakened more obviously by the princely states. The foundations of both sides were not at the same level. If these independent princely states were all in places occupied by Hindus, Ali Jinnah would not oppose it. But the problem is that except for Hyderabad, Mysore, Indore, Jammu and Kashmir, Travancore, and Junagadh, the remaining large princely states are actually in Pakistan. But on the issue of princely states, Ali Jinnah only expressed opposition, but did not use any fierce words. Because he believed that Nehru was consistent with him on this matter, Ali Jinnah decided to leave the work of refuting the new governor to Nehru. It's not that there are no leaders who support the retention of princely states. For example, Gandhi, who has not yet met with Governor Mountbatten, is not particularly tough on the existence of princely states, but Gandhi means that the entire political system of British India can be retained so that princely states will be allowed to exist. In other words, Pakistan cannot be independent. Nehru's attitude is a fact that everyone knows. He must believe that princely states are feudal remnants that must be eliminated. Otherwise India after independence will be nothing more than a fragmented country. It's just that Nehru will not say it publicly now. As for Ali Jinnah, he will definitely fight for independence. Alan Wilson can even communicate with Ali Jinnah on this point and help him come up with ideas. Just as he was thinking this, Ali Jinnah had already come out of the governor's office. His face looked normal and nothing different. When the door of the governor's office was opened, a puff of white smoke floated out of the office. People who didn't know thought there was a fire in the office, but for Ali Jinnah, who smoked 50 cigarettes a day, this was just a small scene. The tall figure of Governor Mountbatten also appeared. His face was stern. Sir Baron and Alan Wilson looked at each other and understood each other. The previous guess was correct. The sociable governor did not communicate well in front of Ali Jinnah this time. Mr. Jinnah is a very gentlemanly person and knows the customs and people of London very well. Mountbatten said dryly, I have kept him to attend the dinner. It's a very correct decision. Sir Baron agreed happily. It seems that the so-called gentlemanly manners and the customs and people of London are all the gains from this meeting between the governor and the Muslim League leader. It is natural to hold a dinner to welcome Ali Jinnah, and the civil servants of the governor's office all agree with this. Look at Ali Jinnah, he is so elegant, much more pleasing to the eye than the weirdly dressed Gandhi. Ali Jinnah was not unfamiliar with the governor's mansion full of British style. In fact, for most of his life, he was much more pro-London than the leaders of the Congress Party. He led the Muslim League to emphasize the identity of a peaceful believer, but that was after he fell out with Gandhi. Mr. Jinnah, although smoking is not a big problem, you must take care of your health. Alan Wilson, who was wandering around with Pamela Mountbatten with a glass of wine, walked up to Ali Jinnah and happened to see the Muslim League leader standing by the window and lighting a cigarette. This is a personal hobby of mine. Ali Jinnah turned around and saw Alan Wilson and Pamela Mountbatten and praised them. What a beautiful scene. A young man and woman immersed in sweet love. Not really. Pamela Mountbatten blushed and said shyly, how can a leader of a political party be like this? I was also young and studied in London. My first wife died of illness when I was studying in London. The sanitation level in the subcontinent is far behind that in London. Ali Jinnah was full of emotion. At that time, Jinnah was 16 years old. Jinnah married a 14-year-old girl according to tradition, but as soon as he arrived in the UK, he received news that his mother and his newly married wife died of cholera. Health is indeed the top priority. Alan Wilson paused for a moment and tilted his head to Pamela Mountbatten and said, Pamela, wait for me over there. I have something to talk to Mr. Jinnah about. Okay, I know. Pamela Mountbatten rolled her eyes, but still walked aside very obediently, leaving Alan Wilson and Ali Jinnah private space. Seeing this, Ali Jinnah waited until Pamela Mountbatten left and said, Alan, do you want to talk to me about something? A type of streptomycin has been discovered in the United States that can be used to treat tuberculosis. Alan Wilson put his hands in his trouser pockets, looked up at the sky, and spoke irrelevantly. This shocked Ali Jinnah. He had very serious tuberculosis, but it was a secret. Almost no one knew. Chapter 310, Heart of Justice. I received a medal because of my intelligence. Alan Wilson explained with a chuckle. You know Pearl Harbor, right? That was an event that changed history. Although it was not taken seriously on home soil, I still got the honor I deserved after the war, and I also made a small contribution to the victory of the Axis powers. While speaking, Alan Wilson took out his Mi-6 ID. It had not been used for a long time, and it was covered in dust, but it was the right time to take it out now. Looking at the documents in front of him, Ali Jinnah's doubts disappeared, but he did not change his original intention and said, if you want to use this to threaten me, it's completely a dream. The Muslim League's desire for independence will not change. Misunderstood. Misunderstood. No one wants to stop the Muslim League from running towards freedom. In fact, for most of my life, I should have assisted those who ran towards freedom. Putting the Mi-6 documents in his pocket, Alan Wilson lowered his voice and said, Dear Mr. Ali Jinnah, whether you believe it or not, I'm our man. Oh, wow. Ali Jinnah's face changed continuously and finally showed a sense of relief. Maybe you have something wrong. Fortunately, I didn't say that you were wrong. With this in mind, Alan Wilson smiled and nodded slightly. With Ali Jinnah's advanced tuberculosis and his performance of smoking 50 cigarettes a day, streptomycin can basically be concluded to be only better than nothing. It is still unlikely that Ali Jinnah will lead Pakistan to compete with Nehru's India. Streptomycin is estimated to have little effect on Ali Jinnah, but Vivian Leigh's tuberculosis can be considered to be cured. The British treasure has been well treated in recent years. As long as it does not relapse, it may be cured. Ali Jinnah, Vivian Leigh is the one that Alan Wilson should care about, and the Muslim League will not give money. The emergence of streptomycin can be compared with penicillin. Its special effect against tuberculosis bacteria has opened a new era of tuberculosis treatment. From then on, there is hope to curb the history of tuberculosis bacteria that has ravaged human life for thousands of years. The entire Muslim League depends on Ali Jinnah, which is in sharp contrast to the Congress Party's senior leaders. The strength itself is not good, and the emergence of Pakistan in the end has a great relationship with Ali Jinnah's uncompromising struggle. Even Mountbatten pointed out in his later memoirs that, if he knew that Ali Jinnah had a serious illness at the time and stood with the Congress Party to delay, Pakistan would probably not have appeared. Alan Wilson had no ill will towards Ali Jinnah. It would be great if British India lost the Indus River basin and the mouth of the Ganges. This is beneficial to most countries, and he is even ready to provide some help. Mountbatten glanced at the reception and saw Alan Wilson and Ali Jinnah chatting happily, and he felt quite uncomfortable. What bad intentions can an assistant commissioner have? It's nothing more than stability above all else, and he hopes that Ali Jinnah will believe in himself. It's just that this reception is not a suitable occasion to talk about things. The two agreed to find a time to communicate about how to make Pakistan appear in the world. Because Ali Jinnah has the final say in the Muslim League, many conditions are not as good as those of the Congress Party, such as there is no one to discuss when something goes wrong. Alan Wilson, who has experience as a commissioner in Hyderabad, is willing to help. In the spirit of internationalism, he can even not charge any fees. In fact, the hidden dangers of Pakistan are indeed as great as Mountbatten said. When he learned that Ali Jinnah did not change his original intention of independence and founding a country, Mountbatten said very bluntly that Pakistan is bound to split, and Pakistan separated by India will inevitably cease to exist within 20 to 30 years. Mountbatten was not wrong in this regard, and it can even be said that he was foresighted, but Ali Jinnah was unmoved. Unlike Mountbatten, on the second day, Alan Wilson discussed the future of British India with Ali Jinnah on the premise of Pakistan's independence. In fact, Pakistan and India will not necessarily split. Hindi is Urdu. Hindi and Urdu are collectively called Hindustani. They are basically the same. The main difference is that the former uses Devanagari letters and the latter uses Arabic letters. The former has more Sanskrit loanwords, while the latter has more Arabic and Persian loanwords. It is similar to the Mongolian language in Inner and Outer Mongolia. One is the written language created by the Soviet Union, and the other is the traditional Mongolian script, but there is no problem in dialogue. In addition to the different religions, there are still many potential connections between India and Pakistan. For example, Pakistan has long been the largest overseas market for barley wood. Urdu was set as the national language of Pakistan by Ali Jinnah, and he himself did not understand this language. This shows Ali Jinnah's status in the Muslim League. Why can setting a language as the national language reflect Ali Jinnah's status? First of all, Ali Jinnah did not understand the language. Secondly, only 8% of the population in Pakistan speaks Urdu. This is equivalent to someone who, on a whim, decided to promote Cantonese as the national language and succeeded. Regarding the internet and later generations, what Cantonese is only 2 votes short is a representative of famous online lies, and it is about the same credibility as the Canon Party's 60 years have passed. But Ali Jinnah really did it, making a small language become the national language. The future of Pakistan depends on him. In the eyes of Alan Wilson, Ali Jinnah is now much more important than Governor Mountbatten. Today we received a telegram. The Prime Minister intends to let Congressman Churchill go to New Delhi in person to mediate the contradictions in British India, look forward to the future, and make progress together. At the beginning of the meeting on the second day, Alan Wilson handed Ali Jinnah the latest instructions from London. "Assistant Alan is threatening me?" Ali Jinnah took the translated telegram and read it, and asked calmly. Former Prime Minister Churchill has always been known for his image of not giving up British India. Is this visit a sign that the British Empire wants to express a tough attitude? Mr. Jinnah has misunderstood. When you are in power, you are different from when you are in opposition. You will consider things from different angles. Alan Wilson shrugged and said, "Our greatest expectation for Congressman Churchill is that this former Prime Minister with wide influence can make the governor more pragmatic. You seem to be in a relationship with Mountbatten's daughter, right?" Ali Jinnah laughed and asked back without leaving a trace. "The governor may not think so, but in fact, it is. But there is one more thing." Alan Wilson nodded slightly, looking at Ali Jinnah. "I'm a civil servant and cannot betray my colleagues. The team must be united, and unity can exert combat effectiveness. As a minority, the Muslim League should understand this." "Oh." Ali Jinnah looked at Alan Wilson with a very developmental look. It was not the first time they met, but every time Alan Wilson made him realize a different side. After talking about Churchill's possible visit to British India, in view of Ali Jinnah's physical condition, Alan Wilson also expressed his willingness to ask someone to see if he could bring back the experimental drug of streptomycin from the United States for the Muslim League leader to try. If Ali Jinnah did not believe him, he could try to use other tuberculosis patients to see the situation. "Actually, it is difficult for me to understand this behavior. Why do you want to help me? You already know my physical condition and can protect this secret and try to delay time to wait for me to get sick." Ali Jinnah smiled bitterly. "You also have to help me get medicine from the United States. Streptomycin has just been introduced and it must be difficult to get." To answer the latter question about whether streptomycin can be obtained, the Soviet Union's capitalist countries are literally correct. After Alan Wilson explained the problem, Mr. Jinnah has been fighting imperialism for most of his time. Having said that, before an imperialist country leaves, would it hope that its former colonies will be strong? You want to split this colony with hundreds of millions of people and 4 million square kilometers. That's great. I have no reason not to help. When Alan Wilson spoke, he was full of excitement, dancing with joy, and had great longing for the establishment of a separate country in British India. The disgusting imperialist atmosphere spread out in front of him, inspiring Ali Jinnah's righteous heart that opposed the British colonial government when he was young. But before he could say anything, Alan Wilson spoke first. "So I and the group of people I represent are the ones who are truly willing to help Pakistan's independence, and Mr. Jinnah should not doubt it." The heart of justice was extinguished. This was a different time. In his youth, Ali Jinnah had also called for the unity of the two major sects to jointly drive the British away, and had a fierce debate with the leader of the Muslim League at that time. But now is different from the past. The beauty of the past is worth cherishing, but it can't go back. Giving peaceful believers a country of their own, and not being suppressed by the majority of Hindus is what Ali Jinnah pursues. If you want to blame someone, blame the Congress party for not tolerating the minority. Assistant Alan wants to say that you are a friend of Pakistan. Ali Jinnah sighed and asked back, "Why not? I'm extremely honored." Alan Wilson answered simply, "Today, how about we talk about the Pakistan issue? I have a lot of ideas. The Kashmir I talked about with Mr. Jinnah last time is just one aspect. Pakistan's biggest hidden danger lies in the eastern and western parts of Pakistan, each with its own advantages, and Ali Jinnah died of illness just after Pakistan's independence, so he had no time to deal with it. Once the partition begins, the largest single ethnic group in Pakistan is the Bengalis. To be honest, the Bengalis alone are more than the peaceful Christians in the entire West, but in terms of land area, Pakistan will inevitably be dominated by the West. How to solve this problem? Alan Wilson asked. The Governor General is correct in his assertion that the division of Pakistan is not alarmist. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel Mundo fanfic novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311, and his advice. Regarding the balance between East and West Pakistan, Ali Jinnah, the later Pakistani leader, chose to suppress Bengal. But in fact, the national strength of Bengal far exceeds that of any other nation. If British India had not been divided, the Bengalis would have been the second largest nation, second only to the Hindustani people in population. The Bengalis also controlled the earliest industrial zone in India, the Calcutta Industrial Zone, and occupied the economic zone centered on the mouth of the Ganges. Except for the slightly inferior population, they were better than the Hindustani people in other aspects. From an ethnic perspective, the Bengalis were the biggest victims of the partition of India. The complete Calcutta Industrial Zone was divided into two parts, and one nation was divided into two countries. A strong nation in the subcontinent became the suppressed one in both countries. If I were to choose, I would like to establish a real nation state based on Bengal, which is very consistent with the tradition of our European countries. It can be called Bangladesh or any other country. I wonder what Mr. Jinnah thinks? Holding a teacup, Alan Wilson proposed another solution. I absolutely don't agree. Ali Jinnah flatly refused after hearing this. This will cause chaos in the subcontinent. I knew you wouldn't agree. So how will Pakistan treat the Bengalis? Alan Wilson shrugged and said, choose suppression. Or what? If you choose suppression, it will not last long, but tolerant treatment is actually the same. Sooner or later, the Bengalis will have a new country. This problem is almost unsolvable. Alan Wilson couldn't think of a way to solve this problem, but then again, everything he did in British India was not to solve the problem, but to delay it and push the current problem as far as possible. Rationally, he knew that as time went by, the accumulated problems would only become bigger and bigger if they were not solved, and he would be more and more afraid to move. But what does it matter? That's the business of the Indians and Pakistanis. Since Ali Jinnah opposed it, he didn't mention the Bengalis. Anyway, it wasn't the British who died at that time. But in his heart, Alan Wilson had made up his mind. After leaving and confirming the partition of India and Pakistan, he would spread the fact that the Congress Party and the Muslim League firmly opposed the establishment of Bangladesh in the Bengalis gathering areas. It was like digging another hole and living up to the tradition of the British Empire. The greatest significance of this meeting was to make Ali Jinnah believe that Alan Wilson was really helping him. Although his main purpose as a British man was to split British India, the general direction was the same. There was really room for cooperation between the two sides, and the space was not small. The imperialists fought against independence and reached a consensus on the issue of partition. At the same time, Alan Wilson also informed Ali Jinnah of his conditions. The bottom line of British Indian civil servants was to stay for the whole year of 1947 and talk about independence next year. So at this time, the Muslim League must cooperate with the civil servants. Of course, this was also mutual. The civil servants absolutely supported the idea of the partition of India and Pakistan and tried to prevent the governor from making any efforts to preserve British India. In terms of judgment, they were absolutely biased towards the Muslim League, and the two sides maintained contact until British India ceased to exist. What bad intentions could civil servants have? They were just seeking money. In essence, they would not set obstacles for the emergence of Pakistan, and at the same time, they could create space for the British Empire to act as a mediator later. For the Muslim League, with the help of the British, the journey to independence would be smoother, and both sides would benefit from cooperation. How was the talk? Sir Baron asked directly when he saw Alan Wilson coming back. He knew that Alan Wilson was going to talk to Ali Jinnah and wondered if the assistant had brought back good news. Not bad. Alan Wilson pondered for a moment before speaking. The bottom line of both sides was made clear, and Ali Jinnah realized that there is actually room for cooperation between the two sides. As for the governor's opinion, it is only the governor's personal opinion. It does not represent the overall opinion on the Muslim League. Oh, it sounds good. By the way, there is official news from the country. Congressman Churchill has agreed to come to New Delhi. Sir Baron nodded and told another piece of news. The great former Prime Minister has worked tirelessly for the Empire. It is really touching. Alan Wilson said this, and then changed the subject. Does the governor know about this? Gandhi is here, and the governor is meeting him. Sir Baron said expressionlessly, I really hope that Congressman Churchill will arrive earlier. We should treat the backbencher as the Prime Minister. I think it's okay. After all, Congressman Churchill has a wide international reputation. It is not excessive to show some courtesy to the hero who won the World War. In British India, we can still treat him as the Prime Minister. If it were the imperial period, Alan Wilson's remarks that clearly expressed his disloyalty would definitely cause trouble. But now, it's a modern society. Who cares about this? Are you not going to stay and wait for the result of Gandhi and the governor? Sir Baron asked, when he saw Alan Wilson was about to leave. What result is there? No matter what idea Gandhi has, Jinnah will not agree. Alan Wilson laughed, and had full confidence in this. If he knew the result, there was no need to watch the process. With the approval of his immediate boss, Alan Wilson left work early today, and his salary was not deducted. He even had time to go to Delhi. Passing by the border between New Delhi and Delhi, the countdown sign that had been erected before was still standing, and the surrounding area was very messy. There were Indians strolling and poking weeds into the soil with their walking sticks. At this time of year, everything was painted with beautiful light colors, the light green of leaves, the pink and brown of soil and tree trunks, like a watercolor wash that was about to disappear. On the side of the road, groups of low-flying brown pigeons chased each other, and emerald green bee-eaters played like slow-flying swallows. A team of sweepers was walking towards a dirty garbage pit, each of them with a burden half hidden under his coat. The garbage pit was located at the edge of the grass. Those hungry poor people, their arms and legs were as thin as firewood, their knees were too weak to straighten up, and they were covered with only khaki rags. They walked like skeletons wrapped in shrouds. The huge gap between these Indians and the British expatriates in New Delhi can be seen once they are compared. They are in two completely different worlds in the same area. It can only be said that there is winter in New Delhi. Even at this time of year, the so-called bone-chilling wind does not exist. On the contrary, the temperature of a day changes from less than 10 degrees to more than 20 degrees from time to time. This is not very friendly to Alan Wilson, who lives in a place with distinct four seasons. He always has to prepare outerwear for different temperatures, but Gandhi does not have this problem. Only Mountbatten's office in the governor's mansion relies on an air conditioner to keep the temperature around 20 degrees. When Gandhi just entered the office from the hot temperature, he shivered with cold. Modern civilization brought by science and technology is always incompatible with Gandhi. Seeing this situation, Mountbatten immediately ordered to turn off the air conditioner and open the window. Mountbatten's wife also took out a navy sweater and put it on the shivering Gandhi, while Mountbatten's wife ordered the servants to prepare the luxurious tableau. Manu, who came with Gandhi, also prepared his usual simple meal for him, a bowl of porridge mixed with lemon juice, sour cream and date powder. The handle of Gandhi's spoon had been broken and tied to it with a bamboo stick. The 2 tin plates and the spoon were brought out from the prison during his last imprisonment. Gandhi smiled and filled a plate with porridge and handed it to Mountbatten. This tastes very good. You'd better try it. It's not worse than delicacies from mountains and seas, Gandhi said with a strange look. Mountbatten took a look at the muddled thing and was at a loss. He didn't know why Gandhi did this, but he couldn't swallow it after just one look, so the governor simply refused. I think I've never eaten it before, and I don't want to try it. It doesn't matter. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Try it. Maybe you like it very much. Gandhi continued to insist on asking the other party to taste it stubbornly. Mountbatten could not resist the amazing old man in front of him, and out of politeness and sincerity, he had to take a bite carefully. Gandhi looked at him eagerly, so he had to swallow it. Fortunately, Gandhi did not push it any further and insisted that the Governor General finish it. The talks officially began, and both sides went straight to the point. Mountbatten first expressed his views and told Gandhi that Britain's policy has always been to never succumb to force, but in view of the victory of Gandhi's non-violent resistance movement, Britain now decided to withdraw from India, no matter what happens. Gandhi said to Mountbatten, the important thing is, please don't split India. Please refuse to divide India, even if this refusal leads to a bloody war. It must be pointed out that the voice of partition exists. Mountbatten pondered for a moment and said, "Until the last moment, I hope that possibility will not appear. In my mind, partition is the last step." Gandhi touched his head and put forward a bold idea, which was so bold that even Mountbatten, a general who had commanded thousands of troops, was surprised. Gandhi's opinion was to dissolve the Nehru government and invite Jinnah to form a new government. The Congress party will never destroy Jinnah's plan to form a government. If Jinnah does not accept this plan, then the Congress party will form a government. Gandhi was afraid that the other party did not hear clearly, so he repeated, "You can hand over the whole of India to the Muslim League, but you must not divide India. Please place the majority of Hindus under the rule of the Muslim League, entrust Jinnah to form a government, and hand over British sovereignty to them." If Alan Wilson was here, he would definitely say in a tone of "I knew it long ago" that he was amazed that he had seen Gandhi's true face. Mr. Gandhi is really willing to make such a great sacrifice? Governor Mountbatten was full of amazement. He now felt that Gandhi was much easier to deal with than Ali Jinnah. "I was in a difficult situation. Usually, I would use women to fill my stomach with water, but it was a pity that my girlfriends were not here." Chapter 312 He who plays with fire will get burned. At least Gandhi has expressed his determination to solve the problem, while Ali Jinnah, although his way of speaking has a more obvious British influence, is very stubborn and does not care about anything except the independence of Pakistan. Sometimes you can't judge a person by his appearance. Although Gandhi's dress is incompatible with modern society, he is more reasonable. The idea of giving up power to let the Muslim League lead India shocked Governor Mountbatten, but then Mountbatten calmed down. "So, on what grounds do you think your party will accept this proposal?" Mountbatten asked tentatively. "Because the Congress party first hopes to avoid partition and prevent the partition plan from succeeding at any cost," Gandhi said slowly. Mountbatten pondered for a moment and mentioned Ali Jinnah and asked, "Then how will Jinnah react to this?" "If you tell him that this plan was proposed by Gandhi, Jinnah will definitely tell you that this is a scheming Gandhi. It seems that Mr. Gandhi knows your opponent quite well." Governor Mountbatten sighed slightly. He had met Ali Jinnah and was deeply impressed by the firmness of the Muslim League leader. Mountbatten, who was always considered to be quick-witted, was also confused at this time. Ismay, the Secretary General of the Governor's office, whispered in his ear to remind him that Gandhi's proposal had too many doubts and there might be something fishy in it. Be careful not to fall into his trap. Mountbatten did not think so. He just thought that Gandhi's suggestion was an unrealistic fantasy, even a risky fantasy. But he would never miss any way to solve the problem. What if it worked? Wouldn't the problem be solved? Gandhi jumped up from the sofa and said with confidence, "I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. If you agree to this decision, I plan to travel around India and persuade the people to accept this plan." A few hours later, when Gandhi left and met the waiting reporters for an interview, his face was flushed, he was excited, and he was very happy. He said to the reporter mysteriously, "I think I have avoided a danger. Is this Gandhi's proposal? I was really confused before. Although he has been a saint for so long, he is still a politician in the final analysis. This move is to put Ali Jinnah on the fire." Alan Wilson originally came to find Pamela Mountbatten to go to Delhi to relax the next day. It was not until he arrived at the governor's house that he learned the details of the conversation between the governor and Gandhi. He immediately concluded that the source that once made Ali Jinnah determined to make the peaceful Christians independent was by no means as simple as it seemed. How did this come about? Pamela Mountbatten knew that her father, the current Governor General of British India, was anxious to solve the problem here, but she had also met Gandhi, and it was hard to believe that such a penniless old man would have any amazing plans. Not everyone in this world likes money. Some people like power, but Gandhi belongs to the minority among the minority, and likes fame. So his image can confuse a large number of people. Alan Wilson analyzed Pamela from Gandhi's influence first, and then went straight to the point. 20 years ago, Ali Jinnah left the Congress party and took over the Muslim League to compete. I won't say who is more responsible, but the Congress party is definitely not without responsibility. You must know that Ali Jinnah was very contemptuous of the Muslim League's call for an independent country, and even argued with the Muslim League leader Aga Khan at that time. Ali Jinnah used to call for unity. He was not as stubborn as he is now. After talking about the historical origins first, Pamela Mountbatten still didn't understand and frowned and said, "But Gandhi seems to be very sincere. It's just a short-lived sincerity. Once the goal is achieved, the Muslim League will not be able to gain independence." Alan Wilson reminded, "First of all, India will hold elections after independence, unless Ali Jinnah can revive the Mughal Empire or establish a military government. Otherwise, when the election comes, who do you think will win between the Congress and the Muslim League? There are 400 million people in the subcontinent, 90 million peaceful believers, and Hindus can even give up their women to still win over the Muslim League. Unlike the Congress, Mr. Jinnah is a unique leader for the Muslim League. At least for now, there is no other person in the Muslim League who has the prestige to confront the Congress. Jinnah is already in his 70s, only a few years younger than Gandhi. Strictly speaking, Jinnah and Gandhi are contemporaries, and Nehru is the second generation leader of the Congress. As for the conservative leader of the Congress, Patel, he is 1 year older than Jinnah. Together with Gandhi, the three of them are of the same generation, and Nehru is a dozen years younger than all three. In other words, if the Muslim League agreed to Gandhi's suggestion, once the election began 4 years after we left, the Muslim League would be driven out of power again, and the whole of British India would be ruled by the Congress Party. You are very insightful. It's no wonder that I told you so by word of mouth," Alan Wilson said, looking at Pamela Mountbatten's red lips. "Go away." Pamela Mountbatten pushed Alan Wilson twice. She knew at a glance that this man wanted to take advantage again. "Aren't we talking about business? You are always so distracted. Okay, let's talk about business. Once we and the British troops stationed in India leave, the Congress can wait until the election, or take action directly. It depends on their mood. If the Muslim League resists after the election, they can use the Muslim League to undermine democracy and launch a purge. Direct action against Hindus will also give them an advantage," Alan Wilson explained. "So I said Gandhi's move was very clever. Ali Jinnah may disagree." Pamela Mountbatten thought for a moment and said, "What's the problem? Ali Jinnah is a culprit for the series of consequences caused by the partition of India and Pakistan, and the possible bloodshed." Alan Wilson said leisurely, "The responsibility lies with the Muslim League. The Congress is the victim, and can pretend to be tolerant to establish India's image after independence. The Congress has the least responsibility, and Ali Jinnah has the greatest responsibility. As the Governor General, your father will also be blamed. In the final analysis, in the current British India, the Muslim League, the Congress Party and the United Kingdom are all shirking their responsibilities. Governor Mountbatten is also thinking about the plan with the least responsibility, hoping that the result of the independence of British India will not affect his career, so he is interested in Gandhi's suggestion. Gandhi's suggestion can try to swallow up the Muslim League and plot the entire British India under the leadership of the Congress Party. If Ali Jinnah disagrees, he can shirk responsibility and say that the responsibility for the separation of India and Pakistan is the stubbornness of pacifists. Ali Jinnah will definitely not agree, and Ali Jinnah's reputation in later generations is indeed not as good as Gandhi's. Gandhi really thinks that his influence and prestige can handle everything. This is a subcontinent with a strong religious atmosphere. Alan Wilson has already had a way and decided to reveal the matter to Ali Jinnah. In the telegram, Alan Wilson hoped that Ali Jinnah and the Muslim League would not act rashly because it was just a private conversation. And he has a solution. He remembered that Gandhi was assassinated by extreme Hindus in history. His main crime was that Gandhi was too tolerant of peaceful believers. It seems that history must be put back on track. Can streptomycin cure Ali Jinnah's advanced tuberculosis? Considering Ali Jinnah's age and habits, the probability is actually very small. Once Jinnah falls, the Muslim League will lose its backbone and will not be a match for the Congress Party. Alan Wilson doesn't want to make a fuss about it, but India will not be divided. After decades, the divided India dares to be rude to its former colonial master. How can the integrity of India be preserved? He certainly received a lot of money in New Delhi, but this is not a question of money. There is still patriotism in this world. This time, Alan Wilson took the initiative to visit Gandhi, and with the aura of an old friend of Pakistan, he told Gandhi about his thoughts. If you agree, the dream of independence will become a bubble. If you oppose, you will be the biggest person responsible for the partition of India and Pakistan. So it is best not to express your opinion for now and wait and see. I have said long ago that Gandhi is full of conspiracies and tricks, but he is too good at managing his image. It is almost impeccable. Ali Jinnah commented on Gandhi expressionlessly, looking quite indifferent. Ali Jinnah had long-term experience working with Gandhi, and he did not need Alan Wilson, a British man, to interrupt him to know whether his understanding of Gandhi was correct or not. He just said, but he has indeed been willing to live in poverty for decades, and has managed his own image as a saint, right? Such a person is difficult to deal with, and moral kidnapping is too terrible. Moral kidnapping can kidnap others, but it will also put oneself in a dangerous situation. Alan Wilson said this and stopped talking. Ali Jinnah was moved and said, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about what will happen to a saint who betrays Hinduism." Alan Wilson looked up and said, "The subcontinent is full of illiterates. What do they know about moral kidnapping, and what political means can they see? What will those people who have nothing but Shiva in their minds do if they know that their leader wants to hand over state power to people of a hostile sect? Maybe they will die." Alan Wilson laughed and said, "I will release the news at the appropriate time, and the Muslim League will pretend to know nothing. Let's see if the saint can withstand the dissatisfaction of Shiva believers." Ali Jinnah listened to Alan Wilson's emotionless words. A trace of struggle flashed across his face, but in the end he said nothing. The Governor General is afraid of taking responsibility for India's independence, so he is inevitably hesitant. I hope that this situation will change after Congressman Churchill arrives in India. Alan Wilson requested, "If you don't mind, I hope that, when Congressman Churchill arrives, Mr. Jinnah can publicly come forward to welcome him." "No problem, I'm very willing to do so." Ali Jinnah nodded and agreed, on the premise of maintaining the independence of Pakistan. "Of course, this is our common goal." Alan Wilson cheered loudly. Chapter 313 Treasure Trap. Alan Wilson was an imperial civil servant, so of course he had to do his job. Under the instruction of Sir Baron, Patel was invited to send out the elites of the Congress Party. This involved the future political and economic system of India. This should be viewed from two aspects. When the bill was formulated, Nehru's supporters were invited, and the cultivation of economic forces focused more on Patel's supporters. To put it bluntly, the reason why Patel's supporters were focused on the economy was mainly because the conservatives of Hinduism seemed more suitable to be a comparator force. So why is free competition so beautiful, but it cannot be realized? Because the current globalization system promoted by Europe and the United States is essentially an exploitation system, a political and economic system in which strong countries constantly exploit weak countries, and a hunting ground for capital predation. International capital, mainly living in Western society, plunders the world's resources wantonly. When backward countries open their doors, since these countries basically have no capital, they will become the target of international capital plunder, and it is inevitable that the comprador class will be formed in the country. When this class holds state power, backward countries will always become the target of international capital predation, and cannot turn over. Liberals in backward countries will all become comprador forces dependent on Europe and the United States, with almost no exceptions. The exceptions are nothing more than a few fish that slipped through the net after the collapse of the Soviet Union. If you want to fight against international capital, you must have capital in your own hands, and capital can defeat capital. For example, a certain big country has a set of state-owned capital called state-owned enterprises, which is the capital to fight against international capital. In fact, India also has this capital, which is the state-owned enterprises that are constantly sold by Modi. They come from the Indian state-owned enterprise capital established by Nehru after independence. When India's state-owned capital is sold out, India's real suffering will come late. When India is eaten up, this country will be judged not to pose a threat to the international order. Alan Wilson is very entangled, because he is currently in the distress of me against myself. He cannot weaken India too much, because India must prevent the world from being united as one. But it is not good to be too strong, because being too strong will disrespect the suzerain country. Therefore, they could only act selfless with a contradictory heart, attracting two completely opposite factions of the Congress Party, and seeking benefits for India after independence from the political and economic perspectives. They also had to leave a backdoor for the British Empire after its withdrawal, and they had to consider that the backdoor should not be too big, but should be just the right size for the British Empire. If it was too big, it would be bad to let the United States in. So this was not an easy task, and it was a great test of the ability of the imperial civil servants. How could he be so idle as the governor? In terms of the choice between industry and agriculture, Alan Wilson said to Patel's supporters that the development of agriculture should be further consolidated. The surname Patel originally meant village chief in caste. Although low-level bureaucrats like village chiefs were not powerful, there were too many of them. With the population and area of India, there must be hundreds of thousands of villages. The agricultural, social and economic foundation was stable and had not been separated from the influence of the small peasant economy. Naturally, the industrialization process of the entire country was also dragged down by the small peasant economy. Therefore, the village culture derived from the small peasant economy, and even the superstructure including the political system and military system developed from the village culture, will eventually return to the village itself to see the impact on economic development. In front of Patel's extreme conservative supporters, Alan Wilson expressed the need to attach importance to agriculture, develop industry, and consolidate the development of the foundation, which is simply a guiding light on the road of life. It is hard to believe that there are civil servants in the governor's office who respect the national conditions of India and consider them. Mr. Allen is really admirable. Faced with such compliments, Alan Wilson seemed very happy and responded positively. The word respect is the greatest compliment to me. No one respects India more than Alan Wilson. He even respects Hinduism. If he knew that these conservatives were so easy to fool, he would have taken the civil servants of the governor's office to find a temple to worship. Although he had killed the saints of the temple elders before, his respect for Hinduism has not changed. He just regarded the action of killing the saint as an achievement and told it vividly to the wife and daughter of the governor. If he didn't say it, these Indians would not know. Pamela is fascinated by the long history of India and has always wanted me to take her to see it. Saying the opposite of what you mean has always been a necessary skill for imperial civil servants, and Alan Wilson is no exception. If you want to experience the long-standing mainstream culture of India, there is no better place than the Birla Temple, especially for Delhi. I have long wanted to see it. Alan Wilson expressed great interest, with an expression that our India is too amazing. Delhi was once the capital of the Mughal Empire. Most of the landmarks are related to the religion of peace. The Birla Temple is one of the few Hindu temples. As the former capital of the Mughal Empire, the Hindu temples in Delhi are generally not as exaggerated as the temples in other places, piled with various indescribable sculptures and paintings. To be honest, most of the Hindu temples in the subcontinent are too exaggerated and have nothing to do with the grandeur of religion. The temple was built by Devir Singh in 1622 and renovated by Prithvi Singh in 1793. More than a decade ago, the Lakshmi Narayan temple was rebuilt with funds from the wealthy Birla family in India. Therefore, this temple is also called the Birla Temple. When the temple was built, Mahatma Gandhi personally attended the opening ceremony. Alan Wilson was no stranger to the Birla family. He gave the family a green card and the other party accepted it. The Birla family was a multi-millionaire during the First World War, and its current wealth has exceeded 200 million rupees. If the Tata family, which is now engaged in steel, is the American Steel Company in India, the Birla family is the DuPont family in India. The Birla family, which has accepted British identity, is undoubtedly one of Alan Wilson's own people, or should be said to be our people. This helps him achieve some goals, so that he can shirk responsibility when problems arise in the future, and appear as a victim. Arm in arm, Alan Wilson and Pamela Mountbatten stepped into the Birla Temple. Facing the magnificent temple, Pamela Mountbatten was full of excitement. British India still has its merits, and she completely forgot her criticism of Hinduism during Alan Wilson's rescue of the saint a few days ago. The elders of the temple all look kind and seem to be pure and unselfish, and Pamela Mountbatten thought there was no problem. She still lacked experience and did not know the truth, that appearance is not the best. Because of the noble status of the governor's daughter, the most senior elder of the temple came out to greet her in person, which was considered to be giving the governor enough face. Alan Wilson followed Pamela Mountbatten step by step, and I don't know what he was thinking in his mind. I heard that the faith here is sincere, and some wishes can be realized. I don't know if it's true. Sincerity is the key, but it also depends on the degree of personal effort. The elder of the temple said to Alan Wilson through the translator. That makes sense. Of course, it depends on personal struggle, but also on the factors of historical process. Alan Wilson chatted casually, pretending to know nothing. Arriving at a place called a secret room, which was definitely not small in size, Alan Wilson waited on the side. The distance was just right, so he could not hear what was said, but Pamela Mountbatten could be in sight. The kind-looking elder was preaching to the daughter of the governor. Pamela Mountbatten nodded, then showed nervousness and asked something. The temple elder was talking nonsense seriously. Although Alan Wilson did not understand Hindi, he believed that the Birla family would not deceive him, and would definitely do things beautifully. In the previous incident with the Hollywood visitor, Alan Wilson's biggest gain was to prevent the incident from being exposed. On the one hand, he was more cautious in this regard, and on the other hand, he had to take a preventive shot to prevent Pamela Mountbatten's feelings for him from changing. So there was this scene. After a while, Pamela Mountbatten came over with a look of half worry and half joy. Alan Wilson stepped forward and asked with concern, "What's wrong, Pamela?" "Nothing is good." Pamela Mountbatten sighed and smiled. She just said some words to comfort her heart, but it makes sense. "Oh, then I'll give you some money for incense." Alan Wilson breathed a sigh of relief and said in a scared manner, "You scared me." Pamela Mountbatten gave the temple elder a brand new 10,000 rupees on his back. The two came out of the temple. As they walked, Pamela Mountbatten suddenly said, "Are you popular with women?" "Why? If you mean you, I think I'm really popular." Alan Wilson immediately fell into narcissism and seemed to be quite pleased with it. "I'm talking about others," Pamela Mountbatten said halfway and swallowed the words back. The Hindu elder of the temple said that the man next to her would definitely be popular with women. Ah. If what he said is true, I want to go back and ask if I can dig up a treasure. Alan Wilson changed the subject knowingly. If I dig up a treasure one day, I will think what he said is very accurate. What a money grubber. Pamela Mountbatten rolled her eyes, and the haze in her heart was reduced a lot. "You are my greatest treasure." Alan Wilson comforted the affected Pamela Mountbatten. How difficult is it to find a treasure? The Hawkson treasure is still waiting for him to dig, and not only to dig it, but also to dig it with Pamela to share this joy. Chapter 314 Welcoming the former Prime Minister. It's true that you're a money grubber. Pamela Mountbatten's gloom disappeared, and she began to look cheerful again. Can something as important as love be measured by money? Pamela's mother Edwina was Jewish. Her grandfather was Sir Kessel. After a lot of hard work, he opened the road to great wealth. As a private banker and financial advisor to the future King Edward VII of England, he placed himself deeply in the highest circle of British upper society. He was one of the richest people in Europe at that time. Although he was smooth sailing in making friends and doing business, Kessel's most beloved relatives had terrible luck. His beloved wife died of illness after giving birth to a daughter, and Kessel was heartbroken. Edwina had no fixed place to live when she was young. Kessel was an extremely successful businessman. He went wherever there was a new market. From Ireland to Africa, Edwina went to many places with her grandfather. Later, she settled down and lived with her grandfather in Brook Manor. Brook Manor could be regarded as the most gorgeous mansion in London at that time. It was a symbol of Kessel's wealth. Kessel's death left Edwina with a fortune of £5 million and annual income from industry. It was not comparable to the top American financial groups, but it also made Pamela not worry about money. "Oh, Pamela, you know I'm a poor boy, so I value money too much." After missing the first shot, Alan Wilson immediately changed his angle. "You're right, money can't be compared with feelings." Although he said so, the Hawkson treasure should still be dug. Today he successfully planted a seed in Pamela's heart. Even if there are problems in the future, it can be pushed to the arrangement of fate. What's more, maybe it's not necessary at all. Isn't it better to let his wife live in happiness for the rest of her life? After leaving the temple, Alan Wilson took Pamela Mountbatten to the school he attended in New Delhi during the war, to continue to cultivate feelings and implement the strategic policy of grasping both hands and being strong in both hands. It is necessary to cultivate feelings and shirk responsibilities. This is all for the sake of marriage. It is not a matter of being despicable or not. The curriculum of Delhi school was similar to that of ordinary local schools. Of course, there were various sports activities in the school, but Pamela did not participate much, and even if she did, she was ordinary. The most exciting thing every week was the salary, 1 shilling pocket money. After the students got a shilling, they rushed to the candy store. 1 shilling was not as useless as it sounded. 3 shillings could buy a whole bag of candy. Pamela also participated in dances, but the participants were all girls. Going home was always a happy thing for Pamela, because it meant that her father ended his vacation in Ceylon and began to perform his duties as the commander of the Allied forces in Southeast Asia. She could meet her father. Listening to Pamela Mountbatten's sentimental expression, it was time for Alan Wilson to show off. If you weren't in the subcontinent, we wouldn't have met. Of course, I can't hope for a world war out of kindness, but I must say that, because of the world war, I got my own love. Actually, my father wanted me to continue studying in my home country. Pamela Mountbatten said to Alan Wilson, but I still insisted on coming to India. I don't know what to say. Alan Wilson was moved and asked curiously, which school do you want you to go to? Cambridge. Cambridge University advocates wisdom and knowledge, and my father also went to school in Cambridge. Pamela Mountbatten said. Cambridge? A trace of suspicion flashed in Alan Wilson's eyes, but it disappeared immediately. Things between schools cannot affect his current relationship with Pamela. Students at famous British universities are very concerned about politics. Delhi has no interest in politics. They are only concerned about the affairs of the subcontinent and will not hinder Britain. Oh, by the way, you asked me to meet Turing. I have met him. Pamela Mountbatten said, as if she remembered something. Help him build a laboratory. I talked to him about this issue. He heard that I knew you, and we got along well. Turing is a talent. We must pay attention to him. Alan Wilson said generously. After all, Turing likes men and there is no danger with him. Otherwise, Pamela Mountbatten would not want to meet any male friends in Alan Wilson. It is impossible. On the other hand, according to the important itinerary arranged by the governor's office, Mountbatten will pay attention to the issue of Rohingya. However, this trip is destined to be postponed because Congressman Churchill arrived in New Delhi at the end of January and the plane he took landed at the New Delhi airport. Alan Wilson has not seen similar scenes for the first time. When he was in Berlin, Germany, Churchill, who attended the Potsdam Conference, came in this way, and he was more arrogant than now. At this time, the civil servants of British India were eagerly looking forward to the great former Prime Minister to arrive in New Delhi to stop the governor's willful behavior. So Churchill was startled as soon as the door of the plane opened. The red carpet was laid out, the roar of the salute sounded, and the British Indian civil servants below were all full of respectful eyes. Absolutely, as the Prime Minister of the British Empire during the war, Churchill was no stranger to such respectful eyes. The glorious era is back. The respected backbenchers, the great former Prime Minister, surrounded by such yearning eyes, walked down the military plane with dignity and head held high. As the Governor General, Mountbatten also came to the airport to welcome Churchill. The two knew each other for a long time. When Mountbatten was in college, he was already an active naval officer. With the factors that could not be said directly, he represented Cambridge University and Oxford University in the debate. However, Mountbatten, who studied at the Naval School before entering Cambridge University, obviously had no chance of winning against Oxford University, which was known as the cradle of prime ministers. Although Mountbatten's legs were still a little trembling when he spoke in formal occasions, his strong will and quick reaction were his two major advantages. Since he had decided to participate, Mountbatten used his flexible mind. According to the rules, the main debater could invite a supporter from outside. Mountbatten thought of Churchill. He immediately called Churchill, who was then the Minister of Defense of Lloyd George's post-war coalition government. Mountbatten thought that Churchill's name would shock the guys at Oxford University. Churchill readily agreed and helped Mountbatten win. I didn't expect that you would have to come in person to deal with the affairs of British India, Mountbatten said with an apologetic look, holding the hand of Congressman Churchill. I'm so sorry. Nothing. For the benefit of the British Empire, I can do anything, Churchill said with a strong voice, without changing his previous strength, and without any embarrassment, when he called for the launch of a leak investigation before coming. As soon as the voice fell, the civil servants around cheered, as if they had found a backbone the moment the great former Prime Minister arrived. In fact, this was the case. The Governor General's Office of British India had to pay for the great former Prime Minister to come to New Delhi. It was not an exaggeration to say that Churchill had been looking forward to it for a long time. This cheering sounded particularly pleasant to Churchill, who was no longer the Prime Minister. Few people can clearly point out a moment that plays a decisive role in his fate and future. For most people, the future is slowly shaped by various factors such as hobbies, talents, and environment. For Sir Baron and Alan Wilson to defeat Gandhi, who seemed harmless but was scheming behind the scenes and ultimately made him fight in vain, it must be a person with even greater prestige. There is no doubt that the great former Prime Minister is such a person who led the British Empire to victory in the World War. It must be better than Gandhi, who became famous by fasting. After seeing the Governor General shaking hands with Churchill, many senior civil servants rushed forward, just like ordinary people who had been wronged, and saw the great lord, with expressions on their faces. Churchill also felt this. Since he lost in the duel with Attlee, he had not felt so supported for a long time. The people chose Attlee, a mediocre man. But now it seems that he is still widely loved throughout the British Empire, and the excitement of the crowd in front of him is the best proof. In the face of difficulties, we must have the courage to fight. We must fight to the end. Churchill shouted loudly to the people, who came to greet him with a firm face. That's right. Churchill responded loudly, absolutely sincere and without any lies. The anger in his heart was like a furnace in a white-hot state, forging Churchill's iron character, not only forging it, but also giving it a sharp blade, which flashed with a cold light, and it would ruthlessly knock down everyone and everything that stood in the way. British India now needs people like Churchill, who can calm down the Congress, the Muslim League, and most importantly, Governor General Mountbatten, eliminate all possibilities of acceleration, and return to the rhythm of the routine. In this way, Churchill arrived at the Governor General's House of British India, which is still the power center of the entire subcontinent, almost surrounded by crowds, and watched by countless Indians. Almost immediately, Sir Baron began to introduce the current attitudes of all parties, especially the attitude of Governor General Mountbatten, and expressed his doubts about the Governor General's current anxious mentality in a not so intense tone. We can conclude that Gandhi is definitely not as simple as he seems, Sir Baron said confidently. Gandhi. Churchill snorted lightly. He was definitely not unfamiliar with this name. For a while, he wanted to starve Gandhi to death and put an end to it. Then he asked, what is the solution? We decided to leak the fact that Gandhi compromised with Ali Jinnah. Alan Wilson said, let's see if the reputation of this saint is really that great. Chapter 315, Soviet spy Attlee. When talking about the meeting between Gandhi and Mountbatten, Churchill said sarcastically, look at that inflammatory lawyer who graduated from the London Law School. Now he pretends to be an ascetic monk commonly seen among Orientals, half naked and skinny, and he actually feels that he's sitting on an equal footing with the viceroy, entering and leaving the governor's mansion, pretending to dine and drink tea with his majesty's representatives. It's really disgusting. Although it is a bit immoral, I think what the congressman said is very correct. After listening, Alan Wilson added fuel to the fire. These so-called ancient civilizations look down on us in their hearts and think that we are just nouveau-riche. Now they hope to accept the legacy of our British Empire. They will never achieve their goal. Hasn't Alan been writing the glorious history of India anonymously? Sir Baron couldn't help laughing. It's hard to believe that this is what you said. I guess Indians won't believe it. Churchill was also quite interested after listening. Then he heard Sir Baron vividly talk about ancient India's nuclear war, plastic surgery, the invention of movies and various inventions that shocked the world. Very popular, with a very impressive circulation. Churchill was not surprised by Alan Wilson's extra money-making move, but was really surprised by the sales volume. To shocking, the recent research topic has changed, and it is not limited to ancient India. Alan Wilson was reluctant to talk more about this topic, but it was not shameful or anything. He really changed the direction of research. The topic of our India is so great will always be exhausted, and it is easier to work on a new topic based on this. The previous topic can be summarized as our India is so great, and the current research can be summarized as other civilizations are fake. The assistant to the British Indian Commissioner is not talented, but he has also accumulated relevant knowledge. In his previous life, he had read the amazing work of the famous scholar Hezin, including but not limited to, ancient Greece is fake, ancient Egypt is fake, the pyramids were made by the British in 1809, the Roman Empire is fake, and carbon testing is fake. Ancient India is fake, because India does not record history. The civilization of the Mesopotamian basin is fake, because no one knows those cuneiform characters. In summary, it can be summarized as only Chinese history is true. In this way, Alan Wilson's work is simple. He just needs to change the first person to India. The rest includes, but is not limited to the fact, that Chinese history is faked. The Great Wall was built in modern times, and did not exist in ancient times. The Mesopotamian region is faked, and India is the mother of world civilization. Ancient Egypt is faked, and the pyramids are also faked. As for Greece and Rome, if it were not for our Indian civilization to spread knowledge, there would be no source of Western civilization. Western civilization is ultimately a secondary civilization influenced by ancient India. There is also the birth of mankind. Any other origins are bullshit. India is the place where mankind was born. Humans migrated from India to other places. India is not only the mother of Earth's civilization, but also the mother of mankind. Before the maturity of carbon detection and gene editing sequences, no one can expose the mother of civilization and the mother of mankind, as long as India talks to itself. Alan Wilson believes that in India, a place full of illiterates, as long as his masterpiece is published, it will surely take root and sprout. It is definitely more influential than Hezin's followers. Maybe in the future Modi's Indian People's Party will look for materials from his own works. When he had finished making up this lie, he had to promote it at home and abroad simultaneously, not only to make the Indians happy, but also to make the people of the world happy. He believed that people in other countries would be happy. Churchill and Sir Baron were talking about how to crush Gandhi's plot. Seeing that Alan Wilson remained silent, Churchill took the initiative to say, "Don't think about how to lie, talk about the reality. I met you at the Potsdam conference. At that time, Sir Edward praised you highly, and you were not as silent as you are now. Alan, do you think it is appropriate to leak it? There are many people in the governor's mansion, and the news will leak out sooner or later." Sir Baron had already decided the matter in one sentence, and it was just a matter of when to do it. The Congress is an alliance-type political party. It will accept anyone who is anti-British. Ali Jinnah was once the leader of the Congress. Alan Wilson said slowly, "The characteristic of this kind of political party is that it has many people and many mouths. So as long as Gandhi communicates with other leaders, the information will be leaked sooner or later. What we have to do is the second step. The scope of influence of the leak under other leaders of the Congress will inevitably be small, but we can take advantage of this trend and let many Hindus know about this. At that time, the prestige of Gandhi, who has always been against the British Empire, will inevitably be severely damaged." Sir Baron nodded and said, "Gandhi should have been locked up in prison and starved to death. It was really easy for him." Churchill had just arrived in British India, and he found the feeling of the glorious days of being Prime Minister here. Sir Baron and Alan Wilson couldn't wait to complain and ask for instructions. It was a very timely opportunity. There is no one in the British Empire who is more prestigious than Mr. MP. If Mr. Churchill was still the Prime Minister, the British India issue today would never have developed to this point. Alan Wilson spoke a circle of rainbow farts, each of which was sincere and heartfelt, hitting Churchill's heart. But the subjects of the empire chose that mediocre person. This at least simply turned the British Empire into a vassal state of the Soviet Union. Look at what he did. He is the spokesperson of the Soviets in the British Empire. When Churchill heard this, he immediately launched an uncontrollable attack on the current Prime Minister. Churchill said that Prime Minister Attlee's treasonous behavior was caused by the fact that in order to enhance competitiveness, the Attlee Labour government implemented 7 nationalisation plans including coal mines, gas, electricity, domestic transportation, overseas aviation, telegraph, and the Bank of England in 1 year. The Labour government paid the owners of these state-owned enterprises compensation that exceeded the original value of their original shares by many times, with a total amount of £2.5 billion, and also gave them high-profit bonds that should be repaid regardless of profit or loss. The original owner will continue to participate in the management of the enterprise. This measure appeased the shareholders and put the enterprise on the track of state monopoly capitalism without changing the capitalist system, and restore the legal rights of trade unions, implement a healthcare system, and provide free medical care for residents. In order to curb food price increases, food subsidies are issued, implement a social insurance system, and all those who are in financial difficulties due to illness, unemployment, and pregnancy, as well as widows and the elderly, are given subsidies. This is a rebellious act in Churchill's eyes, and he has been criticizing this act. What do you think is the difference between this act and the Soviet Union? Sir Baron and Alan Wilson looked at each other and exchanged glances. This issue cannot be ambiguous. But when Churchill was seeking recognition, he still absent-mindedly said 2 words of opposition. Mr. Churchill, we can't get involved in the party. This violates the principle of neutrality. Sir Baron said apologetically, so please forgive us. We are very embarrassed. What is embarrassing? In fact, there is no embarrassment at all. The reason for not commenting is that both of them agree with the nationalization move launched by the great Prime Minister Attlee, which is very far-sighted. You have to know that once British India becomes independent, British Indian civil servants will have to find a place to eat. Although a backup plan has been formulated to divert to British Malaya, the population of British Malaya is not large. How can it accommodate a group of 100,000 civil servants? Many civil servants will definitely start a new journey and go to other colonies to work, but a large number of them will definitely return to their home country. If they return to their home country, they will have to work, but where can they find jobs? In addition to government positions, these nationalized enterprises are also a place to absorb these overseas workers. So why oppose it? Not to mention that it is just nationalizing some important industries to ensure employment. Even if Prime Minister Attlee directly turns the British Empire into the Soviet Union, everyone will agree with both hands. Pulling the topic back from the mainland to British India, the next discussion revolves around Gandhi's suggestion. Now the governor's office has Churchill, who can compare with Gandhi in prestige, or even surpass him. In addition, by using some things to distract attention, and waiting for an opportunity, the fact that Gandhi bowed to the leader of the Muslim League can be leaked. We need to divert the attention of the Congress party. Can we let Nehru or Patel temporarily leave Gandhi's side? Alan Wilson said, let the Congress party send a heavyweight to solve the Rohingya problem together with the Governor General, and the Governor General should be included. It is not a very clever strategy to lure the tiger away from the mountain, but it is obviously very appropriate at this time. The Rohingya problem is not too big or too small, and it is more appropriate, and it can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The people who introduced British India to Churchill have a superior mentality towards the colonies of the British Empire. They believe that after independence, India is naturally the successor of the British Empire, and has dominance over the surrounding colonies. These Indians think a lot. Churchill almost laughed when he heard it. Letting Indians be independent is already considered tolerant, and these Indians want to go a step further and eat up the interests of the British Empire in Asia. So the British Empire has fought so many wars in Asia in the past 200 years, just to open up territory in India. Whether the governor's mentality can be changed is crucial. Necessary setbacks are necessary, but the respected members of parliament must also exert a positive influence on the governor. After listening to Sir Baron's words, Churchill nodded solemnly and said, no problem. The governor cannot evade responsibility. We cannot implement selfish policies unilaterally because of some difficulties. Yes, Prime Minister. Alan Wilson stood at attention and blurted out, I'm no longer the Prime Minister. I'm just an old man who has abandoned his personal willingness to serve the empire. Churchill waved his hand in dissatisfaction, but there was no dissatisfaction on his face. Chapter 316 Reliable People. After leaving Churchill's room, Sir Baron and Alan Wilson were still chatting about the great Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has not forgotten those of us overseas. The emergence of large-scale state-owned enterprises must have managers. It is also a good thing for the British Empire. These enterprises must be managed by someone. The Labour Party or the Conservative Party can't send people to manage them. Based on this point alone, the Prime Minister is more admirable than Mr. Churchill. Sir Baron said calmly, after listening to Alan Wilson's words. Mr. Churchill still thinks that he lost unfairly. If he doesn't lose, who will lose? That's right, the most critical issue is still the issue of food. I believe Sir Edward and Sir Norman both agree that these nationalized enterprises are best handed over to reliable people. Alan Wilson maintained consistency with his immediate superior. Maybe we can seek a good position when we return home. For us civil servants in British India, we should think about this now. It's not too early. The widely respected former Prime Minister turned into Mr. Churchill in the blink of an eye. It can be seen that people are no longer popular. Lars Aperton seems to have a sentence that can summarize Churchill's current situation. Stupid. The problem is the economy. But this is the real cooperation between civil servants and politicians. What's the problem? If necessary, Alan Wilson can even make friends with McCarthy and help him catch pro-Soviet element, especially Hollywood, which is full of filth and looks like the base camp of pro-Soviet element and must be strictly investigated. After meeting with Ali Jinnah and Gandhi in succession, the next schedule will be to show his people friendly behavior, followed by a discussion on the Rohingya issue. What about later? The Governor General should also pay attention to the balance of work and rest, and should go to Ceylon for a vacation. Churchill, the special envoy to solve the British Indian problem, and the Governor General and his wife are busy with their own things. The special envoy is also ready to let Governor General Mountbatten calm down and deal with the problem step by step when difficulties arise. At this time, Alan Wilson certainly has his own things to do. He is now doing two jobs. One requires divergent thinking and a lot of nonsense, and the other requires rigor, involving the history textbooks of Malaya. Pamela Mountbatten looked at Alan Wilson's pen curiously, and the Chinese characters appeared one by one. This man is really talented. Alan Wilson, who didn't know that he had been evaluated as talented, was still working on the history textbooks that would occupy exactly half of the population of British Malaya in the future. How to educate the Malays was not something he could manage. He couldn't leave such a large piece of colonial work to himself. There was a pile of reference documents piled up next to the table, but in fact he didn't even look at them. He had studied the history textbooks of the People's Education Press. It wasn't self-boasting that he learned quite well. He didn't need to refer to anything at all. Everything was done according to the law of the rise and fall of dynasties. There was no nonsense mixed with any national sentiment. In fact, he could do so. He even had time to chat with Pamela Mountbatten, and the chat was also about the work at hand. Is it because our China is too powerful? Pamela Mountbatten didn't know Chinese characters, so naturally she didn't understand what Alan Wilson was holding in her hand. She just guessed according to the man's previous remarks bragging about India. It's different. This is what we have to teach students. There should be no personal feelings involved. Alan Wilson shook his head and said, if we develop Indian textbooks according to the standard of boasting about India, then of course we are boasting about the Maurya Empire. As long as the Indians are happy, why should we be objective? But this won't work. If the Maurya Empire is revived, it will be great for us British. For more than 100 years, we have not been able to deal with the huge population of India. If the Maurya Empire is revived, we can finally let the people of the subcontinent get the same treatment as the Indians of the American continent. Unfortunately, we are facing the Mughal Empire. How can an empire of more than 2000 years be compared with a modern empire? Doesn't this mean that mankind has not made progress in the past few thousand years? Ironware and metallurgical technology have been updated for several generations. The opponents that the British Empire defeated after the Industrial Revolution were undoubtedly the best of local civilizations. The Ottomans, the Mughals, the Qing dynasty, and the Russian Empire are all like this. This is the true law of historical development. If it were an ancient dynasty, where distance creates beauty, these opponents would only be more miserable, and the result would not change, except to be worse. The Maurya Empire, with an estimated population of more than 20 million. British India should be similar to Australia now, and there are no indigenous people at all. Alan Wilson's textbook will also remove some narratives that promote national sentiments. What kind of national sentiments does a colony need? At least it cannot be directed at the colonial government, but it can focus on describing the process of the Yuan dynasty expeditionary army attacking the East Indies, which will help to provoke conflicts between the two major ethnic groups. Similarly, in the Malay textbooks, the focus will also be on how Majapahit defeated the Yuan dynasty expeditionary army. National conflicts must be cultivated from an early age, so that the colonists can sleep well. Is Majapahit a Malay? How should it be divided? In a broad sense, Southeast Asian island countries including the Philippines are all branches of the Malays. If we apply the concept of the Chinese nation, it is of course valid. In other words, the Indian nation is also included in the propaganda of the Congress Party. The subcontinental part is not divided into all languages and religions, and they are all brothers and sisters of the same family. The Muslim League is very opposed to this theory. Go out and take a walk. Alan Wilson, who had finished his work, invited Pamela Mountbatten. Where can you find such an obedient girl? The key is to start early and focus on training from the beginning. The wife of the Governor General seems to be even busier than the Governor General. Even in British India, she is still paying attention to the volatile stock market. It is just wishful thinking that you cannot trade stocks in New Delhi. When the Changan was at war, he could micromanage the US stock market across the Pacific Ocean. Isn't New Delhi more convenient than the battlefield? There is no problem in paying attention to the US stock market remotely. It would be even better if the wife of the Governor General suffered losses. Alan Wilson could embezzle some public funds and drag the wife of the Governor General into the water, so that the wife of the Governor General would completely stand on the side of the British Indian civil servants. He can still tell which is more important, some financial losses or the future of 100,000 civil servants. I heard that there are places where Indian cultural relics have been destroyed. Pamela Mountbatten asked, holding hands. I saw it in the report of the Governor General's office. That's true. I also know who did it, but there is no need to check. People are panicking now. It is understandable that some people want to leave a way out. Alan Wilson nodded and answered the question directly. As the ruler of the subcontinent, what's wrong with selling some cultural relics? This is not a big problem. They are not very important cultural relics. The Indians had no reason to object. Look at how docile the Germans are. Countless wealth turned into cigarettes and flowed into the British Trade Commission. Aren't they still living well? Besides, the preservation conditions of cultural relics in India are not good. These cultural relics with historical value are more suitable to be handed over to reliable people for preservation. Alan Wilson even considered communicating with the French and digging up Angkor Wat. Maybe he could get some collections and put them in the Jade House for display. There seems to be the world's largest Hindu temple in the Dutch East Indies. He thinks it is not too much to dig 2 statues and put them at the door of the manor. Pamela Mountbatten might be very happy. Thinking of this, Alan Wilson asked, Pamela, don't you have any favorite sculptures? I'm fine. I'm not interested in these things. Pamela Mountbatten shook her head slightly. In one sentence, Angkor Wat was avoided from being destroyed. In the world of immortals, it is absolutely a meritorious possession and a saint on the spot. I'm very happy that you accompany me like this. It's so boring to engage in politics every day. Pamela Mountbatten raised her little face and told the joy in her heart. Every man is a potential politician, almost all of them. Alan Wilson chuckled, and you don't need to understand politics. This is not a woman's business. You have to say this to everyone. You will be likable. Please smile. Don't get involved in politics, and everything will be fine. You don't know what has happened recently is very natural, so the most important point is that if you feel that something is not the case, don't think about it. Just find me in the crowd. Don't be afraid. Everything will be fine. You have to know that many people think that the wives of civil servants should and can handle all things. If I were a big fool, people would not understand me. You and I both believe that a wife should be a solid rear base to provide security for her husband and give him spiritual support in great undertakings. Be the hostess and the most beloved woman, because behind any successful man there will always be a woman he trusts, is most beloved and affectionate. Do you remember it? I don't quite understand what you are saying, but my instinct tells me that you seem to have made some demands on me. Pamela Mountbatten tilted her head and thought for a long time, and suddenly said, "Shameless, who promised to be your wife? Come, let me experience the treatment of a husband first." Alan Wilson hugged Pamela Mountbatten and lowered her head. "Stick out your tongue." "No, the root of my tongue hurt last time." Pamela Mountbatten dodged, not wanting to let this man succeed easily. Work is of course important, but personal problems are also important. If personal problems are not solved, work will be distracted, and work efficiency will be reduced. Alan Wilson did this for a better job, which is very reasonable. The days passed little by little in the process of the governor's office, the governor's actions of showing closeness to the people, Prime Minister Churchill's indoctrination, and Alan Wilson's emotional cultivation. Gandhi was facing the biggest crisis since he led the Congress Party. Give up power to Jinnah? Not to mention letting the majority of Hindus know. Even the top leaders of the Congress Party would not agree. Chapter 317. India's Rich People. Gandhi sat cross-legged on a straw mat with his upper body exposed, and a wet towel on his head to cool off. Flies flew around him, and the pungent and unpleasant smell in the air was blown in by the sultry summer breeze. When he showed the plan he proposed to Mountbatten and asked everyone to discuss it, the leaders of the Congress Party were all dumbfounded and even breathless. In their view, this plan was not only bizarre, but also nonsense. They simply couldn't believe that the Mahatma they supported and admired would come up with such a bad plan. The British had agreed to leave, so how could the fruits of victory be easily handed over to the opponent? Almost no one expressed understanding of the plan of the elderly Mahatma. Gandhi repeatedly persuaded these leaders who came here in luxury cars. Tell them that, if they didn't do this, Mountbatten would agree to partition. Once partitioned, a larger scale bloodshed would break out, and India would face a catastrophe again. He hoped that everyone would think calmly, really consider it seriously from the interests of the country and the people, and not give up the glimmer of hope for India's integrity. Patel's fierce opposition was actually expected by Gandhi, but Nehru did not support him either, even though Gandhi had been training Nehru to be the leader of the Congress Party. It was unreasonable to hand over the future of India to Jinnah, whether out of the feelings of the Hindus or the pursuit of the Congress Party. This was not a problem that Gandhi's prestige could solve. For the first time in his life, Gandhi faced so many opposing voices who had respected him so much a day ago. The leaders of the Congress Party did not necessarily fail to see the factors behind Gandhi's claims. First, drive the British away. After the British leave, the remaining problem is the Congress Party and the Muslim League. Without the British factor, things will be much easier to solve. In fact, Gandhi did say this at the Congress Party meeting. Even if we must divide it, it is a matter between us and the Muslim League. We can still divide it after the British leave. This is the truth. But before the dawn of victory appears, everyone hopes to seek stability. Gandhi believes that, if the British leave, he may be able to force the Muslim League to submit. This idea is very good, but it does not mean that there are no problems. It has only been 30 years since the Congress Party emerged from the many parties in British India. Now, among Hindus, the Congress Party has an overwhelming advantage. But once Gandhi, the symbol of the Congress Party, bows to Jinnah of the Muslim League, will Hindus still support the Congress Party? The top leaders of the Congress Party present here can understand Gandhi, but countless Hindus who are united by religious beliefs may not understand the Congress Party. If they support Gandhi's proposition, the Congress Party may be abandoned in the eyes of Hindus. In this darkness before dawn, seeing that decades of struggle have come to the harvest, who dares to make a rational choice? It is true that the Muslim League is a difficult opponent, but the Muslim League will not take away the supporters of the Congress Party, while other Hindu parties may not be. These forces currently clustered around the Congress Party are the real enemies, and they can destroy the foundation of the Congress Party. Whether it is a liberal faction represented by Nehru or the conservative faction represented by Patel, they all agree. There is no liberal faction on this issue. Once it is liberal, the Congress Party will be gone. Such uniformity and opposition from different angles eventually made Gandhi frustrated. It turned out that he really could not solve this problem and make British India complete. The integrity of British India was and is only in Jinnah, never in any person of the Congress Party. Unfortunately, Ali Jinnah, the important leader of the Congress Party at that time, who maintained the unity of the whole of India, has been dead for 20 years. The current Ali Jinnah will never give up on this issue. Jinnah was also an outstanding lawyer, 2 meters tall and elegant. He once said that non-violent resistance is only a movement for those who are ignorant and illiterate. Unlike Gandhi, Jinnah likes to organize grand ceremonial guards when he goes out, with elephants covered in gold and silver as the forerunner, and military bands playing the music of Bless the King. In Ali Jinnah's eyes, Nehru is just a boastful professor, and Gandhi's evaluation is a little higher, like a cunning fox. Governor Mountbatten, who had received the key to the problem from Gandhi, wanted to talk to Jinnah, but Ali Jinnah, who had already received the news from Alan Wilson, said that it was okay to talk, but it would take some time. We invited Nehru to work with the Governor General to try to solve the Rohingya problem. Alan Wilson took Sir Barron and Secretary General Ismay and passed on the itinerary approved by Congressman Churchill to Governor Mountbatten. The Rohingya issue is essentially a conflict between Myanmar and India. In terms of meaning, it is actually similar to the Indian issue of consent or partition, but it is smaller. If this is successful, it may be inspiring for solving the problem of British India. Member Churchill thinks so too. Mountbatten, who wanted to refuse and wait for Ali Jinnah's reply, did not say the refusal when he heard that Churchill also meant the same thing. Mountbatten was only 47 years old in terms of age. Churchill was actually a politician of the previous era for him and a contemporary of his father. The two had a very good relationship. When Mountbatten was in college, Churchill, who was already the Secretary of Defense, helped him in debates. They were almost close friends regardless of age. Naturally, if Churchill thought so, Mountbatten had to agree. He couldn't hurt the old man's heart. Moreover, during the war, as the Prime Minister, Churchill had been taken care of by Mountbatten. He couldn't disrespect the other party just because Churchill was no longer the Prime Minister. Is Aung San the local leader in Burma? At the critical moment, Mountbatten's experience as the Commander-in-Chief of the Allied forces in Southeast Asia reminded him of Burma. Can he also be the leader of the Burmese? It was the choice of the Burmese. Alan Wilson shrugged. Aung San himself had experience in cooperating with the Japanese during the war. This is a well-known fact. However, most Southeast Asian countries actually have no ill feelings towards Japan. They are colonies of European countries and don't even have their own countries. Naturally, it is not an anti-aggression war. The situation in China is different. Even because China is an ally of the Allies, the local Chinese in Southeast Asia also exist as an ethnic group introduced to check and balance the local indigenous people. Many Southeast Asian countries hate the Chinese. This is a fact and there is nothing to hide. Okay, then I will see if Nehru can solve this matter and let Yangon say whether Aung San can come over. Mountbatten finally agreed that it was impossible to take the initiative to go to Burma. He was the Governor General of India. It was a great blessing to be able to mediate. Why would he take the initiative to go to Yangon? I will send a telegram to Burgess immediately. Alan Wilson nodded and agreed. As long as the Governor General agreed, it would be fine. As for whether the Rohingya problem could be solved, who cares? Who wants to solve the problem? It's just to find something for the Governor General to do. Similarly, Alan Wilson has his own things, which are also related to the future of British India, and are also very important. It involves the future economic map of India. It's very simple. India is independent. Now everything in the British Empire belongs to the Indians. Of course, the Indian government may not confiscate private property, but what about important industries? Who can guarantee that Nehru will not try every possible means to plot and use means to get the precious wealth of the British? So this matter should be avoided and handed over to trustworthy people. On the one hand, it is to cash out, and on the other hand, it is to form a relationship of interest with the current wealthy class in India and add a layer of protection. If Nehru finally takes action, the first to be harmed will be these local Indian tycoons, and then Britain. It is better if he does not take action. Anyway, it is not too bad. The Burla family is one of the targets chosen by Alan Wilson. During the First World War, the Burla family relied on the export of jute, cotton and other commodities in the opium trade, and its property increased from 2 million rupees to 10 million rupees. After the war, it invested in the jute and cotton spinning industry, and in the 1930s, it invested in industries such as sugar and paper making to form a consortium. During the Second World War, the Burla family invested in machinery, coal mines and other departments. Now the assets have reached 200 million rupees. According to the exchange rate, the Burla family is actually richer than the governor, not to mention the Tata family. The Tata family made huge profits during the First World War. After the war, they established a number of enterprises in the power generation, chemical, machinery, oil, cement, and finance industries. Before the outbreak of the Second World War, Tata Sons controlled 22 companies through its management company, and a monopoly consortium had been formed. The Burla family and the Tata family, as well as Indian tycoons in various industries throughout the subcontinent, received an invitation from Sir Baron, and prepared to come to New Delhi to see what the British were going to do. The short winter in India was over again, so short that Alan Wilson almost didn't think it had come. A ceiling fan on the ceiling of the apartment was turning, but it was so slow that it seemed like a dream. There was a metal framed screen on the window, and outside the screen was a tropical garden with several paths crisscrossing it. It was full of European viburnum and palm trees. It was unusually quiet. There was no wind in the garden, and the house was very dark. It was spacious, and made of imitation gold. There was a piano. The chandelier was turned off. There were various flowers and plants on display. Except for the fan turning symbolically like a dream, everything was dead silent. The Rohingya issue was just for fun. He let the Governor General meet with Nehru and Aung San Suu Kyi, only to cover up his talks with the Kampradas. To do this, he had to make sufficient preparations to get these grown Indian tycoons to hand over their money. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318, The Power of Example. Is it inappropriate for you and I to go meet the Indian tycoons? Pamela Mountbatten turned her head away and said hesitantly, "Isn't this inappropriate?" "What's inappropriate? You are the daughter of the Vice King, but you don't hold any public office. With this identity, you can stay out of it. It's actually very appropriate." Reaching out to hold Pamela Mountbatten's waist, Alan Wilson coaxed her. "This is definitely an important matter for the Empire. Pamela, as citizens of the Empire, we should be anxious about other people's needs. Think about other people's needs, and make profits for the Empire as much as possible." Pamela Mountbatten, after all, is just a girl under 18 years old. She has not faced some things alone, especially in British India. The matter of contacting the Indian tycoons has been approved by London. Of course, the premise of this approval is how much cash can be obtained from the grown-up British Indian tycoons. If London is satisfied, this matter can be regarded as a real success. Alan Wilson believes that this must be done. To make an inappropriate analogy, it is like when the war starts, men go to war, and other men who are not on the battlefield frequently sneak into your bedroom from behind the long and narrow mobile home late at night. If you also went to war at that time, a man would take your place and take away your young wife. This analogy is now very well understood by men in many countries, including but not limited to the UK. Don't think that American soldiers can avoid this. When American soldiers leave their country, the wives or girlfriends of these soldiers will also face the poaching of other men who have not joined the army. Only magic can defeat magic, and only interests can pry interests. Building the dependence of the Indian upper class on the British Empire is the top priority at present. This is not to be done only from British India, but British India is the first colony to be independent. Alan Wilson's current work can serve as a model for other colonies. There are no flights between former French colonies, but there are direct flights to Paris. In fact, the UK is the same, but it is not as superficial as the French, and it is more covered. Dubai and Doha, Qatar, have flights to almost every corner of the UK. There are as many as 15 flights a day from Dubai to London, and 10 flights a day from Doha to London. Moreover, both routes are among the top 10 most profitable routes in the world. The Middle East is just a representative of the extensive British colonies. At present, the power of oil has not yet been revealed. The most valuable colony is still British India. If Alan Wilson does this well, he can set an example for other colonies. Pamela Mountbatten had no resistance to Alan Wilson's persuasion. Who made this man swear to let the rich Indians see the world? Since she promised Pamela Mountbatten, she began to dress up carefully and put on a British long skirt, hoping to make Alan Wilson proud. In fact, as long as she introduced that this was the daughter of the Vice King, it would make the Assistant Commissioner proud. The importance of a country's pillar industries is self-evident. Alan Wilson couldn't really name the pillar industries of the British Empire at the moment, but he knew that the pillar industries after Mrs. Thatcher came to power were the media, finance, and service industries. The others should not be considered industries, and only cutting-edge factories were left. The UK's R&D expenditure has even caught up with Spain and Italy, and is running all the way downhill. But even the bottom line of Europe, Southern Europe, is not comparable to Japan and South Korea. At this time, it's all about the foundation. The per capita income of Italy and South Korea is similar, but the working hours of Italian workers are only half of that of South Korea. To earn the same money, South Korea has to work hard for a day, while Italy can earn the same money in half a day. South Korea, let alone Italy, cannot compare with Greece, which is in economic recession, in terms of social welfare spending. Even though South Korea's per capita income is 30% higher than that of Greece, its welfare spending is only half of that of Greece. South Korea's per capita income of $30,000 is only equivalent to $15,000 in Europe, which is roughly the same level as Poland. Not everything can be measured by numbers. What London wants to do now is nothing more than saving the cost of maintaining British India, while retaining the interests of British India. Even if the income is less than before, the cost has disappeared, which is more cost effective than before. Although the corporate class is naturally weak, Alan Wilson has no intention of forcing these Indian tycoons to submit. The British Empire is about to withdraw, so of course they have to be gentlemen now. It can be seen that Pamela Mountbatten has also been carefully dressed up. In order to help Alan Wilson achieve his goal smoothly, she secretly came to the rendezvous point to support the Assistant Commissioner. Alan Wilson's eyes lit up. Pamela Mountbatten is certainly not a top beauty. After all, there are a few top beauties in the world. After some dressing up, she can definitely show it off. Alan, are you satisfied? Pamela Mountbatten was a little embarrassed in the face of such a look, and asked hesitantly. Slurp. Sucking back the saliva that was about to seep out of his teeth, Alan Wilson blurted out the rainbow fart in his brain. A pair of moving, natural perfect legs, ankles and beautiful breasts, very refreshing, very smart hips, and feet with very delicate toes. I asked you if you are satisfied with what you are wearing. What breasts and hips? Pamela Mountbatten's ears were burning, and she stamped her feet in shame and anger. If you do this again, I will ignore you. It's mainly the innate temperament. The appearance will fade, but the nobility will not change. Alan Wilson immediately changed his angle and continued to attack Pamela Mountbatten. Actually, it's not that good. Pamela Mountbatten couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth. She was quite satisfied with this feedback, as long as she could help this man. In order to show that British India is still in the hands of the British Empire, Alan Wilson chose the Manor as the place to meet with the richest business class in British India. The Manor is a standard Victorian-style house with white clapboards, a porch and gaudy decorations. It was built in 1889 and is the third house built on the site. The first was a wooden house built in the 1820s, and the owner was probably an Indian. It is now used as a stable. Janhangdi Ratanji Dabhai Tata, the head of what would later become India's first financial group, went to France first, unlike the average Indian elite who went to study in Britain. When he was a child, he went to school in France. His neighbor Louis was a legendary French pilot who was famous for being the first to fly across the English Channel. The plane was parked on the beach next to the house for tourists to watch. Janhangdi took English lessons from an English teacher and prepared to apply for Cambridge University. Unexpectedly, before the end of the tutoring period, France issued a decree. All young men over the age of 20 had to serve in the military. Therefore, he was unable to go to university and served in the French army. After the 1-year term is up, he hopes to stay in the army for a longer period of time and take the officer course. Jinnah is now 43 years old. For a man, especially a wealthy man, he is not old, but at the peak of his golden age. Don't forget what the United States and the Soviet Union said when Reagan and Brezhnev were in power at the same time. On the one hand, they criticized the other party for being in power with old people, and at the same time expressed that their own leaders were at their peak. Pamela, this is the Indian national entrepreneur Mr. Jinnah I often mention. Mr. Jinnah is full of ideals of serving the country through industry. He will definitely play a pivotal role in the future of India. When Alan Wilson saw Jinnah for the first time, he introduced him to Pamela Mountbatten in a voice that the other party would definitely hear. You are obviously not talking about a national entrepreneur, but a comprador. Although she thought so in her heart, Pamela Mountbatten still expressed her welcome very appropriately. Mr. Jinnah and the deeds of the Tata Group. I actually heard people from the governor's office mention it, and everyone praised it. Today I finally met the legend himself. Thank you very much, dear lady. While accepting the compliment, Jinnah took the initiative to say, in fact, the biggest regret of my life is that I have never been to Cambridge University. There is still a long time. Maybe it is not a regret. There is still a chance to make up for it. Alan Wilson heard this and shook his head slightly to indicate that things were not water without a turnaround. For a poor student, this is almost certainly a regret, but for someone like Jinnah, if you want the recognition of Cambridge University, it is just a matter of a word, as long as the time is right. With the financial resources of the Tata Group and India's future status, as long as Jinnah is willing, I believe that Cambridge University will not be too old-fashioned and will show a flexible moral bottom line at the right time. Only a few hours later, Balvodas Birla, the head of the Birla family, arrived. Whether it is the Tata family or the Birla family, their business model is a family business of the conglomerate model. The conglomerate model is translated into chaebol in Japan and South Korea. Germany is the origin and epitome of the conglomerate group. One day later, most of the Indian tycoons who had gathered from all over the country had arrived. In Alan Wilson's eyes, it seemed that even the air began to be filled with the smell of gold coins. The commissioner's secretary Edel also came by car, bringing with him the evaluation materials on various industries in India from the governor's office, and the British industrial data currently in the hands of the governor's office. All kinds of things filled up a trunk. In fact, these are all reduced versions, otherwise the workload would have to be increased several times. With all the personnel present, this face-to-face contact officially began. Alan Wilson expressed the goodwill of the British Empire. Dear national entrepreneurs, thank you for coming. Facts have proved that you are friends of the British Empire. Chapter 319 A Trustworthy Rich Man. Did Alan Wilson say something wrong? Absolutely right. In the later British rich list, all the foreigners, Russian oligarchs, and Indian tycoons who came from afar went to London to become outstanding citizens. Now it is just the beginning of this process. Before leaving, the special relationship between Britain and India is established at the upper level. If it succeeds, it will certainly be the credit of Alan Wilson. This should be the last big vote. In the final analysis, British India still has potential to be tapped and can make the last contribution. He did not want to describe it with the imperialist argument that he would never surrender before the blood of the Indians was shed. It was mainly about mutual benefit. He wanted to get at least £100 million from these rich people, most of whom had already obtained British identity. That is to say, according to last year's income, at least half of the tax revenue of British India should be obtained. It seems impossible, but it is not completely impossible. Per capita income does not represent everything. After all, it is only the economic development of that year. People like Ali Khan, who have been the Maharaja of Hyderabad for hundreds of years, cannot be reflected in the statistics of that year. Just like in theory banks are the richest institutions, but in reality no bank can withstand a run. Accumulated wealth cannot be reflected from the turnover of the year. These Indian tycoons have been growing for at least several decades, and the funds in their hands are definitely not public figures. Even if they cannot be compared with Ali Khan, it is still an unimaginable astronomical figure. The methods are nothing more than those few: coercion and inducement. Alan Wilson started from the establishment of the Soviet Union. The establishment of the Soviet Union is a big event in the world at any time. Other statements are clichés. This is not his purpose. In many places, dangerous pro-Soviet elements are hidden very well. These people are the most dangerous enemies of the free world. Wherever the Soviets go, they nationalize all industries, confiscate the wealth of the rich, and throw them into prison. Oh, yes, especially for bankers, the Soviets never show mercy. Alan Wilson's eyes swept over these rich people. In the Quran, peaceful believers cannot engage in usury. Therefore, the loan sharks in British India were all Hindus, including but not limited to those in front of him, who were wearing the sign of national entrepreneurs, talking about serving the country through industry, driving luxury cars, and dressed in well-dressed Indian tycoons. Most of the national entrepreneurs in front of them did not reject the loan sharking business, which was also an important source of income for them. Maybe there are suspected pro-Soviet element in the Congress party, but they are still hiding very tightly. Who can say for sure? The most afraid of the sudden silence in the air, because there are too many people. The smell of curry permeates the hall. For the sake of the British Empire, Alan Wilson can endure the bad environment, but he can't let Pamela Mountbatten endure it. While these tycoons were shocked, he whispered to the girl sitting next to him and asked Pamela Mountbatten to go out for a walk. Alan Wilson continued to communicate in the hall and the intimidation stage. It's not completely nonsense. The Communist Party of India is already quite powerful. When the Soviet Union was still called Soviet Russia, Bolshevik groups appeared in Calcutta, Mumbai, Lahore, Madras and Champa in India. These groups actively propagated dangerous ideas and founded many publications, such as the Bengali language Voice of the People, the English language Socialist and the Urdu language Revolution. The rise of the Bolshevik group caused anxiety among the British Indian authorities. Amid the clamor of smashing the Bolshevik conspiracy, the activities of the Bolshevik groups in various parts of India were severely cracked down. However, this was a different time. World War II broke out, the British Empire and the Soviet Union became allies again, and the Communist Party of India became a legal party again. What is the level of the Communist Party of India now? Alan Wilson said without prejudice that it is probably an Indian local party second only to the Congress Party. If something happens to the Congress Party, it will collapse overnight. British India is likely to fall into the hands of the Communist Party of India. Therefore, Alan Wilson planned the partition of India and Pakistan for the good of the Congress Party. If Gandhi really followed his approach, if the Congress Party lost the support of the majority of people, wouldn't the Communist Party of India be a spark? The work of British India has always been complicated, and it is not just talk, but a mess of thousands of threads. It was not something that could be dealt with severely at the drop of a hat. The Communist Party of India was real, and it was certainly not very friendly to the wealthy people, who were called national entrepreneurs, but were actually compradors. After all, the whole world knew how the Soviet Union treated the nobles. A group of pigs who were almost the same as the untouchables actually wanted to put the masters in prison and shoot them one day. This was intolerable. In the face of such threats, national feelings and religious beliefs were put aside. History has proved many times that in the face of such threats, national feelings and religious conflicts were not a problem. The atmosphere was a bit heavy, and the most intuitive manifestation was that the smell of curry in the hall became stronger. It was a correct decision to let the Vice King's daughter go out. Alan Wilson made up his mind that if there was a next time, he needed to appear with so many Indians at the same time, and he must choose an open place. After the coercion, there was the inducement. At this time, Alan Wilson showed the goodwill of the British Empire. After expressing his concerns to the wealthy people, represented by Jahangir Tata and Balvo Birla, it was time to give them a choice. Everyone knows that the British Empire is about to leave British India. Whether it is fast or slow, this process is irreversible. The British will leave sooner or later, so who will fill the vacant markets and industries? First of all, the new government will definitely not allow the British to control many important industries. Alan Wilson is not prepared to sell all important industries to the Americans. In fact, there is only one choice left, which is to hand over things that are destined to be lost to people who can be trusted. I don't know, are you national entrepreneurs trustworthy people in the British Empire? Alan Wilson said round after round of clichés, and finally got to the point. Are you willing to make contributions on behalf of the British Empire in the subcontinent? Yes, we are very willing. After a short silence, the hall was filled with voices, and everyone said that they were loyal subjects of the British Empire, and would inevitably be an important force in the development of India in the future. It is not only an important force for India, but also an opportunity to enter the European market. Although Europe was severely damaged by the war, it recovered quickly. A complete Europe is willing to open its doors to you. Of course, this is a market that you can enter only after you have the ability to do so. Alan Wilson, who was always talking nonsense, finally held back his boasting. That was at least 20 years later. India would definitely build some projects after independence to show how powerful India is, especially Nehru, the pro-Soviet element. The trend of India's independence does have a sense of India's rise. Most of the production capacity of these industries must contribute to India, not to mention how European countries would give up the market. Post-war reconstruction is definitely to protect employment, and only when it is fully restored can low-end industries be abandoned. Although Alan Wilson has restrained himself, the information he has leaked is enough. It is enough for these cats who smell the smell to rush in and show their loyalty to the British Empire at this time, saying that they are the people who should be trusted after the British Empire leaves. You're too polite. I really don't need it. Alan Wilson righteously declined. Why is it Bengal tiger skin again? There's no place to dry it. Nothing new? This is all for the empire. How can I take this opportunity to accept gifts? This is not what a gentleman should do. Don't do it again next time. If you do this again, we will have nothing to talk about. I don't need it myself, but I can't ignore the thoughts of other civil servants. It's really embarrassing. I'm not taking your money, but using your money to do your business, right? It costs money to do things, especially such a big thing. It must cost a lot of money. In desperation, facing the Indian tycoons who were so kind that he couldn't refuse, Alan Wilson could only make an exception and accept these insignificant gifts with a look of don't do it again next time. This is how to build connections. If Alan Wilson doesn't accept it, he will not give these Indian tycoons face. This is not conducive to establishing a special relationship between Britain and India among the upper class of India. For the sake of the overall situation, he must accept it. In fact, there is nothing valuable at all. Pearls are not valuable things. There are farmed pearls everywhere in later generations. Although everything in this era is natural, such as diamonds, are man-made things valuable? Of course, this era is also natural. He is not a woman. What does he want these things for? It is better to give gold directly, but when he thinks that it is essentially a gift to Pamela Mountbatten, it is difficult to refuse. What bad intentions can Alan Wilson have? He just wants to point out a clear way for the wealthy people in India. Do something that is beneficial to both them and the British Empire. Eggs should not be put in one basket. In fact, if your company wants to raise funds, the best choice is London. We know each other well. If there is any difficult problem, you can come to me at that time. The principle that eggs should not be put in one basket made Jhangi Tata and Balvo Birla agree that risks should be shared and businessmen should not be limited to one place. Any place is too dangerous for businessmen. Capital is global. Alan Wilson concluded righteously. Before the proletarians unite, we should unite first. Do you think what I said makes sense? It makes a lot of sense. A wave of echoes came, and the voices were full of sincerity. Chapter 320 Report Letter. So, should the trustworthy national entrepreneurs raise money now and prepare to take over the important industries of India in the future? You should also know that the Americans bought the Mysore iron mine. To be honest, the United States is not only interested in the Mysore iron mine, but also in industries such as steel, chemicals, and textiles. For profit considerations, we should let the Americans take over, but who can blame us for our relationship with the Indians? There are always some feelings. The British Empire is very willing to separate some of these industries and hand them over to trustworthy people. After all, such a long time and the special relationship between Britain and India are the reasons for our inclination. But we can't lose money, right? The price must be acceptable. I hope everyone will not disappoint the British Empire. The most critical issue is still the issue of money. Feelings can be discussed, but wouldn't it be more solid if there is money to support it? Mentioning the sale of the Mysore iron mine also gives these local Indian tycoons some motivation. Only by raising more money and controlling more industries can they be invincible in independent India. If India had been independent, he would never have dared to do so. As we all know, India, from the country to individuals, is known for crossing the river and then destroying the bridge in business. From the perspective of the country, it is a routine operation to bring in foreign funded enterprises and then kill them. It is not trustworthy at the individual level. India's richest man Ambani once did one thing. He used the financing he got from Amazon, the money used to cooperate with Amazon's development in India, to build a replica of Amazon's business that is almost exactly the same. Then he used it to compete with Amazon in India. This is the real use of your money to do your business. He used Amazon's money to build his own website and then compete with Amazon. As for owing 10 billion to a bank in a big country and not paying it back, it was also done by India's richest man. It is quite rare for a country's richest man to do such a thing. In other words, he has no vision, and he is lower than Jack Ma, who is only entangled in traditional fraud. Look at Jack Ma, who also uses the country's money to do things for himself and can still get many fans. The difference in vision is obvious. Faced with Alan Wilson's requirements, the rich people who have seen the dawn of monopoly capitalists from the identity of calm predators are now full of energy. Just like Nehru, Patel and other senior officials of the Congress party who saw the British leaving, they were excited and wanted to do something. The opportunity was already in front of them, and it was worth everyone's hard work. How could they not care? It was impossible to decide anything in this meeting, and it would take time to raise funds, but this did not prevent Alan Wilson from imagining the fruits of his harvest. Pamela Mountbatten was walking the dog in the yard. Alan Wilson, who came out at lunchtime, took a breath of fresh air and came to accompany the Vice Prince's daughter. "Did you finish the talk so quickly?" Pamela Mountbatten, who was holding a young German Shepherd, was a little surprised. This was not a civil servant at all. We can do things fast or slow, but we don't need to be too anxious. It doesn't mean we won't speed up the process. Alan Wilson said calmly, "Why do we invite them together, not one by one? Because we are colonizers. Although we cooperate with these compradors, there is a gap in our status. If we negotiate alone, these wealthy Indians will be suspicious and afraid that we will use the weapons in our hands to force them to do something. It's different if we talk together. These Indian tycoons will appear together, which will make each other feel safe. I believe that after they leave, they will also study and evaluate each other, so either it will not succeed, or these people will choose to cooperate with us." Pamela Mountbatten held the little German Shepherd and listened to Alan Wilson's words. Finally, she nodded and said, "Is that so? Of course, they can also talk. They can also be patriotic." She reached out and took the German Shepherd from the girl's hand and put it on the ground. There was a barbed wire fence at the edge of the yard, and the little German Shepherd stood in the middle. Between him and the dog, there was a new and an old barbed wire fence, which stretched from one corner of the yard to another. There was also a can-shaped food bowl next to it, which meant a choice. What the double wire fence between the dog and the can provide is something like concentration camp rage and deprivation of personal freedom. Whether it is food or wire fence is a matter of personal choice. Alan Wilson looked at the little German Shepherd squatting on the ground and pointed his thumb in the direction of the manor behind him. "Actually, Pamela, don't you think they are just like a dog? Should I choose this dog or that dog?" Each dog stood in the middle. What is driving the dog? It can be a whip or food. For Alan Wilson at present, the choice is in his hands. But don't turn around. Maybe there is a dog following you silently. Although Alan Wilson believes that dogs are not bad, they just need some means to train. Sometimes they need to be taken care of, sometimes they need to be beaten and scolded, but what does it matter? It is a necessary path. It is okay to treat these Indian tycoons like this, but Alan Wilson will never allow other countries to treat him like this, so he has always been resistant to the United States. In his memory, the Soviet Union eventually fell anyway, and there is nothing to fear about a fallen country. But the United States is different. A patriot cannot watch his motherland gradually change from a master to a dog. Blood is thicker than water, so just stand back. At the same time, Wilson had already set out from Yangon and arrived in British India, waiting for the train to New Delhi. In the early morning, under the fog close to the ground, he walked along the railway embankment, stepped on the gravel of the road, and let the crowded early trains flash by. All he saw was a desolate scene. In fact, in terms of living pressure, the conditions in Myanmar are much better than those in British India, although the top part cannot be compared. But the lower class Burmese people are not like Indians, who have to think about the next meal all the time. After crossing a bridge, you can see a coal mine. Some unknown people are picking up coal slag in the morning fog. The rope pulley is either silent in the hoisting derrick, or turning on the unknown mine. There is no noise. Everything is asleep. British India is such a contradictory place, but Wilson had no time to think. He had already made up his mind to take a tough attitude on the Rohingya issue. No matter what, these Indians must not be allowed to go back. They are Indians. There is no need to distinguish whether they are Hindus or peaceful believers. Anyway, they are not Burmese. As for Alan Wilson, he is still talking about feelings, even though he wanted to get on the boat first and buy the ticket later several times. For Indians who can see the countdown signs of Delhi and New Delhi every time, it is a good thing to be satisfied, without pain, and live an ordinary life. In these ordinary days, pain and joy dare not shout loudly. Everyone whispers and walks on tiptoe. Sometimes Alan Wilson wonders whether Indians should consider offering this sign after India's independence. Anyway, Indians have nothing to offer, and it doesn't matter if they offer one more sign. It is also a precious historical relic. Just think of it as Alan Wilson's small compensation for the recent cases of lost cultural relics in various places. Taking a walk in the evening is what Alan Wilson often does these days. Apart from counting the number of bribes with Pamela Mountbatten, this was his favorite thing to do. Regarding the matter of collecting money, Alan Wilson explained to Pamela Mountbatten that he was a poor boy and was afraid of being poor. There was a class gap between him and Pamela's family, and he always wanted to make up for this gap. But I didn't dare to spend a penny. Alan Wilson seemed to be suffering from inner torment, saying that he accepted the bribe because he wanted to give Pamela Mountbatten a better future, although it was not the case. Is there a reason for accepting bribes in the colonies? Of course not, but in front of Pamela Mountbatten, this reason is very important. For this reason, Pamela Mountbatten took the initiative. If she hadn't stopped at the last minute, the relationship between the two would have made substantial progress. Although it was a pity, Alan Wilson knew that he couldn't rush it. In the evening, the two walked slowly through the streets and alleys. The asphalt pavement of the street was damp, and the dim street lights were like blurred tears flashing cold light in the wet and cold night, shining on the wet road surface, and absorbing the faint reflection on the street surface. The air of nature made Alan Wilson cherish it, especially after the confrontation between the manor and the Indian tycoons. Pamela Mountbatten had a pearl necklace on her neck, which looked very beautiful, especially in this dusk. It was dazzling. I have to go back, otherwise my parents will worry. After completing today's itinerary, Pamela Mountbatten said goodbye with a bitter face. I'll take you back. Alan Wilson stared at her with affectionate eyes for 2 seconds, and said with regret. After all, he is also a person who has played opposite many actresses. Although it can be said that he was basically defeated, it is still very effective when used on Pamela Mountbatten. I know that men do need it, but there is no way now. Pamela Mountbatten comforted softly. Be patient, we will definitely be together. With your words, I feel relieved. Alan Wilson said this, but a strange look appeared on his face. This sentence seemed to be usually said by a woman to a man. Why is it the other way around? But it doesn't matter, as long as it doesn't ruin the atmosphere. Alan Wilson drove the bus to send Pamela Mountbatten back to the governor's mansion, and waited until she entered before leaving. At this time, Governor Mountbatten was holding a letter of complaint, waiting for his daughter to come back. Chapter 321 Alan in the confinement room. Father, you are still busy. Pamela Mountbatten returned to the governor's mansion and saw her father, the governor, holding a piece of paper in thought. She greeted him and wanted to rest. Pamela, wait a minute, you want to see this? Governor Mountbatten looked at his daughter with a smile on her face, sighed in his heart, and handed over the letter of complaint. What's wrong? With a puzzled look on her face, Pamela Mountbatten took the letter of complaint and read it. The complaint stated that Alan Wilson, the current Assistant Commissioner of British India, accepted bribes, had improper relationships with subordinates, and abused public power for personal gain. The complaint mentioned some things about the current Hyderabad Commissioner, Elisa, as evidence, and it was well founded, and sounded as if it really happened. Pamela, in fact, I can pretend that you didn't see anything about accepting bribes and abusing public power for personal gain. But as for maintaining an improper relationship with a subordinate, I can ignore it if it happens to someone else, but you are my daughter, so it's different. Governor Mountbatten looked at his daughter and said, I oppose your continued relationship, that's it. Father, you should at least check it out. Pamela Mountbatten was really sad when she saw the letter of complaint, but when she heard what her father, the governor, said, she immediately woke up and said hurriedly, you can't convict someone because of a letter of complaint. Everyone can write a letter of complaint, and it's something that costs nothing. On the contrary, I can see Alan thinking about the future of the British Empire every day, but I don't see this from other civil servants. Governor Mountbatten was stunned. He couldn't believe that this was his daughter, and now she would oppose him with reason and evidence. But it seemed that what his daughter said made sense, so he took a step back and said, you still can't see him until this matter is investigated clearly. The simple-minded Alan Wilson was played around in the palm of his hand, and knew nothing about the current situation. It won't be long before I get promoted, get a raise, become the general manager, become the CEO, marry a beautiful woman, and reach the pinnacle of life. Just thinking about it makes me excited. The next day, he was hit hard. During Sir Baron's conversation, he learned about the existence of the complaint letter. He listened to Sir Baron's words with excitement, and shouted angrily, slander, false, premeditated frame-up, and the most despicable behavior. The complaint letter was handed directly to the governor. Sir Baron waited until the assistant calmed down before saying, do you know what this means? It was someone who was messing with me. It must be a civil servant. It can't be an Indian. Indians can't bypass the civil servants of the governor's office. Only the British who understand our procedures can do this. Alan Wilson walked back and forth and picked up the phone directly. This is Edel. The voice of the commissioner's secretary Edel came from the microphone. I'm Alan. The detention room is empty. I want to stay there for a few days. Alan Wilson said simply, except for delivering meals, no one should come here. At the same time, an investigation into my crimes will be launched. That's it. Sir Baron, who had prepared a lot of words, smiled bitterly at his assistant's performance. Is it so extreme? Even if there is something wrong, I can help you cover it up. But I have no crime to admit. Alan Wilson, who put down the phone, let out a long breath and said, just check it. I'm not afraid of anything. Okay, since you said so, let's go to the detention room first. It has not been used for a long time. Clean it up. Sir Baron shook his head. The other person himself asked for strict treatment. What else could he say? Alan Wilson lived in the detention room. The news that the governor's office had investigated him quickly spread. The governor's office was of course not small, and it was not too big. Pamela Mountbatten soon found out, and sneaked out with the help of her mother, and ran to the detention room to see her sweetheart. It was also because the governor was busy with all kinds of things that he could not spend all his time on taking care of his daughter, which gave Pamela the opportunity. You are quite leisurely. Seeing Alan Wilson enjoying himself, Pamela Mountbatten was relieved and complained, I'm so worried. I can't die. If I stay outside, others will think that I'm using some means to cover up my crimes. Alan Wilson laughed exaggeratedly. Wouldn't it be better to stay here now, to get rid of suspicion? I think this is good. It is warm in winter and cool in summer. It is quiet and undisturbed. It is just right to use this time to finish the textbooks needed by Malaya. It takes time and environment to recall and copy texts. Even if Alan Wilson thinks that he is good at history, there are always some forgotten places, not to mention adding some of his own neutral opinions. So even though it has reached the Ming and Qing dynasties, it is always traced back to enrich the content of the textbooks. For example, there are 2 emperors in the Han and Tang dynasties who have made outstanding achievements, but can be called unlucky. Emperor Zhuan of Han completely defeated the Xiongnu and established the Western region's protectorate. All the credit goes to Emperor Wu of Han. Emperor Gaozong of Tang destroyed the Western Turks and Goguryeo to establish the largest territory of the Central Dynasty. People are interested in his father and his wife. Where can I go to reason? Although textbooks are serious things, one must control their hands and not put private opinions into them. But it is okay to polish them, and the 2 emperors cannot be too transparent. Will you lie to me about this? Pamela Mountbatten was like visiting a prisoner through the iron bars. She felt relieved after hearing Alan Wilson's words, but she was still entangled in whether this man would lie to her. Dear, if I want to, I can do it. Alan Wilson held the pen and said truthfully, but I don't have to do this. I can't admit something I haven't done. Who do you think is reporting you? Pamela Mountbatten had unknowingly stood in Alan Wilson's perspective, asking who might have framed her, but she herself had not yet discovered her own heart. It must be a civil servant, otherwise he wouldn't know about the governor's mansion. He talked about Hyderabad. He also knew that Elisa was a female civil servant that I valued, so the scope of suspicion was much smaller. Alan Wilson tilted his head and thought for a while. Among the candidates for the appointment of the Hyderabad commissioner, there was only one from beginning to end. Maybe the other competitors were dissatisfied. It's also very simple to uncover my suspicion. Just call Elisa over and ask her. I have only seen Sir Baron since I arrived at the governor's mansion. It is impossible for me to contact the outside world. No one has come to see me until now. Unless Sir Baron helps me personally, it will eliminate the possibility of my contact with Hyderabad. You can just call Elisa, who doesn't know that I'm being investigated, to ask her and clear my suspicion. Pamela Mountbatten nodded continuously, thinking that what the sweetheart behind the bars said made sense. At this time, he was still calm and found a way to solve the problem. This is the man she was looking for. The most important thing between people is trust. If this man said he was wronged, then he must have been wronged. Pamela Mountbatten had made up her mind to get to the bottom of this matter. I'll bring you something delicious next time I come. Pamela Mountbatten comforted gently through the iron bars. Bring more fruit. Alan Wilson was still showing his side of not being afraid of his shadow, as if the world was peaceful. For the current governor's office, the biggest thing is the visit of the Burmese leader Aung San. Governor Mountbatten and the leader of the Congress Party, Nehru, were waiting at the governor's office, ready to talk to Aung San himself about the Rohingya issue. The Rohingya issue can be regarded as a smaller version of the partition of India and Pakistan, which is also mixed with religious and ethnic factors. For Nehru, at least the Rohingya people now are not peaceful believers, but Indians. The Congress Party is still working hard to take over the entire British India, rather than considering the partition of India and Pakistan. A small scale does not mean that the problem is not big. After meeting with Mountbatten and Nehru, Aung San learned that the two wanted the Rohingya to return to their homeland, and he refused very firmly, saying, "This is impossible. These people are not native to Myanmar, but Indians. There is no reason for Indians to live in Myanmar. Can I think that General Aung San has an anti-Indian tendency?" Nehru asked very dissatisfiedly. "If so, Myanmar will have to bear all the consequences of this attitude in the future." If Alan Wilson was not in the confinement room, he would definitely like the imperialist remarks of the future Indian Prime Minister. This is the governor of a powerful country. Myanmar, a mere country, does not respect a powerful country. It is simply meaningless. If Aung San himself must sacrifice himself in the internal struggle, the murderer can be the Rohingya, and he can also provoke relations between India and Myanmar. It's a pity that he didn't see this scene, but it doesn't matter. As long as he gets out of the confinement room, he will know it. Aung San may not dare to express any dissatisfaction with the British Empire, the source of evil, but he was not so polite to Nehru, who was also a colony, and ignored the important role of the British Empire in the emergence of the Rohingya. Nehru's dissatisfaction was severely refuted, biting Myanmar's bottom line. The expulsion of the Rohingya was a fait accompli, which could not be changed. It was even more impossible for Myanmar to accept these Indians again. No matter what Nehru and Mountbatten said, Aung San insisted on this bottom line. There was nothing to talk about this matter. After Ali Jinnah, Mountbatten, who came to India as the governor, met the independent leader who was unmoved for the second time. Two consecutive similar characters began to make Mountbatten realize the complexity of the British Indian issue. On this night, when Mountbatten faced Churchill, who was both his teacher and friend, he frankly expressed his frustration. Many people say that I'm good at coordination, but this time is the most difficult coordination work I have ever seen. Chapter 322 Clearing Suspicion. Dicky. People say that the work of British India is complicated. Churchill called Mountbatten by his nickname, which seemed more intimate. Dicky is a Russian word, because Nicholas is one of his 5 names. When the Tsar's family came to live, there were too many children named Nicky, so Mountbatten's brothers and sisters called him Dicky to distinguish him. Yes, I have always known this, but I have never felt it so deeply as now. Mountbatten did not have any aversion to Churchill calling him by his nickname. Churchill was a politician of his previous generation. They were both teachers and friends, and the other party was fully qualified to call him that. Until now, we haven't even had a good chat with the princely states. Churchill said this, and then changed the subject, but fortunately, the governor's office has not forgotten this work. After India and Pakistan became independent, what would happen to these princely states? Politicians in London believed that the relationship between the British government and India and the princely states was very special. As long as the British rule in India ended, the power and responsibility of Britain over the princely states would end. The princely states played an important role in the British Empire's rule in the subcontinent. Take Hyderabad for example. The army of Hyderabad participated in many battles of the British Empire, and was always an ally. If the interests of the princely states are not taken into account, it will be a great harm. But at this time, the opinions of the British are obviously not as important as before. Churchill has also experienced the situation of being powerless, not only from the Soviets, but also from the Americans, such as the Quebec Conference. Quebec is located at the confluence of the St. Lawrence River and the St. Charles River. Although it is the capital of the province of Quebec, Canada, it has a population of only a few 100,000, and it is not a prosperous city even in Canada. However, it has left its own page in the modern history of the world, because British and American political and military leaders held meetings here many times during the war, and made many important decisions. At the meeting, Churchill still talked to the Americans about the importance and necessity of his Balkan strategy. However, after a fierce debate, the British side finally agreed to pass the strategic plan code-named Overlord, which stipulated that the Allied forces would land in Normandy the following year. Because of the opposition of the United States, Britain's plan to prevent the Soviet Union from Eastern Europe for Britain failed. During the same meeting, Roosevelt and Churchill signed an agreement on cooperation in atomic research between Britain and the United States. The Alloy Tube project, which was more advanced in Britain, was incorporated into the Manhattan Project, and the United States agreed to share all the results of atomic energy research. Even Alan Wilson, who was still in the confinement room, had something to say about this. Churchill's termination of the Alloy Tube project was more harmful to the British Empire than all the suspected pro-Soviet actions of Prime Minister Attlee combined. Of course, Churchill would definitely not think that he was wrong. Just like during World War I, because of 2 battleships, the Ottoman Empire was pushed to the Allied camp, resulting in the Russian Empire fighting alone in the encirclement of the Allies, which indirectly led to the birth of the Soviet Union. Churchill was not only an American spy, but also a Soviet spy. He did not say anything to Attlee on the issue of being pro-Soviet. Churchill, who did not think he was wrong, but believed that some things were bound to happen, communicated with Governor General Mountbatten from this perspective, asking him to be mentally prepared and accept the possible adverse consequences, and not to think that he could turn the tide as the Governor General. "I can't do anything. Can I just watch everything?" Mountbatten looked straight at Churchill and said with an unwilling tone, "But is this a betrayal of your Majesty's trust? We have even lost the ability to resolve the affiliation of 1 million people." Churchill was talking about the Rohingya issue. Of course, in Nehru's eyes, this is an Indian problem, and in Aung San Suu Kyi's eyes, it is also an Indian problem. It is a problem between India and Myanmar. If Mountbatten can't even solve this problem, how can he convince the more powerful Ali Jinnah? Seeing that Mountbatten was in a low mood, Churchill turned and began to comfort him. Dickie, you are a person who is widely loved by all parties. Remember, at the Quebec conference, Roosevelt praised you highly and readily agreed to let you be the commander of the Allied forces in Southeast Asia. Among the senior British generals, Roosevelt liked Mountbatten the most. He also rejected other British generals nominated by Churchill. In the next 2 days, Mountbatten almost became a spectator between Nehru and Aung San, watching the two future leaders of the two countries, pointing out the country. Although he knew that this day would come sooner or later, he felt sad when he thought about it. At this time, Alan Wilson, who came out of the confinement room, pushed the door and entered the conference room, still covered with dust from the confinement room. General Aung San, long time no see. In fact, not long. Welcome to New Delhi. Did you have a good journey? While speaking, Alan Wilson had already pulled a chair and sat down and greeted General Aung San very familiarly. Is Myanmar's currency reform going smoothly? Has the adverse effects been eliminated? Everything starts again, and it is inevitable to experience some pain. The length of this pain depends on the willpower of the Burmese nation itself. Nehru frowned slightly, and seeing that Alan Wilson and Aung San seemed to be very familiar, he said, Assistant Alan seems to have a good relationship with General Aung San. It's okay. I met him a few times when I went to Yangon last time. Alan Wilson spoke calmly, without any feeling of regaining freedom, as if the confinement room did not exist. Before Nehru spoke again, he said directly, India cannot play a second-class role in the world. It must either be a powerful country with a strong voice or disappear. Isn't it that it is so impatient to be powerful before independence? Huh. The words he said were famous quotes from Nehru's book, The Development of India, written in the prison cell of the British Indian colonial government 3 years ago. Alan Wilson, who took the lead at this time, was of course released by Pamela Mountbatten herself. Now Pamela was walking in the governor's house with the Hyderabad commissioner, Alisa. Alan Wilson, who was dedicated to the public, was of course eager to show his political nature, and came directly to the future leaders of India and Myanmar to make trouble, and show his presence. For the time being, he had no time to think about how Alisa helped him clear his suspicions so quickly. We can ask about the affair later, but there are not many opportunities in front of the two independent leaders. We should not miss the chance, so the things here are more important. At this time, in the garden of the governor's mansion, Pamela Mountbatten chatted with Alisa gently. You are now handling the Hyderabad matter. You are really amazing. What's amazing? The previous commissioners handled it in the same way. But when Alan was the commissioner, it was a turning point. Our relationship with Maharaja Ali Khan has improved significantly. Alisa shook her red hair and introduced with a smile. Some of the contents of the report letter are indeed true, so it can't be said to be false, but everyone does it, so it can't be said to be a mistake. Pamela Mountbatten nodded and heard Alisa continue. I think it may be because I, a woman, am the regional commissioner, which is considered to have broken the convention, so she is dissatisfied and framed. I almost know who it is. No one else would be so idle except him. Then Pamela Mountbatten heard that when Alan Wilson went to Hyderabad, he had another subordinate who he valued very much. He was also Alisa's suitor. After Alan Wilson was transferred back to Europe, there was a non-payment incident that was not very harmful but extremely insulting. Before the situation escalated, it was Ali Khan who sent someone to resolve the matter. A single misstep led to eternal regret, not only losing the future, but also losing love. Naturally, she was not considered for the appointment of the new commissioner of Hyderabad, and the position of commissioner of Hyderabad fell to Alisa. So he thinks that your appointment was obtained through physical exchange. I'm sorry, I know you didn't do that. I'm sorry. Pamela Mountbatten said apologetically, this man is so bad. There are bad people among the masses. Alisa said, then change the subject. This world is too unfair to women. If we want to accomplish something, we have to endure such malicious speculation. Yes, Alisa, let's find a place to have a cup of afternoon tea. Pamela Mountbatten took the initiative to invite. If it weren't for this incident, you wouldn't have to come in person. I'm very sorry to have delayed your work in Hyderabad. It's a great honor, Miss Pamela. Elisa accepted the invitation happily. The facilities here are much better than those in Hyderabad. It is indeed difficult to work outside, but it's all for the service of the British Empire. I can overcome these disadvantages. While others found a place to have afternoon tea, Alan Wilson was still talking nonsense in the governor's mansion, trying hard to stir up the pain points of India and Myanmar about the Rohingya issue. The Governor General probably wouldn't do anything out of the ordinary out of courtesy, but he was different. He used Gandhi's famous saying to press Nehru and asked bluntly, after India's independence, will it replicate the British Empire's previous expansion policy in Asia towards the surrounding small countries? Of course not, Nehru said righteously, but then he changed the subject and said, but we can't sit idly by and watch the legitimate rights and interests of Indians being violated. Oh, is that so? It's a good idea, Alan Wilson laughed and said, it shows a flexible moral bottom line. It seems that our work will be more difficult. We should sign a clear treaty to protect the security of these small countries. Chapter 323 A Dilemma. It is no secret that the Congress Party has always had illusions about taking over the entire British India. Even Alan Wilson knows it. If Nehru had the entire British India after the independence of the Republic of India, would he be honest and stop expanding? The answer is no. It is too late to find excuses. The stronger India will not become a positive role and will continue the historical policies. And no one in the entire British India knows better than Alan Wilson what this potential pro-Soviet element will do. If India under Nehru's leadership is asked to choose between Britain, the United States and the Soviet Union, it will choose the Soviet Union 100 times. As long as Nehru is alive, it is almost certain that India will stand on the side of the Soviet Union. Of course, from the perspective of national attributes, once it is really risky, there are some things that the Soviets can do, and the United States will never do it. For example, large-scale industrial assistance to a country is something that neither the United States nor Britain will do. Only fools like the Soviet Union will get excited. The Soviet Union not only did it, but also did it twice, once to a certain big country, and the other time to India. There are actually differences between the two large-scale industrial aids. It cannot be said that the Soviet Union fell into the same pit twice when providing industrial aid to India, because it had already learned a lesson from a certain big country. The aid to India was irrelevant to the entire system. It was more about specific projects. The total amount may be larger, but it will not allow India to really have the ability to develop behind closed doors. Of course, it is mainly because India itself has problems. So in the 1980s, when the Soviet Union was at its peak, India's industrial capacity and level were roughly equivalent to half of a certain big country at the same time. When faced with a leader like Nehru who really wanted to make the country a success, India's demands could not be met by Britain and the United States. Only the Soviet Union would accept the conditions offered by India. Naturally, with Nehru's influence, India would not throw itself into the arms of the free world. It would not necessarily be a good thing for Britain if it really did, because now the big brother of the free world is no longer Britain, but the United States. The United States will definitely eat up all the interests of Britain and the subcontinent. It is better to give it to the Soviet Union than to do so. The complicated relationship between heretics and pagans. No matter whether India will be with the Soviet Union or the United States in the future, he cannot let India benefit. The victory of the colonies is the failure of the British Empire. He cannot let India take advantage of the British Empire. How about this? Since General Longson is here, I can contact the monarchs of Nepal, Bhutan and Sikkim, and send people to sign a security treaty. No matter what happens, India after independence cannot adopt an annexation policy against these neighboring countries. I wonder if Mr. Nehru thinks there is a problem? Just as Nehru was about to answer, Alan Wilson suddenly turned to General Longson and asked, "What do you think of my suggestion, General Longson? How about it?" "Of course it is great. Didn't you see that the two were arguing about the Rohingya issue? It was almost tense. Of course this is a good thing, and it reflects the responsible style of the British Empire as a world empire. I can't wait to share this good news with my partners at home." General Ongson almost immediately expressed his welcome to this matter and couldn't wait to make it a fait accompli. For Alan Wilson, it was the right time to promote this matter. On the one hand, he received money from Bhutan and Sikkim through legation. He was a man of his word, and he would do his best to do things after receiving money. On the other hand, in terms of the big goal, India should be as controllable as possible after independence, and the role of the British Empire should not be ignored too much. If Nehru disagrees, it proves that Nehru is a potential imperialist, and the policies he adopts towards the small countries around him are no different from those of the British Empire. If Nehru agrees, India will not be able to find opportunities to annex and nibble these countries in the future. This occasion is also good. General Ongson of Myanmar happened to be there. As a witness, he not only wanted to witness this scene, but also wanted Alan Wilson's signatory countries to include Myanmar. I'll ask my teacher Gandhi to decide. Nehru didn't dare to agree rashly, so he brought Gandhi out as a shield. Very good. I believe that Mr. Gandhi, as a peace-loving person, will definitely not object. Alan Wilson said to himself, now it depends on whether non-violence is true or false. Anyway, the British Empire will not lose anything because of this. The Rohingya issue, which had been deadlocked for several days, became what it is now after Alan Wilson just came out of the confinement room and mixed it up. When Nehru was about to leave, Alan Wilson said to the back of the future Indian Prime Minister, Mr. Nehru, then we will notify Nepal, Bhutan and Sikkim first. General Ongson is here, so I don't need to notify. Anyway, it's just a formality. How could Mr. Gandhi, who calls for peace, disagree? What a thing that hurts the character. If you don't agree, it proves that India has ambitions in the surrounding areas, and the so-called non-violence will become a joke. Since Gandhi has established a non-violent character, he must pay the price for it today. Once it is proven that non-violence is a lie, then at least for now, the British Empire is still stronger than India. India's fist is not strong enough to solve problems with violence, which happens to be what the British Empire is good at. Alan, how did you get out? Governor Mountbatten was attracted by Alan Wilson's performance as an arbitrator. After Nehru left, he suddenly remembered something. Shouldn't this man be locked up in the confinement room? Pamela let me out. Alan Wilson said a little embarrassedly. Mr. Governor, my suspicion has been cleared. You are lying. Any investigation in London takes a year or a few months. It has never been so fast. Governor Mountbatten knew the efficiency of British bureaucracy very well and didn't believe Alan Wilson's words at all. Mr. Governor, during the local investigation, a suspect will not be locked up first. Also, it's not that civil servants can't do things quickly, but for the benefit of the empire, they usually slow down their efficiency to come up with mature and constructive plans, rather than making hasty decisions in a few days. Alan Wilson defended the professionalism of the civil service group. The so-called hasty decisions refer to the various behaviors of Mountbatten since he took office. Don't you know that you should take a vacation? As for the signing of the peace treaty, Alan Wilson planned to use the tone of signing tomorrow to promote it for 2 months. Then the formal meeting will waste a month and finally come up with a mature plan that has been weighed by all parties and announced. It's not in vain that he took the money from Sikkim and Bhutan. He has always believed that he should do things if he takes the money. The assistant commissioner who had just regained his freedom was still quite busy. After mixing up Nehru and Aung San, he immediately went to find Pamela and Eliza. At this time, there was no need to avoid suspicion. He had to act openly to completely dispel Pamela's suspicion of the relationship between superiors and subordinates. After finding the two, he sat directly next to Pamela Mountbatten, facing Eliza, and gave the governor's daughter a very obvious hint. The three of them chatted together, and there were laughter from time to time. Eliza, you know, I used to think highly of him, at least not worse than you. But he got into trouble, and I'm very willing to think about him, but I can't promote a tainted person to be a commissioner, right? Alan Wilson said with embarrassment. What does this have to do with me? I told him not to pay. As soon as the voice fell, Pamela Mountbatten pinched the man's waist. She was getting more and more outspoken. What about paying or not paying? There are two ladies here, so straightforward. Although we have no evidence, it is probably him. Alyssa thought for a while and said, I didn't expect that they would use the method of reporting letters. It's too despicable. How to deal with him? This kind of behavior that breaks the rules will definitely not be in the civil service team in the future. But it's not appropriate to deal with him now. Others will think I'm taking revenge. The key is that I really have no evidence. Alan Wilson thought for a while and said, transfer him to a certain province to work, otherwise you may also be troubled. I don't want to see him either. He is indeed not an admirable man. Alyssa put one hand on the teacup. Her face was quite cold, but I thought you were going to give him a good beating. If Pamela Mountbatten was not here to listen, Alan Wilson would inevitably discuss with his confidants and give Andy a good beating. What's wrong with no evidence? This is not the mainland. It is normal for a civil servant to die in the line of duty in the colonies. After sitting for a while, Alan Wilson gave Alyssa a look and left, leaving the two ladies here to communicate. He, such a hard-working civil servant, still has to go to work. On this day, Alan Wilson asked Pamela and Alyssa the same question, how he cleared himself of suspicion so quickly, but Pamela didn't answer. Later, he asked Alyssa to answer the same question. Dear boss, you really want to know? Alyssa took a step closer, and the two of them could almost smell each other's body scent. She opened her red lips and said, I have a one-time evidence that can prove that both of us are innocent. This evidence is more effective than any rhetoric. Andy has always wanted to get this evidence, but he has never succeeded. Wow. Alan Wilson is not stupid. Of course he understands what Alyssa means. I wonder which lucky person will get such a precious gift in the future. Maybe it's you. Alyssa exhaled sweetly, and one hand gently placed on the man's lower abdomen. Chapter 324, Killing two birds with one fish. That's why they say men can do anything for women. Alan Wilson felt the comfort of his right-hand man's bare hand and sighed. In fact, the biggest harm to me about the report letter is my relationship with Pamela. Other things are not so serious. What I did is done by all civil servants. We can't investigate them all, right? The only thing we can do is to find out something. And the initial motive for the report was probably the rumors between you and me, which Andy couldn't accept. That's why he did such an irrational thing. In fact, it's not unforgivable in another situation. You were all selected by me from Delhi University to become civil servants. You still lack experience. I believe you will all become good civil servants, as long as they have time to adapt. It's such a pity. He chose it himself. There is no future. When Alyssa said this, she was about to take a step further, but her fair little hand was caught. It's not that I don't have the courage, but now is obviously not the right time. The more Alan Wilson lacked something, the more he emphasized it, and explained in a serious manner, I still think that I should receive Alyssa's precious gift in a more solemn occasion. Alyssa, whose hand was grabbed, smiled and said in an inexplicable tone, Andy has always wanted it, but he didn't know that his boss had already reserved it. As she spoke, it became more obvious that it would be difficult to guarantee that nothing would happen if this continued. But as two young civil servants who urgently needed to make progress, the two of them calmed down and talked about work first rather than romance. The Hyderabad incident was of great significance to Alan Wilson. He was a nostalgic person and had been doing his best to help Ali Khan. From Alyssa's mouth, he also learned that Ali Khan was quite disappointed with the actions of Governor General Mountbatten after he took office. Did the British Empire really forget that Hyderabad, which had always appeared as an ally for more than 100 years? To you and me, the Maharaja is a very important person. I will continue to negotiate for Hyderabad in New Delhi, but please tell Maharaja Ali Khan frankly that the chances are really slim. We must be prepared for the worst and transfer all the wealth that can be transferred. In this way, even if we lose in the end, we will have a way out. Alyssa nodded, agreeing very much with Alan Wilson's words. You are absolutely right. The Maharaja is very disappointed with the performance of the current governor. After coming to New Delhi, he almost ignored the existence of the princely states. In fact, there is not much I can do. After all, the Congress Party is too deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. I have always wanted to make the Congress Party lose the support of the people. It is hard to say whether I can do it or not. The Congress Party is not the Muslim League. The Muslim League is the party of Jinnah alone. If Jinnah died immediately, the Muslim League would not be able to find a second prestigious person to deal with the Congress Party. Alan Wilson was telling the truth. If Nehru and Patel did not exist, and the Congress Party had only Gandhi, he would have leaked the news that Gandhi had bowed to the Muslim League. At least he would have a chance to bring down the Congress Party in one fell swoop, although this chance would not be great. But the Congress Party also has Nehru and Patel, who have equally many supporters, so it is not a problem to maintain its position. In history, after Gandhi was assassinated, the Congress Party entered the dual giant mode. Soon, under the leadership of Nehru and Patel, it took advantage of Gandhi's death to gain more supporters for the Congress Party. My bottom line is that the Congress Party will not be given the right to inherit the British Empire's rule over the subcontinent. I'm doing this now, and I'm preparing to promote this with Bhutan, Sikkim, and Nepal. Oh, by the way, General Aung San is also here, and there may be Myanmar. Alan Wilson asked Alisha to tell Ali Khan. Alan Wilson, is definitely not a person who takes money and does not do anything, but he will do his best to achieve what he can. He can only say that he will try his best to obtain strong conditions for the princely state. At this point, Alan Wilson suddenly remembered something and said, "Don't give away things like tiger skins, just protect wild animals. If you have to give them, you can keep them." He has no place to put these things now, and he is afraid that they will get damp, worms, and rats if they are piled together. "Dear boss, it's not right for me to keep it for you. It's nothing yet. Just give me the money first." Alyssa threw a coquettish look and pretended to be serious. "I have personal ethics. I must do things after receiving the money." As she said this, one hand touched her belt again. Alan Wilson said helplessly, "Someone is madly pursuing me and said I'm handsome. Who doesn't know that?" "Oh, really?" Alice's little mouth made a no shape and followed Alan Wilson's words and said, "There are people who have the same idea as me. Such a smart woman is rare. You really are." Alan Wilson shook his head helplessly. He wanted to reprimand this subordinate who always tempted him, but when he saw the pair of beautiful eyes in front of him, he couldn't bear it. Lee Jishan can just notify the representatives of Bhutan, Sikkim, and Nepal to sign a neutrality treaty. Lee Jishan is also very knowledgeable about the affairs of the North. He can be regarded as an expert. I believe that this matter is definitely not a problem. The question is whether Indians will accept it. From his experience of climbing over the Great Firewall in his previous life, Alan Wilson deeply understands that Indian netizens do shout that India and Bhutan, Sikkim, and Nepal are as close as brothers, while they want to annex these countries all the time, and have already successfully annexed one. What he is going to do now is actually similar. He is practicing the Vedas in reverse, shouting that Britain and India are as close as brothers, and preventing India from annexing these small countries around it in advance. If the Congress Party agrees, it will be fine. If not, the worst that can happen is that Myanmar will expel the Rohingya again. In fact, the Congress Party is indeed engaged in a fierce quarrel now. Patel firmly supports Nehru and cannot sign such a treaty with pressure, while Gandhi is silent. It must be said that Alan Wilson, who practices the Vedas in reverse, wants to deal with non-violence with non-violence, which is aimed at Gandhi. Nehru had already said that if the Congress Party disagreed with non-violence, it would be a lie. If the Congress Party agreed, it would publicly declare that it would never use force to protect the security of several countries, and no matter what happened, it would not take any annexation actions. This made Gandhi very embarrassed, but at this time, Gandhi could not break the influence that had been established for decades. Gandhi's image had long been tied to the Congress Party. If Gandhi's image collapsed, the Congress Party would also fall apart. The persuasion work must be tortuous and not easy, and if it took a step back today, it would inevitably take steps back. All this had nothing to do with Alan Wilson, the initiator. India is a peace-loving nation. It was just a public guarantee, which was what should be done. How could it be difficult? Only non-violence can defeat non-violence. Alan Wilson accompanied General Aung San in New Delhi for a walk, and said without disguising, "In fact, I'm also very clear about the contradictions between India and Myanmar. The Rohingya issue is just a contradiction that has surfaced. I believe Mr. Aung San is also dissatisfied with us British. Your cooperation with the Japanese during the war can prove this. Assistant Alan, people always have to grow up. I have made many mistakes in the past, but it does not mean that I can make them again in the future. Aung San shook his head immediately after hearing this and said, what I pursue is only the independence of Myanmar. Since the British Empire is willing to let Myanmar be independent, I will definitely not cause trouble at this time. Just kidding. He witnessed Alan Wilson playing a trick in front of him, using non-violence to confront non-violence. If this old imperialist country is really determined to make it difficult for others, it will really be a headache. As for what the Congress Party thinks, Aung San can see the nature of Indians from the Rohingya people in Myanmar. They are all second-class citizens of the colony ruled by the British, but Indians always pretend to be first-class citizens, which is disgusting. General Aung San, please rest assured. Although there are also many problems in Myanmar, and you are far less difficult to deal with than the Congress Party, but I'm not ready to do anything to Myanmar at present. If it were not for the Congress Party's unrealistic desire to take advantage of the British Empire, I would not bother to care about them at all. Rangoon is a coastal city, but the shelling of Jakarta will not happen again, unless it embarrasses both sides. As for Kachin, Karen, and Shan State, they are all controllable problems. It depends on how you choose. As a pacifist, Alan Wilson hates to threaten others with force, but it is wrong in this world that there are always people who can only understand the language of weapons and do not care about gentlemanly reasoning. Although Aung San knew that this was an obvious threat, he had to bow his head in New Delhi and could only pretend not to know and pretend not to hear the threat in his ears. Forget it. Let's talk about something that General Aung San is interested in. After the independence of British India, the affairs of Burma will become a matter of concern to London. Don't worry about time. Burma's independence must be after the affairs of British India are resolved. It's nothing more than waiting for a few more months. After waiting for so long, they won't cause trouble for us British before dawn. Maybe the term anti-British element is not so deterrent now. Alan Wilson stood with his hands behind his back, not embarrassed at all, facing Aung San. Otherwise, what did he just say about shelling Yangon, talking about Kachin, Karen, and Shan State? It was just a small reminder to Aung San that the problems that India has, Myanmar also has, and even bigger. But can Aung San express his dissatisfaction at this time? Unless General Aung San wants the Rohingya to go back, he should bear it. Don't let the colonists tear each other apart at this time. With this idea, General Aung San said that the special relationship between Britain and Burma will not change. That's great. Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows and was very satisfied with General Aung San's statement. This time, he killed two birds with one stone, and it seemed that he didn't encounter any trouble. Chapter 325, Persevere for another year. I sincerely wish General Aung San a happy time in New Delhi. What did he learn from India? Or what shortcomings did he discover? So that he could accumulate his impressions and materials about Indian imperialism and then publicize them in Myanmar. Maybe the Burmese people would find that the British were not too much compared to the Indians who became arrogant after independence. India likes to imitate the long-arm jurisdiction of the United States. I remember that in the 1950s, Myanmar hired thousands of Indian veterans to fight against the remnants of the artillery party entrenched in the north. Of course, they got a lot of money, but it had almost no effect. The Burmese spent a lot of money in vain. Because the Governor General and his family had gone to British Ceylon for vacation, the atmosphere in the Governor General's mansion was filled with the breath of freedom. Alan Wilson, who had turned over and became the master, made some arrangements for General Aung San's itinerary and happily went to Sir Baron to report. Although he was in a colony, Sir Baron still subscribed to newspapers from all over the country. This was a good habit, and it gave Alan Wilson the opportunity to get something for free. As soon as he sat down, Alan Wilson heard Sir Baron exclaim in amazement, "The biggest news in the country right now is Miss Vivian Leigh's divorce." Oh, really? Alan Wilson's heart moved, but he remained calm on the surface. We in British India are thinking about the future of the empire every day, but we can't occupy even any important pages. It's really unfair. There's no way. We are all humble social instruments, and can only hold the fruits of politicians blooming. Sir Baron shrugged helplessly, but there's no need to complain. Fame and influence are what politicians pursue. For us, they are not wealth but burden. By the way, how was the talk with General Aung San? Fortunately, I hope he can understand what I mean. Alan Wilson recounted the process of coercion and inducement, and then said, since the approximate evacuation date was set, the situation in both India and Myanmar seems to have stabilized a lot. What are these people seeking independence for? Just to replace us as the leaders of this country, and realize revolutionary ideas. The people being the masters of their own country? Bullshit. Sir Baron smiled disdainfully. It's just a change of a group of rulers. After a long period of stagnation, they may miss us. We must ensure that this future becomes a reality. Alan Wilson nodded and continued, so the partition of India and Pakistan is the right thing to do. After independence, India will lose the Ganges Delta and the entire Indus River basin. The geographical environment will be unprecedentedly harsh, but our governor does not understand this. All previous governors general have been like this. Later they will find that it is best to follow the procedures. We must also take the initiative to teach them. Sir Baron was no longer surprised by this, and then he said, a German purchasing group will arrive in New Delhi soon. You should arrange your reception work well. I receive them? Alan Wilson heard when he became a receptionist. Yes, you have a talent in reception work that you don't even realize. Sir Baron nodded solemnly, emphasizing Alan Wilson's advantages. Since Sir Baron's last visit to the American delegation, he has remembered the way to keep the assistant busy. The best job to keep the hard-working assistant commissioner busy is reception work. So after knowing the visit of the German delegation, he thought deep in his heart that no one was more suitable to be responsible for this matter than his most valued assistant. Alan Wilson disagreed with this. What strengths did he have in reception work? But he soon discovered that there were indeed some. When Isabella Bokina led the German delegation off the plane, he was convinced that his understanding was not wrong. Sir Baron was just looking for a job for Alan Wilson to let his assistant take a break for a while, but he didn't expect to hit the mark by accident. That night, a battle comparable to the Battle of Jutland began. The dry wood met the fire, and the battle was very fierce. The British fleet was attacked fiercely by the High Seas Fleet and suffered heavy losses. HMM. During the period of reshaping the relationship between Britain and Germany after the war, Alan Wilson hugged the dragoon who could only implement the Rainbow Plan. What a surprise. I didn't expect you to come. Last year, there was a famine in Germany. What we mean here is whether we can exchange some food with industrial products from British India to prevent possible food shortages in the next few years. Last winter was very difficult for Germany, and we want to make some preparations. Letting the man's palm cover the high ground, Isabella Bokina adjusted her rapid breathing and said the purpose of her trip. No problem, you can rest assured that I'm here. Alan Wilson agreed happily, leaving everything to him. It won't be difficult. Isabella Bokina still cared about this man and asked if it was reluctant. Famine will not fall in the same place for 3 consecutive years. Alan Wilson said that he was not reluctant at all. This question was an insult to the pearl of the British Empire. Just say how much you need. I feel relieved when you are here, and I know you treat me best. Bokina came up again and gave the man a little reward in return. The quantity was a bit large, mainly because of the demand from the Soviet-occupied area. Isabella Bokina wanted to smuggle some food, mainly to take care of her compatriots in the Soviet-occupied area. They were all Germans, so it was reasonable to have such an idea. Seeing the dragoons taking the initiative, the flattered assistant commissioner of British India also thought it was reasonable, as blood is thicker than water. By the way, is Anna's child mine? At this point, Alan Wilson asked the doubts in his heart, how does Mrs. Mountbatten know you? They have been to the British occupied area. Isabella Bokina told the whole process, and then said, of course Anna's child is yours, a very healthy boy, nicknamed Hans. Can't you Germans change your name? Alan Wilson smiled bitterly. He could think of no less than 10 jokes about Hans at random, but he had not forgotten the business. He said greedily, it would be great if all of you sisters had my children. You would be very beautiful then. These affectionate but shameless words, if it were in the past, Bokina would definitely doubt how the other party could say them, but now, give me some time to think about it. You know I'm different from Anna. I have to hide for a while to give birth to a child. It's okay. I know this request is rude, but there's nothing I can do. I just want to do this. I don't want to lose any of you." He said a lot of bad words right away, but with the affirmative answer from the dragoon, he was now full of energy and must help the dragoon's motherland solve this problem. They are all Europeans. Although Germany made a mistake, it can be forgiven. Potential is something that can always be found if you dig deeper. Although India has been hit by drought for 2 consecutive years, the third time will definitely not come. Moreover, there is food. The Punjab province controlled by the Muslim League has some surplus food. This is mainly due to the high efficiency of British Indian civil servants last year. In the end, under various unfavorable conditions, they still achieved success in fighting drought. There is no problem in using these surplus food. Are the German British occupied areas outsiders? In the plan of flying on both wings, don't they also contribute to the British Empire? Without the hard work of the British occupied areas, there would not be a great relief for the British domestic finances in 1946. If it was just British India, no matter how capable the civil servants were, they could only scrape out £200 million of revenue to make India sky higher and bluer, which was the limit. But it was different when the British occupied areas were added, and the effect of 1 + 1 was greater than 2. With the big British India and the German British occupied areas as examples, the major colonies were unwilling to lag behind, and last year they contributed nearly £600 million of revenue to the British Empire, setting a record. The ratio of pound to dollar was 1:2.8, which was the largest figure in a single year since the formation of the British Empire. This money could not solve all problems. However, if it continued for another year, I believe there would be a decisive change, so Alan Wilson had to grit his teeth and hold on. Share the pressure faced by Britain itself with the colonies that could be affected. There was definitely hope to get out of the quagmire of World War II in advance, although the United States stopped lending to Britain after the war. But there was also Canada, the 4th largest country in the world. After Attlee came to power, he negotiated that Canada would provide Britain with a loan of more than $1.2 billion in 1946, plugging the hole in the United States. Canada made this decision, of course, because of its relationship with Britain, but also because Britain's efforts to get out of the quagmire were fruitful, which made Canada help. Britain's efforts to get out of the quagmire were reflected in British India tightening its belt to fight famine and taking away the surplus value of all German industrial products in the British occupied areas and transporting them to major colonies as a supplement to the British mainland. Therefore, the British occupied areas and British India are two grasshoppers on a line, and Alan Wilson should help them both emotionally and rationally. With these two major arteries, we cannot sit back and watch the other one go wrong. Alan Wilson is also an old hand at diverting contradictions. Sir Baron also knows the importance of the British occupied areas. Saving Germany is saving the tobacco factory. It is saving ourselves. Germany's difficulties are the difficulties of British India. The matter of Punjab province ultimately requires the approval of the Muslim League. For this reason, Alan Wilson personally went to Ali Jinnah and took the Germans to see the customs of British India. This is the colony that you Germans wanted to seize when you launched the First World War. Time was spent in the internal debates of the Congress Party, the allocation of food in the governor's office, and the governor's family's vacation. In 1947, everything seemed to be as it should be, but it also seemed to be as it should be. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.